Hi guys, part 9 is here. Please like and leave a comment. It really helps with YouTube's algorithm and video promotion. If you'd like to support me and get early access to new parts, subscribe to my Patreon. All the links are in the description and pinned comment. Enjoy watching.
Upon entering the 10,000 Buddha temple, it was just as old Qian had described, completely packed with people. Most Chinese people tend to have a similar mindset. When they come across a temple, they'll pay their respects regardless of their personal beliefs. After all, there's no harm in being polite. If something goes well, they credit their hard work. If not, they blame it on fate or a lack of divine blessing. No matter the outcome, they feel justified either way. "Mr. Song, there are a lot of people here. Should we clear a path for you?" Huang Baoding softly asked as he approached. "No need," Song Yun replied with a smile. "Today I just want to relax. If we can't go into the main hall to offer incense, it's fine to do it outside as well." Huang nodded and walked away. Song Yun then led Yi Qingqing to the incense burner outside the hall, lit the incense old Qian had given him, made a wish, and placed it in the burner. Host detected at 10,000 Buddha temple. Would you like to check in? Song Yun's heart skipped a beat. Right, he had never checked in at a temple before. What kind of reward might the system give him? Unable to contain his excitement, he mentally clicked the check-in button. Ding, congratulations. Check-in successful. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained Buddha's heart. Note: Buddha's heart will double your mental strength and grant you the passive ability to remain calm, even in the face of extreme danger. Ding. Taoist essence detected in the host's body. Ding. Fusion of Buddhist and Taoist energies complete. Activating the merit mode. Note: do not avoid doing good, even if it seems insignificant. Do not engage in evil, even if it seems minor. The heavens are ever watchful. Every action you take will be recorded, and karma will eventually find you. It's not a matter of if but when. Note: the good deeds you perform in the future will earn you positive karma points. Bad deeds will result in negative karma points. Accumulating too many negative points will bring misfortune upon you. Note: positive karma points can be used to purchase items from the system store or be exchanged for store credits. Note: 1 karma point equals 100 store credits. Seeing all these messages from the system, Song Yun felt like his brain was about to short circuit. What the hell? What is this? Merit? Isn't that something reserved for gods and saints? How is it part of the system now? With a sense of confusion, Song Yun opened the merit mode and saw that both his positive and negative karma points were at 0. This meant that nothing from his past had been recorded, and the counting would only begin from now. He then opened the system store and noticed it had been split into 2 sections, which could be switched between at will. Opening the merit store, he found all sorts of items typically seen only in novels, such as revival pills and body-strengthening elixirs. However, these items were outrageously expensive. For example, a single revival pill, which could save someone who had been dead for less than 24 hours, required 10,000 karma points. Was this some kind of joke from the system? It always showed him great stuff but never actually gave him anything, and the exchange conditions were ridiculously high. This was pure highway robbery. Honey Yi Qingqing gently tugged on Song Yun's arm. Snapping back to reality, Song Yun blinked in confusion. "What's up? Look at the way those monks are staring at us." Yi Qingqing whispered quietly. Song Yun glanced over and noticed that the monks weren't staring at them but rather fixated on the incense stick old Qian had given them, which was now placed in the incense burner. Could this incense have some deeper significance? Curious, Song Yun led Yi Qingqing over to one of the monks. After clasping his hands together respectfully, he asked, "Master, do you have any guidance for us?" The monk snapped out of his trance and quickly replied, "Oh, nothing. It's just that this incense seems quite unusual. May I ask where you obtained such a treasure?" "Old Qian gave it to us at the entrance." Yi Qingqing blurted out. "He said it was meant for us." "I see," the monk said softly, closing his eyes. "Amitabha. This is your good fortune. That incense is known as merit incense, something only those of great virtue can possess. I've heard the abbot mention it before. Offering this incense to the gods and making a wish will likely see it fulfilled." What? Yi Qingqing's eyes widened. "So other incense doesn't work? That's so greedy of the gods." "Watch your words," the monk exclaimed, his eyes flying open in alarm. If Yi Qingqing hadn't seemed so innocent, he might have tried to cover her mouth himself. "That's not what I meant. Let me put it another way," the monk said hastily. "Do you play games?" This sudden shift in the conversation left Song Yun slightly bewildered. What was this monk on about now? Was he really about to start talking about game strategies? It's like this. Imagine you have a piece of equipment that you want to upgrade, but the success rate is only 10%. This is akin to offering ordinary incense to the gods in real life. But this particular incense, the monk continued, is like a special item that increases your success rate, raising it from 10% to 50% or even higher. So wouldn't you say it's valuable? Well, when you put it that way, it does sound impressive. Yi Qingqing's eyes sparkled, even though she didn't entirely understand, but it sure sounded cool. And not just anyone can make merit incense. The monk added. It must be crafted by someone of great virtue, and it takes at least 10 years to produce just one stick. Ho Song-yun was taken aback. He hadn't realized that the incense old Qian had given them was so rare and precious. We know who old Qian is, Song-yun said, still astonished, but we never thought that a wandering yin-yang master could possess such a sacred item. Incredible. The monk sighed and said, it seems that old Qian has a history of goodwill toward you. In Buddhism we believe in karma. Should old Qian face difficulties in the future, I hope you'll offer him a helping hand. Of course we will. Song-yun nodded earnestly. The monk smiled and said, the scenery of the 10,000 Buddha temple is quite beautiful, so I won't keep you any longer. Farewell. With that, the monk bowed and left. What wish did you make just now? Yi Qingqing asked. Her curiosity piqued now that she knew there was a good chance it would come true. Nothing too special, just for the health and safety of our family. Song-yun replied. Hey, that's what I wished for too. It's like we've got double insurance now. Let's hope the gods are on our side and keep our family safe and sound. They definitely will. The 10,000 Buddha temple not only had divine statues but also a garden of flowers in the back, looking especially vibrant under the sunlight. Many tourists had gathered there to take photos. Even Yi Qingqing couldn't resist the temptation and asked Song-yun to take more than a dozen pictures until she was satisfied. After touring the temple, they looked around for old Qian but couldn't find him anywhere. Song-yun asked the vendor who had sold them incense earlier and learned that an elderly villager had passed away, and old Qian had gone to help with the funeral rites. It seemed they wouldn't be able to meet him again this time. So Song-yun instructed Huang Beiding to gather more information about old Qian. He was determined to help him if old Qian ever needed assistance. After returning to Huashu Villa, Song-yun went straight to the study to dive into the intricacies of the merit mode. It wasn't until nightfall that he finally figured it all out. In short, it came down to one principle. Intentional good doesn't count as true good, and unintentional wrong doesn't count as true evil. For example, if you donate a large sum of money purely to gain positive karma points, that action wouldn't be rewarded. On the other hand, accidentally stepping on an ant wouldn't count as committing an evil deed. After thoroughly understanding the system, Song-yun stretched and realized that his plan to donate money like crazy was unlikely to work. But what about a charity event? He checked the system's rules again and found out it was possible. Since the event would involve inviting guests to do good deeds together, the collective effort wouldn't fall under the system's restrictions. Without hesitation, Song-yun called his father-in-law. After discussing it, they decided to hold a charity banquet the day after tomorrow. Why not tomorrow? Because tomorrow he had to go to court. The next morning, Song-yun dressed in a suit and got into the car sent by his company to take him to court. On the way, the head of the company's legal department confidently assured him that they were bound to win the lawsuit. After all, Song-yun was in the right. On the contrary, the other party had not only scratched his car but had also broken the iconic Spirit of Ecstasy ornament on the front of his Rolls-Royce, which amounted to intentional damage and theft. In court, Song-yun noticed the defendant, Xiao Ziyong, and his family sitting in the dock, looking pitiful. After the lawyers from the legal department presented their case, the court ruled in favor of Song-yun, ordering Xiao Ziyong to compensate him within 15 working days. As Song-yun was leaving the courthouse, about to enjoy the sunshine, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps and security personnel trying to stop someone. Mr. Song, please wait. Out of breath, Xiao Ziyong ran up to him, his mischievous child trailing behind. Is there something else you need? Song-yun asked with a slight frown. Mr. Song, you're one of the richest men in Shanghai. I know someone like me could never compare to your wealth. Xiao Ziyong said humbly. I'm just an ordinary working man. My child's mother works herself to the bone every month, and even then, we barely make enough. There's no way we can afford to pay that much. Xiao Ziyong wasn't a native of Shanghai. After graduating from university, he and his wife had worked hard for over a decade, eventually managing to save enough for a down payment on a house. They had only just started to feel settled, and now, this lawsuit was threatening to wipe them out. Based on their current wages, it would take them decades to pay off the 4 million yuan. It wasn't that they couldn't scrape together the money. Xiao Ziyang owned a property back in his hometown that could be sold for around 2 million yuan. By borrowing from others and using all their savings, they could fill the financial hole. But why should they make their lives so difficult? Mr. Song, please, show us some mercy. I'll even have my child kneel and apologize to you. I swear this will never happen again. Please, for the sake of the child's youth, give us one last chance, Xiao Ziyang begged. If we have to pay the compensation, we'll be left with nothing. You earn enough money to buy a car like that every day. Please don't flatter me. Song Yun replied, waving his hand. What's done is done, and the court has already made its decision. Let's follow the law. Mr. Song, do you care more about the 4 million yuan or your reputation? Xiao Ziyang suddenly asked, his tone turning firm as he stared at Song Yun. What do you mean by that? Song Yun asked curiously. Take a look. Xiao Ziyang said, pulling out his phone. He opened one of the most popular short video platforms and played a clip for Song Yun. The video portrayed Song Yun as a powerful figure with deep connections, manipulating the recent events to oppress the helpless Xiao family. They were depicted as victims of Song Yun's cruelty. As Song Yun watched, his face darkened. These people were willing to fabricate any story for a few clicks and views. In this narrative, he was painted as a heartless, spoiled rich kid who couldn't stand to see others thrive. Many media outlets have already reached out to me, Xiao Ziyang said smugly. They don't care about the truth, they just want attention. If you reduce our penalty, I'll put in a good word for you with them. But if not, he didn't need to finish the sentence, the threat was clear. Song Yun hadn't expected this incident to go viral online. In just one day, the original poster of the video had gained over 100,000 followers, and the video had been liked by over 1 million users. The comments section was full of people insulting Song Yun. Is this a threat? Song Yun asked, raising an eyebrow in displeasure. Not at all. Xiao Ziyang replied with a sleazy smile. After all, I can't control what people say. And that video isn't that you're doing. Song Yun pressed. Absolutely not. I had nothing to do with it, Xiao Ziyang quickly denied. He wasn't stupid. Admitting to that would give Song Yun grounds to take him down. Aren't you afraid that I'll use my resources to make sure you can't even keep your job? Song Yun asked, genuinely curious about how this man's mind worked. If he paid off the debt, there was still a chance for him to move up in life through hard work. Why was he so eager to burn every bridge? Honestly, I'll never make 4 million yuan in my lifetime. Xiao Ziyang said with a sigh. If that's the case, I might as well go back to my hometown and start over. This city is only good for the rich. If you don't have money, your dreams are worthless. So you're determined to ruin my reputation. That depends on your attitude, Xiao Ziyang replied coldly. Sorry. But I'm someone who prefers to face things head on. There's nothing to discuss here. Instead of pulling these stunts, maybe you should focus on figuring out how to pay back the money. Song Yun said firmly. Hearing this, Xiao Ziyang frowned. These rich people were really tough. All he wanted was a small reduction in the penalty, but they wouldn't budge. If things continued like this, there would be no choice but to go all out. Fine then. Just wait for the video to blow up. Xiao Ziyang spat as he stormed off. Before leaving, he turned back and added, We're not satisfied with today's ruling. We've already filed an appeal. In the meantime, this story will only gain more traction. I'm sure you'll be even more stressed out than me by then. What a person. Song Yun sighed, shaking his head. These days, was being poor really the ultimate excuse for being in the right? No matter how many times he appeals, let him. Song Yun calmly told the head of the legal department. And don't bother suppressing the video online. The more we try to block it, the guiltier I'll look. Instead, let's be transparent and let the public discuss it openly. However, he added, we must still hold those irresponsible media outlets accountable. The next day, the internet was flooded with negative stories about Song Yun. Various media accounts spread the narrative, painting him as an arrogant, heartless playboy. Some even speculated, spinning conspiracy theories that Song Yun's family had a complex background, with his father and grandfather holding high-ranking positions, which gave him his sense of untouchability. These types of rumors gained a lot of traction online. After all, people's daily lives could be quite dull, and stories like this offered an outlet for their frustrations. It was like adding fuel to a fire. However, Song Yun didn't pay much attention to it. He knew how talented these online trolls were. Their sarcastic and cutting remarks could break even the most honest person, let alone someone with his quick temper. Song Yun, why are there so many people cursing you online? Yu Ji asked, as if he had eyes everywhere, always aware of what was happening in Shanghai. Song Yun was being attacked viciously online, and Yuji began to wonder if someone was intentionally targeting him. "You really know everything," Song Yun joked. "It's no big deal, it'll blow over soon enough." "You can't think like that," Yuji said seriously. "You've worked so hard to build your reputation. It could all be destroyed by their relentless attacks. Do you need us to speak up for you?" Yuji offered. "No, please don't." Song Yun chuckled. "Didn't you see what they're saying online? Everyone is full of doubts and conspiracy theories. If you make a statement, they'll assume there's something fishy going on. I wouldn't be able to clear my name no matter what. But actually, if you hadn't called me, I was going to call you. I'm hosting a charity event tonight. Would you like to attend?" "You're hosting it?" Yuji was both surprised and amused. Usually, when someone faces a scandal, they try to suppress it or shift the public's focus elsewhere. After all, the internet's memory is short, and after one scandal dies down, there's always another one waiting. But Song Yun was acting like nothing had happened, still planning his charity banquet. Yuji didn't know whether to call him foolish or indifferent. "Yeah, but I'd like you to lead it, to give it a more formal tone," Song Yun replied casually. "Plus, all the influential figures in Shanghai will be there tonight. We're expecting to raise a significant amount for charity." "Well, with your reputation in tatters right now, once people find out you're handling so much money, they'll probably accuse you of lining your own pockets again," Yuji sighed. "What time, and where?" 7.30, at the conference hall on the top floor of Huaishan Tower. "All right, see you there." After hanging up, Song Yun received calls from all over the country. It was hard to tell whether people were calling to laugh at him or to genuinely express concern, but either way, it was more about leaving a good impression. By 7:00 p.m., Song Yun arrived at Huaishan Tower with his family. This skyscraper was one of the most famous buildings in Shanghai, and its height was rare even on a global scale. Song Yun surveyed the arrangements and fixed a few minor mistakes before returning to his family. "Brother Yi, did you see that? This kid doesn't seem upset at all. You don't need to bother comforting him," Songbo remarked with a laugh as he chewed gum. Since King got pregnant, Songbo had stopped smoking in front of her, so when he needed something to occupy his mouth, he chewed gum instead. "I'm just relieved," King's father sighed. "The internet is so powerful these days. It can make someone a star or ruin their reputation in an instant. Seeing that you're not affected makes me feel much better. Once this is over, just focus on living a quiet life behind closed doors. There's no need to get involved with all the outside noise." "What does this have to do with anything?" Song Yun asked curiously after sitting down. "What do you mean? You really think a few small-time bloggers posting videos could cause this much of a stir?" Songbo scoffed. "If you think no one is pulling strings behind the scenes, even a ghost wouldn't believe that." "He's right. You're too naive," King's father added quietly. "Let's talk privately later, but your rise has hurt a lot of people. The profits they've lost because of you are substantial. Do you think they don't harbor resentment? Don't underestimate these people's patience. Anyone who's clawed their way to success can endure more than you'd expect. It's like a poisonous snake in the jungle. If you show even the slightest sign of weakness, they'll strike immediately. I just thought some people were trying to ride my wave of popularity." Song Yun scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Besides, this whole thing is just a minor issue. Once the appeal is over in a few days, everything will be cleared up. You think they'll admit they were wrong? At most, they'll just delete the videos and act like it never happened," Songbo sneered. "Getting them to apologize would be harder than taking something from my hand." "Your father's right," King's father added with a chuckle. "They didn't have to risk much, and they've gained a lot from this mess. Just wait, tomorrow you'll be trending again. I can already imagine the headline. Billionaire Song Yun assaults man in the street, helpless elderly man begs for mercy to no avail. Has humanity lost its moral compass?" Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Not at all. No matter how they slander you, it'll only fuel the fire, so why not go all out? You'd better learn your lesson, Songbo warned. Find out who's making the most noise and deal with them as an example to the others. Otherwise, you'll just keep running into more trouble down the road. Song Yun nodded, indicating he understood. As they continued discussing who might be behind the smear campaign, the time quickly reached 7:30. The doors to the event opened, and greeters welcomed guests from all directions. Influential figures from all over had come, eager to gain some goodwill by attending the charity banquet. Once inside, guests broke off into small groups, chatting and catching up. The atmosphere was full of high-level conversations, forming exclusive circles that were hard for outsiders to penetrate. But when one particular person arrived, everyone stopped what they were doing and moved to greet him. Yuji. As one of the top officials in Shanghai, everyone was eager to curry favor with him. After all, leaving a good impression on someone like Yu Ji could make all the difference for future projects. Uncle Yu. Song Yun quickly stepped forward to welcome him. Yu Ji shook Song Yun's hand and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. It seems you really aren't bothered by all this. That's good. Out of sight, out of mind. At first it got to me a little, Song Yun admitted, but then I realized, feeling upset doesn't earn me any money, so to hell with it. Haha, you rascal. Yu Ji laughed, pointing at Song Yun. Alright, can we start the event now? I'll stay and show my support, but I can't linger too long. The moment you arrived, the event began. Song Yun replied with a grin. Dear guests, I want to sincerely thank all of you for taking the time to attend this charity banquet today. Song Yun said with a smile as he stood on stage. All the donations from tonight will be directed to rural areas to help solve the issues of food and school facilities for the children there. The audience responded with enthusiastic applause. Song Yun gestured for silence and continued. I'm sure many of you have seen the negative news about me online. According to some of these reports, my reputation is currently in ruins. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and several voices chimed in. Haha, Mr. Song, you're joking again. Everyone knows those are baseless slanders. Exactly. You donate to charity every year. If your reputation is tarnished, what does that make us? Mr. Song, you're a role model for young entrepreneurs. We support you. With a calm smile, Song Yun replied, public opinion can be dangerous. Even if I come forward to clear my name, there will still be those who refuse to believe it. That's why I invited our respected official, Yu Ji, to lead this event. The movement of all funds will be overseen by the authorities. At this he motioned toward Yu Ji, who stood at the front of the audience. Yu Ji smiled, shook his head, and took the stage. After clearing his throat, Yu Ji spoke into the microphone. I came here today for two reasons. First, because Song Yun invited me, and second, because I don't believe that an entrepreneur of his integrity could commit such heinous acts. In fact, I reviewed the court documents and found that Song Yun was completely wronged. I won't say much more, but I do have three things to clarify. First, those who slander Song Yun maliciously will be held accountable afterward. Second, I am personally monitoring this situation closely. I promise that everything will be handled with complete fairness. Third, I hope everyone here will support this charity banquet, as it's truly a meaningful cause for society. Having said his piece, Yu Ji stepped down and began chatting with Song Bo, ignoring the various attempts by others to curry favor. Haha. It seems there are still people who believe in me. Song Yun said playfully. Alright, I won't drag this out any longer. Let's officially start the banquet. A professional auctioneer then took the stage to kick off the event. About 10 minutes later the lights dimmed, leaving the auction platform as the only brightly lit spot in the room. Before we begin, on behalf of the entire staff at Jiasadun Auction House, I want to extend our deepest thanks to Mr. Song Yun for trusting us and contributing so many valuable items to this charity banquet. The auctioneer gave a respectful bow to Song Yun. Upon hearing the name Jiasadun Auction House, the crowd immediately perked up. Everyone knew that Jiasadun ranked among the top 3 auction houses globally and only dealt with the rarest of treasures. This meant that Song Yun was truly serious tonight, which sparked intense curiosity among the many wealthy and influential attendees. Let's bring out the first item for auction. As the auctioneer finished speaking, a tall woman in a cheongsam gracefully walked onto the stage, holding a secure case. She entered the code, opened the box, and revealed a porcelain vase emitting a rich crimson glow. It was adorned with 2 golden dragons playing with a pearl. When our appraiser first laid eyes on this vase, he actually knelt in awe. The auctioneer joked. His hands were trembling so much, he didn't dare touch the surface of the vase, afraid his rough fingers might leave a mark on this flawless piece. After thorough examination by 3 of our appraisers, we can confirm with absolute certainty that this is an imperial treasure from the Qianlong era, crafted by a master of Jingdezhen ceramics. It is exceptionally rare. I'll give you a reference. Last year at an international auction, a similar vase sold for $36 million US. The crowd gasped in shock. That amount translated to over 200 million yuan. And this was only the first item up for auction. Song Yun was pulling out all the stops. The starting bid for this twin dragons playing with a pearl red porcelain vase is 30 million yuan, with a minimum bid increase of 5 million. As soon as the auctioneer finished, hands shot up from the audience. 35 million. 40 million. Why bother with small increments? 70 million. In prosperous times, antiques are prized above all. This vase would make a perfect family heirloom. Moreover, there was no shortage of buyers for such a rare item. As long as word got out, there would be a flood of interest. 130 million. Damn it. I'm all in minus 140 million. At this point, the auctioneer paused, touching his earpiece, and made a halting gesture. Then, he respectfully asked Song Yun, "Mr. Song, would it be acceptable to allow outside bidders for this charity auction? As long as they are Chinese citizens and sign a document guaranteeing the item won't leave the country, they are welcome to bid." Song Yun answered. With permission granted, the auctioneer resumed, hammer in hand, and announced, "Mr. Ma from Hangzhou bids 180 million. Holy cow! Why is he suddenly getting involved? 180 million? That's more than my entire liquid capital. Everyone knew who Mr. Ma was, and they understood that competing with him was futile. 180 million once. 180 million twice. 190 million. A voice from the audience interrupted. An elderly man raised his hand and calmly declared, "I like this vase, and no matter the price, I will take it." What the heck? Did I hear that right? Isn't that the retired chairman of Xingxin Group? Yes, that's him. I recognized him when he came in, but he rarely attends banquets like this, so I wasn't sure if I should approach him. Xingxin Group ranks among the top 100 globally. The old chairman must really love this piece. Realizing who had made the bid, no one dared to challenge further. 200 million. The auctioneer, visibly excited, announced, "A gentleman from Shenzhen who wishes to remain anonymous has bid 200 million. 210 million. The retired chairman of Shengxin Group remained unfazed, stating firmly, "No matter how much the other party bids, I'll always raise it by another 10 million. His confidence was palpable. Even Yu Ji couldn't help but approach him and joke, "Chairman, it seems that since your retirement, you've been saving up quite a bit." The old chairman chuckled, "I'm already half buried in the ground. What use is money to me? It's better spent on something I truly love." 230 million. The auctioneer shouted excitedly, "The latest bid 230 million. I told you. No matter how high the price goes, I will raise it by another 10 million. Declared the retired chairman of Shengxin Group coldly. "Tell the other bidder to go ahead and make their offer. Today this vase is mine, no matter what." The auctioneer, filled with respect, relayed the chairman's words, and as expected there was no further response. After all, over 200 million yuan was no small amount, and continuing the bid could result in a huge financial loss. Besides, last year, a vase of similar quality sold for around the same price. 240 million, going once. 240 million, going twice. 240 million, going 3 times. Sold. As the auctioneer's gavel came down, the exquisite vase had a new owner. The auctioneer discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead. What a nerve-wracking experience. Each hammer fall had sealed deals worth hundreds of millions. And with a 0.5% commission, this one alone had earned him 1.2 million yuan, enough to rival what an average white-collar worker in Shanghai would earn in a year. Let's move on to the second item. The auctioneer said eagerly. This next piece is of immense collectible value. When Mr. Song Yun presented it, I was personally stunned, as it represents the pinnacle of craftsmanship in its field. Let us now introduce the Taiping Wuxi Jade Pendant. Upon hearing the name, the excitement in the audience slightly dipped. Despite its supposed value, it was, after all, just a pendant, and most Taiping Wuxi pendants were made of jade or emerald. How expensive could one really be? But when the item was placed under the spotlight, both men and women in the audience were instantly captivated. The pendant was a vibrant emerald green, with a luster so intense it seemed to be dripping with water. Under the bright lights, the air itself appeared to reflect its green glow. Judging by your reactions, I can tell you're all quite taken with this piece. The auctioneer smiled. If I weren't so broke, I'd be bidding for it myself. Stop the chatter. Tell us more about it already. Someone called from the audience. Yeah, no one wants to hear your rambling. Another added. Honey, I have to have it. It's so beautiful. Please buy it for me. A woman pleaded. Haha, alright. Since everyone's eager, let me explain its value. The auctioneer teased, then cleared his throat. According to Mr. Song Yun, this pendant was made from a piece of jade he acquired through stone gambling, and its quality is nothing short of legendary. It is imperial green, the rarest and most valuable form of jade. You've probably heard the famous saying in the stone gambling world. One cut makes you rich, one cut makes you poor, and one cut leaves you in rags. Mr. Song Yun's ability to select this stone wasn't just a matter of luck. This Taiping Wuxi jade pendant is 13 centimeters long, 8 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters thick. After a thorough appraisal by our experts, the starting price has been set at 60 million yuan, with minimum bid increments of 5 million. Wow. Honestly, I really want this. Imperial green jade. Some people in the jade trade go their entire lives without seeing a piece like this. My relative has an imperial green jade ring, but compared to this pendant, it's not even close in quality, and that ring alone cost 50 million. Honey, I want that pendant, please get it for me, and I promise I won't buy another handbag for 5 years. Ahem, maybe you should just keep buying handbags, her husband replied, coughing awkwardly. The auctioneer tapped his gavel on the table and announced, "Our auction house has handled imperial green items before, but due to the extraordinary value of this pendant, there's no standard reference price. Let the bidding begin." 80 million. Shouted the first bidder, causing a portion of the audience to back out immediately. Though wealthy, much of their assets were tied up in stocks or real estate, and pulling out this much liquid capital could potentially disrupt their company's financial stability. 90 million. The retired chairman of Shengxin Group raised his hand again. But this time, no one was holding back. While the previous vase was aesthetically pleasing, many of the attendees weren't art connoisseurs. To them, no matter how famous the vase was, it was still just a ceramic object. However, imperial green jade was a different story. The attendees were well versed in the jewelry industry, and they knew that while a vase might eventually find a buyer, this jade pendant would have people knocking at your door every day asking for its price. The bidding soared rapidly, eventually reaching 280 million yuan. The latest offer came from an anonymous phone bidder outside the venue. 280 million, going once. Screw it. I've only got one chance in my life to see something like this. I bid 300 million, shouted a leading figure in the jewelry industry. I have 280 million in cash, but I also own over 10 prime real estate properties in first-tier cities that can be liquidated. Mr. Song, what do you think? The auctioneer respectfully asked, not wanting to make the decision himself. After all, with sums in the billions being discussed, a small mistake could be financially disastrous. That's fine. Song Yun agreed. With Song Yun's approval, the auctioneer quickly coordinated with his team to verify the bidder's assets, and the jewelry magnate's credit was extended to 400 million yuan, 300 million for a pendant. That was higher than the market value of some small companies. It was absolutely unbelievable. Song Yun, is this pendant really worth that much? Yu Ji, who had seen many incredible things in his life, couldn't help but ask, taking a sip of water to hide his shock. Haha, to you it might just look like a piece of stone. But to someone who appreciates it, it's more beautiful than the moon goddess herself. As they say, you can't put a price on what the heart desires. Song Yun replied cheerfully. In reality, this Taiping Wuxi jade pendant had been crafted from the outer edges of the imperial green stone. The finest, most lustrous parts had been made into bracelets, which Song Yun had gifted to the women in his life. Fair enough. Yu Ji said, feeling a bit awkward. He realized he had underestimated the willingness of these collectors to spend. They might normally keep a low profile, but when it came to treasures like this, they weren't shy about opening their wallets. An outside bidder offers 320 million. The auctioneer announced after receiving the latest update. 320 million, going once. 330 million. The jewelry magnate calmly raised his bid again, adding, no matter what the other bidder offers, I'll always raise by another 10 million. Such confidence. 330 million, going once. 330 million, going twice. 330 million, going 3 times. Sold. The auction had barely started, and already over 500 million yuan had been raised. Looking at the program, there were a total of 8 items up for auction tonight, so if things continued at this pace, the final amount would be an astronomical sum. Yu Ji, seated in his chair, stared at the auctioneer with bloodshot eyes. Charity events in Shanghai raised significant sums every year, but he had never seen such a large amount from just one night. Was Song Yun trying to put on a big show to boost his reputation by giving away a fortune? But then Yu Ji shook his head with a bitter smile. That couldn't be it. If Song Yun simply wanted to make a name for himself, raising a few tens of millions would have been more than enough. So what was his real goal? Could it really be out of pure kindness? Still puzzled, Yu Ji kept his eyes fixed on the next item up for auction. The next piece was a painting by the famous ancient artist Tang Bohu. It sold for over 100 million yuan, not as much as the earlier items but still an impressive sum. As the charity banquet progressed, the atmosphere grew even more lively, with many rare and valuable items finding new owners, some of which the audience had only heard about but never seen in person. It wasn't until the final item was sold to an anonymous bidder that the auctioneer realized he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. What an intense evening. In all his years of hosting auctions, never had he experienced something as nerve-wracking as this. And when he tallied up his commission, he realized it was enough for a down payment on a prime property in the heart of Shanghai. Song Yun, I'll make sure that this money is monitored closely by a designated team. Yu Ji said, licking his dry lips. I never expected you to be so selfless, raising 2.1 billion yuan for charity. Hey, that's just how I live by my principles. Song Yun replied with a smile. When you're poor, you should mind your own business. When you're rich, you should help the world. Now it's time for everyone to relax and chat. Would you like to say a few words to us? I've spent enough time here. Yu Ji said, slowly standing up. After the excitement of the auction, he was starting to feel a bit lightheaded. Let me see you off. Song Yun offered, walking Yu Ji down to his car. As they stood by the vehicle, Yu Ji patted Song Yun on the shoulder and said seriously, Song Yun, you're one of the few young heroes I've met. Don't let yourself be corrupted. Walk the straight and narrow. I will. Song Yun understood that Yu Ji was warning him, fearing that the large sums of money might tempt him into doing something unethical. But Song Yun smiled to himself. Yu Ji underestimated him. The money raised tonight wasn't something he was even concerned about. He had far bigger plans. Yu Ji nodded and got into his car, leaving Song Yun to return to the banquet. Song Yun stayed downstairs for a moment, smoking a cigarette before heading back in. Mr. Song. I'm an entrepreneur from the 90s generation, and I'm a huge fan of yours. Could you give me an autograph? A young man with a receding hairline approached, clearly excited. I'm sorry if this seems too forward, but I just really admire you. Haha, it's just an autograph. Song Yun said, smiling as he extended his hand. Do you have a pen and paper? Here's a pen. The young man quickly pulled out a marker from his pocket and pointed to his white shirt. Sign here. I won't even wash it after I get home. I'll keep it as a family heirloom. Song Yun couldn't help but laugh, but he didn't want to disappoint the eager young man, so he signed his name on the shirt. The young man gently touched the signature and exclaimed, What beautiful handwriting. In my opinion, your calligraphy is even better than some of the masters. You flatter me. Song Yun said, patting the young man on the arm. Since you're a fan, I hope you follow my example. Don't force your employees to work overtime, and if they do work overtime, make sure they get paid for it. Can you do that? That's a given, the young man laughed. In fact, I already do that. You wouldn't believe how much the younger generation is changing the work environment. Unpaid overtime is a thing of the past. I just hope my employees don't slack off during working hours. Haha, I hope we can both keep learning from each other. After chatting with the young entrepreneur for a while, Song Yun began mingling with other groups around the room, drink in hand. Mr. Song, the things people are saying about you online are outrageous. Should I release some footage from tonight's charity banquet to clear things up? Asked an experienced media executive, clearly frustrated. Yeah, at first I thought you were just trying to get attention, but now I realize I was wrong. I apologize for my earlier doubts. People as selfless as you are rare. Mr. Song, I've never admired anyone in my life, but today I truly respect you. You raised 2.1 billion yuan, more than my entire company is worth. Despite the flattery, Song Yun remained humble, offering modest responses. His calm demeanor only enhanced his reputation in the eyes of those around him, adding to the aura of admiration that surrounded him. Song Yun, come have a drink with me, called the retired chairman of Shengshin Group, waving him over. Song Yun quickly walked over. Despite the chairman's retirement, he still held immense respect within the industry. Are those people annoying you with all their chatter? The chairman asked with a chuckle as he filled Song Yun's glass. I get tired of it too, which is why I usually turn down these kinds of invitations. I appreciate you attending tonight's banquet, Song Yun said gratefully. Don't be so formal. The chairman waved dismissively. And enough with all the Mr. This and Mr. That. Call me Old Zheng if you'd like. Alright, Old Zheng. Song Yun responded with a smile. Haha, you're a good kid, Geng said, clinking glasses with Song Yun. When I was your age, I was just an employee at a small company, struggling to make ends meet. If it hadn't been for a benefactor, you wouldn't be seeing me here at this banquet tonight. That wasn't an exaggeration. Geng's rise to success was closely tied to his father-in-law, who had invested in him and given him the opportunity to start Shengshin Group. Without that initial help, Geng would likely have retired with a modest fortune at best. But no one ever dared to mention this to Geng's face. as it would imply that he had only succeeded by relying on someone else. Aha! Song Yun chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Why are you laughing? I'm telling you the truth, Gang said, his tone calm. I know plenty of people talk behind my back, but none of them have the guts to say it to my face. And you know why? Because strength is what matters. When your fists are stronger than their faces, they'll think twice before crossing you. Meanwhile, deep in a secluded and rarely visited forest, several figures dressed in black stealth suits suddenly emerged from the shadows. Moving swiftly through the rugged mountain terrain, they finally leaped off a cliff. Surprisingly, instead of falling to their deaths, they landed in a mysterious place. It was a grand estate, with 2 scarlet lanterns hanging high on the large gate. If a lost traveler happened upon this scene, they would likely be scared out of their wits. Creak. The gate slowly opened, and from the crack, a wrinkled old face peeked out. Steward Yin. The night squad of 4 requests a return. One of the figures announced. How did the mission go? Steward Yin's hoarse voice sounded like dried bark, rough and unsettling. Everything has been investigated. Come in. Steward Yin stepped aside, allowing the 4 to lower their heads and scurry past him quickly. They were terrified not of Steward Yin's rank, but of his methods. He controlled the infamous black prison of the Hidden Family, where men and women alike were subjected to unimaginable torture. No one who entered the prison had ever come out. The 4 quickly made their way through the estate, not pausing to admire the beautiful gardens, and arrived at an underground interrogation chamber. Inside was a long table with 6 people seated on each side, 12 elders of the Hidden Family. Every family order and decision came from their discussions. Other than the Grand Lord, these 12 people were the ultimate rulers of the Hidden Family. Across from the elders sat the 14th young master, looking utterly defeated. His formerly plump body had grown noticeably thin. The night squad has completed its investigation. One of the men knelt and reported, the 14th young master is innocent. Innocent. An elderly woman at the table exploded with anger. My grandson is dead, and you're saying he's innocent. Enough, Elder Hong. A middle-aged man interrupted calmly. Let him finish. We are here for the truth, and to reassess Song Yun's status. Your grandson's death is unrelated to the family's development. Elder Hong glared at the night squad, her eyes burning with fury. Our intelligence network confirmed that the assessment of Song Yun was correct. However, it turns out he coincidentally developed a gene serum that has attracted the attention of many influential people. This is what led to the deaths of young Master Yang and the 2 elders, Black and White. So, my grandson died because of a coincidence. Elder Hong was about to erupt again, but another elder quickly intervened. No one can control life and death. Your grandson died today, and tomorrow it might be mine. We all have to face this reality. Oh, how convenient for you to say that, Elder Hong replied sarcastically. It's easy when you have the money to ensure your grandchildren get extra protection on missions. I'm poor, so my grandson was the one who had to die. Elder Hong, that's not fair, one of the other elders argued. Young Master Ying acted recklessly when he arrived in Shanghai and immediately launched an attack. If our position had been discovered, the entire family might have been wiped out alongside him. I also heard that young Master Ying had his eyes on the Grand Lord, eager to seize power as soon as the Grand Lord fell ill. Isn't that right? This comment was a veiled accusation. The Grand Lord's illness was a closely guarded secret, and no one dared to openly mention it. You. Elder Hong was at a loss for words and angrily slammed the table. So, does this mean the security level around Song Yun has returned to normal? The middle-aged man stroked his chin and asked. That's correct. The night squad leader replied. But what if we attack again, and he brings in more experts to assist? Will your intelligence department take responsibility for that? The squad leader hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. He wanted nothing more than to disappear at that moment. He wasn't about to take responsibility for something like that. All right, you 4 may leave. The middle-aged man waved them away. After the 4 left and the door was closed, he turned to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, now that the truth has come to light, can we release the 14th young master? Are we finished discussing? The Grand Elder, an ancient man who appeared to be over 100 years old, slowly opened his heavy eyelids. If everyone agrees to release him, then so be it. Grand Elder. Elder Hong cried out desperately. My grandson's death was too unjust. Oh right, your grandson. The Grand Elder said lazily. But you see, people die on missions all the time. Today I kill you, tomorrow you kill me. That's just how life works. The Grand Elder yawned and added, you really need to calm down, Hong. I can hear your yelling even while I'm trying to sleep. Let's vote. Those in favor of releasing the 14th young master, raise your hands. The Grand Elder said, raising his own hand slowly. The rest of the elders exchanged glances before all following suit. Out of 12 elders, only Elder Hong dissented. With an 11-to-1 vote, the 14th young master was declared innocent. As he was released from the torture chair, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor. Little 14. The Grand Elder said softly, slowly walking over to him. In the future, think things through before you act. Running away isn't the right path. You were lucky this time, what about next time? The Grand Elder patted him gently and continued, you can return home now. The woman you brought back to the family will be accepted as compensation for this interrogation. Thank you, Grand Elder, the 14th young master rasped from where he knelt on the ground. Elder Hong. The Grand Elder added, the matter has been resolved. Don't cause trouble for little 14. Let this be the end of it. With that, the Grand Elder left the interrogation room, and the other elders followed suit. As Elder Hong left, she glared at the 14th young master and said coldly, you were lucky this time. But luck won't always be on your side. Last night, I dreamt of little Ying. He told me he misses you, he wants you to join him. Her ominous words echoed in the now empty chamber. The 14th young master slowly propped himself up on his trembling arms and, leaning against the wall, dragged himself out. When he looked up at the starry sky, he couldn't help but sigh. He had gambled with his life, this time one wrong move, and everything would have been lost. But fortunately he had won. Returning to his room, Su Luting was anxiously waiting by the bed. 14th young master, are you all right? I was this close. Just this close, he replied, shaking his head with a strained smile. But his eyes still held a deep sense of bitterness. Early the next morning, news about Song Yun's charity work spread like wildfire across the internet. Many people began to re-evaluate this mysterious billionaire, the wealthiest man in Shanghai. But when they searched for his biography online, they were surprised to find that there wasn't even a single formal photograph of him available. This discovery left everyone puzzled. Here was a young, incredibly wealthy, and influential man, yet he didn't seek the limelight at all. This was strange, considering that most wealthy individuals in China went out of their way to plaster their photos everywhere, building their reputation and boosting the value of their companies. But Song Yun was the complete opposite. As a result, two distinct groups began to form online. One group accused Song Yun of staging a publicity stunt, tagging government officials and calling for a strict investigation to ensure that he wasn't embezzling funds. The other group believed that Song Yun had a good heart. They pointed out that even after the videos surfaced, he hadn't used his influence to suppress them, which was a sign of his clear conscience. The debate between these two groups grew fiercer, with some people even suggesting they settle it offline. Meanwhile, in the midst of this online storm, Song Yun remained completely unaware. He was out shopping with his family. Recently, the whole family had been under a lot of pressure. Even though Yi Qingqing and the others had safely gone to the capital, they had spent many sleepless nights, constantly worried about bad news. Now that everything had settled down, the women decided they deserved a vacation in Yasan City, a place famous for its sun and beaches, the perfect getaway to relax. But just as they finalized the plan, they realized they didn't have any swimsuits. To Song Yun, this seemed like a minor problem. After all, with money in hand, they could buy swimsuits once they got there. However, the women insisted on going shopping. Reluctantly, Song Yun drove the family to the mall. After searching for a while, they finally found a large swimsuit shop that seemed promising. Maybe we shouldn't go in, Song Yun muttered, eyeing the mannequins dressed in bikinis. He rubbed his nose and added softly, you'll want to try things on, and while that's fine for you, other women might feel uncomfortable. What are you saying, son? Don't be so narrow-minded, Song Bo said sternly. This is the modern era. Besides, this store doesn't just sell women's swimsuits. We have every right to be here. Exactly, hubby. You're going to help us pick out the styles. Yi Qingqing chimed in. Just as Song Yun hesitated, Iron Curtain, one of his bodyguards, narrowed his eyes and gave Song Yun a little shove, pushing him into the store. Song Yun turned back in surprise, thinking, you, with your serious face, I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. I thought you were all about martial arts and discipline. Since it was the weekend, the store had quite a few customers. Glancing around, Song Yun noticed 5 men looking a bit uncomfortable. No doubt they had been dragged in by their girlfriends or wives. As soon as they entered, Yi Qingqing, Wan Siyu, and Wenshu started browsing the racks. They picked up one swimsuit after another, holding each up to their bodies before shaking their heads and putting them back. Aren't you going to help your wife choose a swimsuit? Song Bo nudged Song Yun. Yeah, go on. Stop bothering us here. I mean, go help her pick, Iron Curtain said, clearing his throat to hide his awkwardness. Song Yun couldn't help but look at him with newfound suspicion. What's up with this guy? Song Yun thought. He's supposed to be above worldly desires, but here he is, acting like a regular guy. Left with no choice, Song Yun followed behind Yi Qingqing and the others, curiously glancing at the swimsuits. In all his life, he had never set foot in a store like this. He would always avoid lingerie shops, afraid people would think he was some kind of pervert. None of these are quite right. Yi Qingqing sighed as she put back a swimsuit that revealed a bit too much. There's nothing I really like. Yuan Siyu nodded in agreement. While some swimsuits were nice, none seemed right for them. Hey, what about that one? Wenshu suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she pointed to a swimsuit hanging on the rack. Her enthusiasm caught the attention of the other two women. What do you think, hubby? Yi Qingqing asked shyly, her face a little flushed as she touched the fabric and checked the design. It was a modest one-piece swimsuit in a light blue color, resembling something out of a Japanese anime. It looks great. Song Yun instinctively nodded in approval. He really meant it. After following the women around the store for so long, his legs were starting to ache, while they still seemed full of energy. He couldn't understand how they could be so energetic when they usually struggled with something as simple as opening a jar. But I don't think it's quite right for me. Wenshu would look better in it. Yi Qingqing said regretfully, shaking her head. If this had been 3 years ago, she would have chosen it, but now, with her slightly showing belly, it didn't seem appropriate. Haha. I'll take it then, Wenshu said excitedly, holding the swimsuit up in front of her and twirling around, clearly pleased with her choice. Let's keep looking, Yi Qingqing said with a bit of reluctance as she tore her gaze away from the swimsuit. After a bit more browsing, the group finally narrowed down their choices. Yi Qingqing and Yuan Siyu discussed which ones they liked best. This bikini would really suit you, Yi Qingqing whispered to Yuan Siyu. With your figure, it would look amazing. Isn't it a bit too revealing? Yuan Siyu's face turned red as her ears. Oh come on, you're in the prime of your life. What's wrong with showing a little skin? Honestly, if I weren't pregnant, I would have picked this one myself, Yi Qingqing teased. Besides, don't you want to see how Song Yun reacts when he sees you in it? Yuan Siyu glanced back at Song Yun, who was standing there looking a bit awkward, and after a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and nodded firmly. In the end, Yi Qingqing opted for a more modest, loose-fitting swimsuit. It was comfortable and covered enough to protect her from the sun, which was important since she wasn't planning to swim, just lounge on the beach. When they finished shopping, Song Bo was standing nearby, getting scolded by Bai Qiu for ogling other women. Iron Curtain stood awkwardly to the side, unsure whether to stay or leave. Judging by the shopping bags in Bai Qiu's hands, she had also made her selections. Mom, let me take those. I'll go pay, Song Yun said with a smile, stepping forward. If you ever start behaving like your father, I'll break your legs. After buying swimsuits, the group gathered to decide how they would travel. Song Yun's private jet was already on standby, and the only decision left was which hotel to stay in. After checking reviews on various platforms, Song Yun set his sights on a well-known 6-star hotel in Shanghai. However, it required booking at least 2 weeks in advance. Having no other option, Song Yun used his connections, reaching out to the hotel's CEO. After calling in a favor, he secured the presidential suites at the top of the hotel. The next morning, a fleet of cars departed from Huashu Villa, heading toward the airport. Upon arrival, the airport's management greeted them personally. Since the private jet couldn't accommodate everyone and all their luggage, the airport had freed up another flight for additional passengers and cargo. A few hours later, they arrived in Yasong City. As soon as they got off the plane, private cars were waiting to transport them to their destination. Before long, they arrived at the only 6-star hotel in the city, the Shangri-La. The presidential suites Song Yun booked cost a hefty 130,000 yuan per night. The suites were located on the hotel's highest floors, offering a breathtaking view of the deep blue ocean through floor-to-ceiling windows. When they arrived at the hotel lobby, the manager personally assisted Song Yun and his group with check-in. He apologized, explaining, "Our CEO had to travel abroad for a major acquisition. Before he left, he made sure to remind me over and over to meet your every need." Song Yun smiled politely and said, "Don't worry, we'll let you know if we need anything." However, their large entourage had already drawn the attention of a nearby couple. The couple had booked a 30,000 yuan per night ocean view room, but had been stuck waiting in line for over 10 minutes. Seeing Song Yun and his group bypass the line to use a VIP check-in service, their anger flared. Despite their annoyance, the couple couldn't act out because of the sheer number of people surrounding Song Yun, including bodyguards. so they resorted to throwing jealous and envious glances at the group. Interestingly, the other guests in the lobby began eyeing the couple instead. The reason? The man, who looked to be in his 60s, had his arm wrapped firmly around the woman's waist just a little lower than socially acceptable. Man, I'm losing it. How is the difference between me and that old guy so big? Come on, the guy has a pension. You're scraping by on 3 or 4,000 yuan a month. Whose dream girl is this? Who did she belong to before? Though the guests whispered quietly, the couple overheard the comments. The older man wasn't bothered. You kids are too young to understand, he thought. I've got money and time, what's wrong with bringing a pretty woman out on a trip? Can't an old man enjoy a second chance at love? But the woman's face flushed red with embarrassment. How humiliating, she thought. If it weren't for the fact that this old guy is my top donor in my livestream, I'd never agree to go out with him. However, when her eyes landed on Song Yun, her gaze shifted. Wow, this guy is handsome, she thought. I can't help but feel something just looking at him. How wonderful it would be to be here with him instead. Hearing the manager mention the presidential suite, she tightened her grip on the old man's arm and pouted. Honey, they're staying in the presidential suite. Is it really that expensive? Can we upgrade to one too? The man hesitated. Well, please, baby, it's so rare that we get the chance to go on vacation together. Why not treat ourselves just this once? As she finished speaking, the woman shot a smug glance at the other couples in the lobby. So what if I'm with an old man? Your boyfriends might be younger, but do they have as much money as mine? She imagined the other women staying in basic 800 yuan rooms. The man was conflicted. If he didn't agree, he'd lose face in front of his young companion. Worse, his plans for the evening might fall apart. But booking the presidential suite would hurt his wallet. After all, this is the Shangri-La's presidential suite, he thought, recalling the price he'd seen online, 130,000 yuan per night. Sensing his hesitation, the woman upped the ante. Darling, please fulfill my little vanity, and I promise tonight you'll get exactly what you want. The old man felt a surge of excitement. 13,000 yuan? Whatever. I can afford it, he thought. Worst case, I'll live off plain buns for a few weeks after this trip. All right, you win. But only for one night. Tomorrow we'll switch back to the ocean view room, he conceded. The woman beamed, standing on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, darling. Their conversation wasn't lost on the other guests, and some of the women couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Why does she get to stay in the presidential suite, while I'm stuck with a boyfriend who can only afford an 800 yuan room? Some of them, who prided themselves on their looks and figures, couldn't help but compare themselves to her. I'm no worse than her, so why's my life so different? They too wished they could be posting pictures of a luxurious presidential suite on their social media, stirring up jealousy among their friends. But the sad truth was, they weren't about to find a sugar daddy on the street. And even if they tried, could they really be sure the old men they'd meet were this wealthy? Sensing the envious glances from the other women, the younger woman raised her chin proudly. You all underestimated me, she thought. Only young girls think dating broke boys is worth it. In a few years, when you've aged and are replaced by younger women, you'll regret not finding a rich man while you had the chance. As these thoughts fueled her smugness, she clung even tighter to the old man's arm, while the boyfriends around them clenched their jaws in frustration. Mr. Song, here are your presidential suite room keys, the manager said, handing over several keycards with the utmost respect. At this, the other women's gazes turned once again toward Yi Qingqing and her group. How is her boyfriend so different from mine? They thought. He looks about the same age, but their lives are on completely different levels. Sure, she's pretty, but she's pregnant, isn't she? Still, all eyes were fixed on the stack of room keys in Song Yun's hand, as the other guests wondered who this mysterious rich guy was. Hello, I'd like to book a presidential suite, the older man said nonchalantly to the receptionist, trying to show off to his young companion. It was as if 130,000 yuan was nothing to him. I'm sorry, sir, but the presidential suites are fully booked, the receptionist replied. What? The old man felt relieved. In that case, can I book the presidential suite for tomorrow? The old man reluctantly asked, biting his tongue. He couldn't ignore the hopeful look in his companion's eyes. I'm sorry, the staff member replied with a professional smile, but tomorrow is also fully booked. The day after as well, and the day after that. As long as that gentleman remains in Yasang City, the presidential suite will be reserved exclusively for him. What? The old man was stunned. Who was this young man with such incredible influence? The entire hotel had essentially blocked out the presidential suite just for him. It was unbelievable. The amount of money he was spending on his stay alone could probably buy multiple villas in Yasang City. Everyone in the lobby was dumbfounded, their minds reeling from the shock. Even the staff member behind the front desk, while maintaining a calm facade, felt his heart race. He had served countless wealthy clients before, and even they would only reserve a single presidential suite while their bodyguards stayed in standard rooms. But this young man had reserved the entire top floor of presidential suites. Such financial power, there were very few people in the whole country who could pull off something like that. As they watched Song Yun disappear into the elevator, everyone's gaze was filled with a mixture of awe and envy. Some even dreamed of approaching him, hoping to catch his attention. After all, even getting a small favor from someone like him could secure their future. But when they looked at the intimidating bodyguards surrounding him, especially the towering figure of Tai Mu, standing at 2 meters tall, they hesitated. What if this young man didn't take kindly to such behavior and had them thrown out or worse? Meanwhile, the woman beside the old man narrowed her eyes, glaring at Yi Qingqing and the other women with growing resentment. How could there be such a huge difference between them? They got to travel with a handsome, rich man, staying in luxurious presidential suites without spending a dime. Meanwhile, she had to settle for a measly 30,000 yuan room with an old man who would probably want something in return later that night. It felt like an unbridgeable gap had opened between them. On the other side, Song Yun and his group had already entered the elevator. Their trip had no set end date. They were here to enjoy themselves, and they would leave whenever they felt like it. Besides, with someone looking after things back in Shanghai, there was no rush to return. Yasang City's clean air and pleasant climate made it a perfect spot for a longer stay. As Song Yun gazed at the clear blue sky, he felt a sense of peace and relaxation wash over him. Soon, the elevator arrived at the top floor of the hotel. Song Yun handed out room keys to everyone and led Yi Qingqing and Yuan Siyu into their suite. To be honest, Song Yun had never really stayed in many hotels before, so he was genuinely curious about the interior design. Upon entering the suite, the first thing that caught his eye was the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, through which the sunlight poured, casting a golden glow on the floor. The lavish decor screamed opulence. Every detail in the room, from the furniture to the fittings, spoke of immense wealth. Just the furnishings and decorations alone must have cost millions, a testament to how high-end this hotel was. Song Yun curiously explored each room, noting that every suite had its own large windows and luxurious bathroom, complete with oversized bathtubs. In the bathroom, an array of high-end international skincare and cosmetic products was neatly arranged. Guests were free to take them, whether they used them or not. No wonder women were so obsessed with staying in presidential suites. Just these luxury products alone would make it worth their while. This is way more comfortable than the places I stayed at when I was on missions in Hong Kong, Song Yun said as he stretched out on the plush sofa. Of course, Yi Qingqing laughed, resting her head on his chest. There are only 18 Shangri-La hotels in the world, and they've spent centuries perfecting the art of hospitality, just to make sure their guests are as comfortable as possible. Here's an interesting fact. There isn't even a Shangri-La hotel in Shanghai. They originally planned to build one, but local hotel operators pushed back, and the booming tourism industry made them shift their focus to Yasang City instead. After taking a short break, the three of them left the suite to grab some lunch. Following lunch, the hotel manager gave them a tour of the property, explaining the history of the Shangri-La brand. Being the only 6-star hotel in Yasang City, it offered every conceivable luxury. An aquarium, a water park, a spa, a KTV, and several fine dining restaurants. Just exploring the entire hotel could easily take more than a day. Mr. Song, we've also rented a private beach for our guests to enjoy. If you like, I can arrange for it to be cleared just for you, the manager offered respectfully. There's no need for that, Song Yun replied. We're here to relax and have fun, not to make a big fuss. We'll play it by ear, and if we need anything, I'll let you know. Song Yun wasn't one to abuse his privileges. Most wealthy people would have jumped at the chance to have the beach to themselves, but that wasn't his style. Understood, Mr. Song. Please don't hesitate to contact me if you need anything. Enjoy your stay, the manager said, quickly taking his leave. I'm thinking of taking your mother for a stroll around the city, Song Bo said, slumping into a chair. What are you guys planning to do? Since it's our first day, how about the beach? Song Yun suggested. Oh right. Yi Qingqing clapped her hands excitedly. I've been watching videos of people foraging at the beach, and it looks like so much fun. Why don't we give it a try? I've seen those too. I spent over 2 hours watching them all. It was so addictive, Yuan Siyu chimed in, nodding eagerly. The two women exchanged looks and turned to Song Yun, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. They couldn't stop thinking about the videos where people waded through shallow waters, catching crabs and fish with just a pair of tongs and a bucket. It sounded like such a thrilling adventure. Now that they were at the beach, they couldn't wait to give it a try. All the hotel's amenities could be enjoyed later, but they were itching to go foraging right away. Foraging on the beach, huh? Song Yun murmured, rubbing his chin. He didn't have the heart to burst their bubble, but he knew that many of those videos were scripted. The animals they caught were often planted there beforehand. What if they didn't find anything? Wouldn't that be disappointing? Just then, the system's familiar voice rang in Song Yun's ears. Ding. You have arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel in Yesong City. Would you like to check in? Startled, Song Yun mentally pressed the check-in button. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the equipment. Never miss tongs. What the heck? What is a never miss tongs? This piece of equipment doesn't seem serious at all. If you're not going to give me the hotel shares outright, you should at least offer me some other rewards. Song Yun stared at the never miss tongs in his system backpack, the kind frequently seen in coastal fishing videos, and fell into deep thought. Ding. A mission has been detected but not yet accepted. Please choose to accept or decline within 30 minutes. Another mission? Song Yun curiously opened the mission list and saw. Before nightfall, catch 50 crabs, 50 octopuses, and 10 fish weighing no less than 10 pounds each. Looking at the rewards, Song Yun immediately became excited. Complete the mission and receive the world's top-ranked yacht. Sichuan. Sichuan, 85 meters long, 32 meters wide, with a total usable area of 5,000 square meters. The yacht is equipped with a swimming pool, basketball court, game room, cinema, karaoke room, wine cellar, and more. Total price: 8.5 billion. Looks like the system still loves me. After all, the previous sign-in reward was clearly preparing me for this mission. I totally misjudged the system. Since such a great opportunity has been handed to me, how could I not take it? Without hesitation, Song Yun accepted the mission. Let me contact the manager from earlier and see where the best coastal fishing spots are, Song Yun said with a smile. After contacting the manager, he was told that the best spots weren't on crowded beaches but rather in more remote areas. Ideally, these places should be partially developed, easy to access, and more likely to have a higher concentration of seafood. Luckily, the manager was a fan of coastal fishing himself and quickly directed Song Yun to a good spot. He even mentioned that he had baited the area with rotting meat a couple of days ago, so there would definitely be big catches now. After thanking him repeatedly, Song Yun set off in a hotel car with Yi King, Yuan Siyu, and Wen Shu toward the area. They drove for more than half an hour before finally arriving. This was a spot known mostly to veteran coastal fishers. It was a large, wide area, but only 2 or 3 people were there, each holding a pair of tongs in one hand and a plastic bucket in the other, with live streaming devices strapped to their waists, explaining their catches to their online viewers. Song Yun took out the tongs and plastic buckets he had prepared for the 3 girls, and the 4 of them excitedly headed toward the beach. I peeked into that guy's bucket earlier. He's caught quite a lot. Why don't we split into 2 teams and see who can catch the most? Wen Shu suggested mischievously. Of course, the losing team has to agree to one condition from the winners. Sure. We all have 2 eyes and 2 hands, who's afraid of who? Yi King responded enthusiastically. Coastal fishing was already fun for her, and the added bet just ignited her competitive spirit even more. Let's settle this with rock, paper, scissors. Song Yun didn't mind, especially since he had the never-miss tongs given to him by the system. As the name suggests, one pinch and you're guaranteed to catch something. The 4 of them formed a small circle and played rock, paper, scissors to determine the teams. They paired off based on matching gestures. Soon, the teams were set. Yi King and Yuan Siyu on one side, and Song Yun and Wen Shu on the other. Perfect. Song Yun had always had a little thought in the back of his mind, but because the 2 girls were usually too shy, he had never acted on it. After all, the hotel beds were so big. The blankets were so big. With just 2 people, it would feel cold. But with 3, it would be just right. With this thought, Song Yun felt more fired up than ever. Wen Shu, let's go. Let's show these 2 what real skill looks like. Song Yun led Wen Shu on the search. After walking about 10 meters, Song Yun found a small water pit about half a meter wide, dug by someone. Inside, 2 crabs were fiercely clashing, their pincers flailing as they attacked each other. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada. Unaware of the oriole behind those 2 crabs had no idea that in the next moment, a pair of never-miss tongs would grab them and toss them into the plastic bucket. Wow. Brother Song Yun, you're amazing. You've already caught 2 crabs in no time. Wen Shu exclaimed, jumping up and down in excitement. We're definitely going to win. Get ready for a seafood feast tonight, Song Yun said with a grin. Wen Shu's loud voice soon caught the attention of Yi Qingqing and Yuan Siyu, who came over to check. When they saw the 2 large crabs, their eyes flashed with envy. Ha ha ha. I've already decided what I'm going to ask for, Wen Shu said proudly. What's going on in that little head of yours? Yi Qingqing asked, curious. Everything about Shanghai is great, except for one thing. When we take showers, everyone gets their own little cubicle. It feels too distant. Back in my village we used to bathe together, and the girls would help each other scrub their backs. It felt so comfortable. With a nostalgic look, Wen Shu continued. If we win, I'm taking both of you to a big public bathhouse together. Hee hee, fine, Yuan Siyu laughed. I've never been to a place like that. But wait, you only get one request. You've made yours, but what about Song Yun? Wen Shu was momentarily stunned, but then waved her hand dismissively. Oh, my brother wouldn't care about something like that. No. Song Yun suddenly shouted. I've already decided what I want. What's on your mind? Wen Shu asked. I'm not telling. Song Yun said with a mysterious smile. But we only have a little more than 3 hours until nightfall, so let's hurry. With that, he continued searching for the next spot. Watching Song Yun's back, Yi Qingqing suddenly remembered something, and her face flushed red. Song Yun had once privately mentioned something to her, but no way. There's no way I'd agree to that. I have to win this time. Now that I know what he's thinking, I won't hold back. She had always been curious to see what Song Yun would look like in women's clothing. Song Yun was handsome, with a delicate face. He would definitely make a stunning big sister in drag. How interesting. See you, let's go. Yi Qingqing shouted with renewed determination. Among the 4 of them, only Yuan Siyu wasn't overthinking things. She had simply come for fun, unaware of the hidden schemes brewing around her. As Song Yun continued searching, he found a rocky area by the shore. From what he had seen in videos, these were the spots with the biggest catches. Carefully stepping onto the algae-free rocks, he peeked over and grinned. At the base of the jagged rocks, there was a fish over half a meter long, nibbling on seaweed. Judging by its size, it must weigh more than 20 pounds. This is a great catch. To avoid scaring the fish away, Song Yun cautiously moved towards the bottom of the rocks. Swoosh! Catching fish is all about speed and precision. If he hesitated even for a second, the moment the tool hit the water, the fish would get startled and escape. Splash! Song Yun grabbed the big fish with his tongs and tossed it onto the beach. The fish flopped vigorously against the ground, looking very lively. Wow! Wen Shu's eyes sparkled as she poked the fish with her small tongs, laughing. Looks like we're going to win. This time, I'm definitely dragging those 2 to the bathhouse with me. Come on, Wen Shu. Let's not sound like a total creep. Song Yun sighed and rubbed his forehead. Besides, I've already thought of what I want to ask for. You're making it hard for me now. Ah, just this once. Next time, I'll give you the right to choose. Wen Shu pouted and pleaded. Every time I make this suggestion, they always refuse. I'm just so curious. Maybe it's because they're not used to it. They've always had private showers. Song Yun replied, placing the fish into the bucket with his tongs. I can compromise on a lot of things, but not this time. Wen Shu tilted her head, puzzled, but then suddenly seemed to realize something. Covering her mouth in surprise, she exclaimed, You don't want to be like those TV drama characters who all sleep under one big blanket, do you? Song Yun froze. What kind of TV shows was she watching to come up with this stuff? And to think, when Wen Shu first came around, she was so innocent, as pure as a blank sheet of paper. But now, how did she learn so much? Inappropriate knowledge in such a short time? Did I just hit the nail on the head? Wen Shu gave Song Yun a suspicious look and clicked her tongue, saying, Even though my idea was pretty creepy, yours. I admit, you win. No. What are you even saying? Song Yun slapped Wen Shu lightly on the back of her head, annoyed. Can't you have any normal thoughts? Are you watching inappropriate stuff all the time? If you keep this up, I'm cutting off your internet. No, please. Brother Song Yun. If you cut off my internet, you might as well take my life. I'll behave, I swear. Besides, don't you want to know what Qingqing is thinking? You know. Wen Shu gave a smug little laugh and raised her head proudly. I overheard Qingqing say she really wants to see you in women's clothes. Song Yun's eyes widened. What? Women's clothes? Could it be the kind of women's clothes I'm thinking of? No way. King always seems so pure. How could she have such a weird idea? It can't be true. Wen Shu must be messing with me. But Wen Shu's expression didn't show a hint of deception. Could it be that my wife is a bit of pervert too? Song Yun's worldview was suddenly shattered. You didn't know, did you? Actually, boys dressing up as girls, especially good-looking ones like you, can look really nice. I've seen tons of examples online, and it doesn't even surprise me anymore. Wen Shu covered her mouth, snickering. Thinking about it now, I almost don't want you to win. Get lost. Song Yun, with a dark expression, shooed her away in frustration. Then, grabbing his tongs, he resumed searching for more catches. No way. I absolutely can't lose. This is a battle for my dignity. If I lose, Yuan Cu might let it go, but King will definitely take a few pictures for the memories. I don't want to be looking through photo albums years later and come across pictures of me in a little dress, looking all shy. That would be a fate worse than death. With his determination fired up, Song Yun quickly found several large catches along the shore. Soon his plastic bucket was nearly full. 1, 2, 3, 4. Song Yun counted. So far he had caught 48 crabs, 52 octopuses, and 4 fish over 10 pounds. He checked the time. There was still an hour left before nightfall. The mission would definitely be completed. Brother Song Yun, if I didn't know you were busy with other things most of the time, I'd think you were a part-time coastal fishing streamer. Wen Shu looked at the full bucket in Song Yun's hand, then at the measly few oysters in her own bucket, and felt completely defeated. How is it that we both have the same number of hands and one brain, but the difference is so huge? It's just a small catch. Song Yun replied nonchalantly. The air was thick with the scent of showing off, but this was the kind of bragging that was well earned. Wen Shu sighed and said, "Looks like we're definitely going to win. Shall we head back to the car and rest for a bit? Then we can mock those two after the bet's settled. You take the bucket back. I'm going to catch a bit more." Song Yun took Wen Shu's empty bucket and eagerly continued fishing. Quick hands and sharp eyes were part of it, but the real key was having good tools. These tongs were amazing. Song Yun was already mentally praising the system. Is this what it's like to have a system? Anything made by the system is bound to be top-notch. Time ticked by, and before long Song Yun had caught the required number of crabs, octopuses, and fish. When he returned with another full bucket, Wen Shu's eyes nearly popped out of her head. This guy isn't just a coastal fishing expert, he's a coastal fishing god. If Song Yun were to start a live stream without revealing his identity, his income from donations alone would be enormous. What a shame. Oh, you two are back so soon. Are you planning to admit defeat? Yi King sauntered over with Yuan Cu, both of them looking rather smug. Their plastic buckets were each more than half full. It was clear that Yi King was going all out to make sure Song Yun ended up in women's clothes. But when the two girls saw the 2 full buckets in the back of the car, they fell silent. What the? Am I seeing things? How did Song Yun manage to catch so much? Why didn't I suspect Wen Shu? Oh, that's easy. Wen Shu's just a lazy bum who spends her time eating and playing. There's no way she caught all this. You must have cheated. Yi King stammered, "We can't let a bet push us to buy seafood from someone else." No way. Song Yun caught all of this with his own effort. If you don't trust him, do you at least trust me? Shut up. In our household, you're the least trustworthy person. Yi King snapped back without hesitation. But when she saw the clear and sincere look in Song Yun's eyes, she realized her accusation might have been wrong. Her husband wouldn't cheat just because of some inappropriate thoughts. Sigh. It's just so embarrassing. Wait. A sudden idea popped into Yi King's mind. After all, this was a team competition, and each team only got one request. Compared to whatever was brewing in Song Yun's mind, maybe Wen Shu's condition wasn't so bad. After all, it's just going to the bathhouse together, right? What's the worst that could happen? Fine, we concede. You two can make your request. Wisdom from the ancients never fails. But just as Song Yun and Wen Shu exchanged glances, Wen Shu helplessly shrugged and said, "Although I'd love to take both of you to the bathhouse, almost everything in those 2 buckets was caught by Song Yun. I can't take credit, so the condition goes to him." As she said this, Wen Shu was inwardly crying. It wasn't about taking credit, it was about avoiding the risk that Song Yun might cut off her internet in a fit of rage. Besides, there's plenty of time. One day she'd definitely drag them both to the bathhouse. Hey, this was almost too easy. Song Yun stretched lazily and said, "I didn't even use my full strength." Yi King blushed and shot him an annoyed look. As the group chatted, more and more people started arriving in the area, some locals, coming for a quick seafood catch after dinner, and several coastal fishing streamers, holding up their phones and shouting thanks to their viewers for sending virtual gifts. But when these passers-by saw the three beautiful women around Song Yun's car, they couldn't help but take a second glance. And that glance left them dumbfounded. What the heck? How did this car's trunk get filled with so many huge catches? Hey brother, wanna smoke? One of the streamers, with his live stream gear strapped around his waist, handed a cigarette to Song Yun. Song Yun took it but didn't light it. What's up, man? Something you need? You've got so much seafood here, are you planning to release it back into the sea? No, we caught it ourselves. Song Yun replied, giving the guy a weird look. Buying seafood just to release it? Who'd be crazy enough to do that? And even if you did throw it back, someone else would probably scoop it up the next minute. Very impressive. The streamer licked his lips, hesitating for a moment before saying, brother, do you think you could spare me some of your catch? I'd pay you market price, of course. Aren't you a coastal fishing streamer? Why don't you catch your own? Wen Shu asked curiously. Well, back when fewer people knew about this spot, it was possible to get some big catches every day. But now, with all these people, there's just not enough to go around. The streamer lit his cigarette and sighed, and we streamers rely on our catches to make a living. If you don't haul in something big, no one's going to send you gifts. It's tough. Honestly, most of the coastal fishing content online is fake. About 90% of streamers either plant their catches in advance or even drug the fish and crabs to make it look like they're doing great. Really? Song Yun asked in surprise. Then why are your hands empty? Why not just buy some? I had some other stuff going on today, so I didn't have time to hit the market. Plus, my live stream starts soon, so I'm hoping you can help me out. I guess it wouldn't hurt. Song Yun glanced at his mission list and saw that he'd already completed it, meaning he was free to deal with the seafood as he liked. He picked out 10 crabs, a few octopuses, and a large fish to give to the streamer. In the end, their afternoon fishing trip didn't cost them a thing, and they even made a few $100. When the group returned to the hotel, the manager's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the buckets of seafood. In all his years of coastal fishing, he'd never had such a bountiful harvest. Please prepare these and make a meal out of them. Song Yun said to the manager with a smile. Send one fish to each room, and the rest to my room. Of course. The four of them went to freshen up, as they were covered in the smell of seafood after spending the whole afternoon fishing. By the time they had showered, the hotel had already prepared the food and sent it up. Spicy garlic oysters, steamed grouper, stir-fried octopus, along with a few extra dishes added by the hotel. The four of them ate until they were stuffed. As he lay on the couch, Song Yun finally had time to open his mission list. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the world's top-ranked yacht. Sichuan. The yacht is expected to dock at Yasen port within 12 hours. Please note that all docking fees are not covered by the system. Song Yun did a quick calculation. He had completed the mission around 6 o'clock, meaning by tomorrow morning, the Sichuan would be waiting for him. How exciting! After all, toys like this weren't something you could buy just because you had money. Each shipyard only produced a few models per year, and not only did wealthy buyers have to bid for them, they also had to wait in line. For a yacht like the Sichuan, it could take 3 to 5 years to even get in the water. It's getting late. I'm heading to bed, Wen Shu said, yawning. I'm so exhausted. I'm sleeping in tomorrow until noon, and nobody better wake me up. Yi King snapped out of her daze and quickly grabbed Wen Shu's arm. It's still early. Let's watch some TV or maybe play cards together. Aww sis. I'm really tired today. I'll play cards with you all you want tomorrow, I promise. Wen Shu gave her a pitiful look. Yi King mirrored the look, staring back at her just as pitifully. If Wen Shu left, there wouldn't be any outsiders in the room. And then, Song Yun might finally reveal his condition. How embarrassing. Wen Shu, go ahead and sleep. Don't forget to lock your door. Song Yun pulled Wen Shu free from Yi Qing's grip, eagerly shutting the door behind her. Ha ha ha. Now it's just the three of us. Song Yun rubbed his hands together with a mischievous smile. It's late. Time for bed, don't you think? I'm not tired. Yi King couldn't even look Song Yun in the eye. It was terrifying. His gaze was like that of a hungry wolf. You know what my condition is, don't you? Song Yun leaned close and whispered into Yi Qing's ear. I don't know. Yi King bit her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her eyes started to glisten, and this look was driving Song Yun wild. Are you really going to make me say it? Song Yun teased, lifting Yi Qingqing's chin with his finger and smiling. No. Yi Qingqing immediately buried her face in his chest, pleading playfully, Honey, you're the best, can we please change the condition? I'll agree to anything else, okay? Don't think I don't know what's going on in that little head of yours. If I had lost tonight, I bet I'd already be in women's clothes by now, wouldn't I? Yi Qingqing lifted her head in shock and stammered, How did you know? No, that's not what I meant. Don't fight it. I might not make you do anything tonight, but if you keep trying to weasel out of it, I can't promise I won't change my mind. With that, Song Yun turned and headed towards the bedroom. Yi Qingqing bit her lip, scrunched her nose, and stomped her foot before reluctantly following him inside. As for Yuan Siyu, she had already gone in. The next morning, Song Yun carefully pulled his arms from under the two women's necks. He had slept with his arms under them all night, and even with his strong physique, they had gone numb. He got up quietly, freshened up, and left the room. He could hardly wait to see his Sichuan yacht. After a 20-minute drive, he arrived at the largest port in Yasan City. As soon as he parked and looked out over the water, he spotted a massive ship docked at the pier. Compared to Sichuan, the other luxurious private yachts, which were already impressive on their own, looked like mere fishing boats. Song Yun quickly approached Sichuan and, after finishing the formalities with the management, took a tour of the yacht. The more he saw, the more he loved it. This truly was the world's #1 private yacht. Everything on board was top-notch, and the yacht was fully prepared he could set sail at any time. Mr. Song, when would you like to depart? Asked Sichuan's personal butler with great respect. Since its construction, no one had ever boarded this yacht before. The crew only knew that the owner was extremely mysterious. But seeing the large sums of money deposited into their bank accounts every month, they had long since stopped questioning it. Last night, however, the butler had suddenly received a message. The yacht was to be sailed to Yasan City's port within 12 hours, as the owner would inspect it the next day. That message had startled him, and he had immediately mobilized the crew to prepare everything. Upon meeting Song Yun, the butler's imagination about the yacht's owner was confirmed. Young, wealthy, and handsome. A true winner in life, who else could be worthy of owning the Sichuan? I'll let you know, Song Yun said, before heading back to the hotel. Once he returned, he woke up Yi Qingqing and Yuan Siyu, and the three of them went down to the restaurant for breakfast. Just as they were about to start eating, a voice called out from behind them. Brother Yun. Startled, Song Yun turned around to see Yezi waving at him from the entrance of the restaurant. Yezi. Ha ha, what a surprise to run into you here. Yezi laughed and walked over with his female companion. Greeting, hello sister-in-law. Hello second sister-in-law. Hi Yezi. Yi Qingqing responded with a smile. Hello. This was the first time someone had called Yuan Siyu sister-in-law in public, and she blushed deeply. Let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, Lu Yuyan. Hua, you've got a fiancé now? When did that happen? And why didn't you tell me? Are we not close anymore? Song Yun pretended to be angry and playfully punched Yezi's arm. He then glanced at Lu Yan, who was quite pretty, though he wasn't sure about her personality. Yezi scratched the back of his head sheepishly. It happened last month. I knew you were busy, so I thought I'd wait until the wedding to send you an invitation. You're giving me lip, huh? Ah, Brother Yun, I'm sorry. Yezi quickly apologized, then patted Lu Yan's waist and introduced her again. This is my best brother Song Yun, and these two lovely ladies are Yi Qingqing and Yuan Siyu, both are your sisters-in-law. Nice to meet you, Brother Yun and sisters-in-law. Lu Yan said shyly and politely. So, what brings you to Yasan City? Song Yun asked curiously. Our company held a raffle, and I won a 7-day trip to Yasan City. I figured I'd take her on a little vacation before we get married. As they chatted, 4 people walked into the restaurant, 3 men and 1 woman. Look who we have here. Isn't that Yezi? The man leading the group smirked and nudged his companions, laughing. Small world, huh? A trip to Yasan City must have cost him a pretty penny. His snarky tone made Song Yun's brow furrow. Why are you all like a bad rash that just won't go away? Yezi stood up and shielded Lu Yan, clearly annoyed. Lu Yan and I are engaged now. Can you just leave us alone? Last month, when Yezi had taken Lu Yan to the movies, they'd run into this guy, who had the nerve to ask for Lu Yan's number right in front of Yezi. Yezi had been furious, and if Lu Yan hadn't held him back, he would have beaten the guy up on the spot. Ever since then, the guy had been like a shadow, constantly following them. Every time Yezi and Lu Yan went out, they somehow ran into him. Yezi had hoped this vacation would give them some peace, But clearly he had underestimated his persistence. Why call it harassment? You two aren't married yet, I still have a chance, the man said, his tone flippant. His gaze then shifted greedily to Yi Qingqing and Yuan Siyu. Wang Hao, I don't want to argue with you. If you don't leave now, I'll make you regret it. Yezi snapped, getting more irritated. Haha, what's the big deal? Does your family own this hotel? Wang Hao casually pulled out a chair and sat down across from Yezi, provoking him. I've booked a room here too. Why shouldn't I be here? Damn, this is annoying. Yezi sat back down, clearly frustrated. Picking a fight with this guy would only land him in trouble, and he knew Wang Hao's family had power and influence. Starting something over this wasn't worth the hassle. Calm down, calm down. Lu Ying said softly, rubbing Yezi's back to soothe him. Brother Yun, where are you and the sisters-in-law headed today? Yezi asked, taking deep breaths to calm down. We're by the sea, so we're planning to try out some water sports. Water sports? Are you going to rent a yacht? Haha, typical poor people, needing to rent a yacht just to go out to sea. That's hilarious. Wang Hao interjected with a sneer. My family has a small yacht here. If you beg me, maybe I'll let you tag along. Shut up. Yezi suddenly stood up and swung a punch towards Wang Hao. But Song Yun quickly stopped him, grabbing his arm just in time. He glanced coldly at Wang Hao and said, No need. I actually have a small yacht here myself. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao sneered internally. Everyone these days claims to own a yacht. Yachts are incredibly expensive to maintain even if you don't sail, upkeep alone can cost hundreds of thousands a year. Not to mention the docking fees and the salaries of the crew. This young guy didn't look the part, just some handsome guy wearing cheap, market stall clothes. He definitely didn't seem like someone rich enough to own a yacht. Wang Hao was convinced that Song Yun was just bluffing to avoid looking bad in front of the women. He was probably planning to bribe the staff at the dock to make a rented yacht look like his own. Well, I'd love to see this private yacht of yours. Hopefully it's not some fishing boat. Wang Hao laughed, and his friends joined in. You don't need to worry about that, Song Yun replied calmly, checking the time. He figured his parents were awake by now, so he gave them a call, asking if they wanted to join him on the yacht. His father, Song Bo, wasn't interested in sailing. He and his friend were planning to swim at the beach. Swim. Song Yun thought to himself, instantly seeing through their real intentions. They just wanted to check out the women in bikinis. He shook his head, smiling to himself. His dad really wasn't afraid of getting his legs broken by his mom. Song Yun woke up Huang Beiding and the others, telling them to meet at the hotel entrance in 10 minutes to set off. Why don't you and your fiancé join us? Song Yun offered. Yezi glanced at Lu Yan, and after getting her approval, he nodded. The five of them had a quick bite to eat, and then sat on the lobby couches, waiting for Huang Beiding and the others to arrive. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and his group stood by the hotel entrance, smoking cigarettes. Wang Hao couldn't wait to see how Song Yun would try to keep up this act. He planned to drive his private yacht up next to Song Yun's yacht at the port and expose his lie. That way he could show everyone the difference between real and fake wealth. If that impressed the two women, all the better. 10 minutes later, a group of over 10 people emerged from the elevator. Wang Hao took one look at their touristy outfits and couldn't help but laugh. They looked like a tour group. Just as expected, Song Yun was all talk. Ignoring Wang Hao's mocking gaze, Song Yun and his group drove to the port. Mr. Wang, should we follow them? One of Wang Hao's friends asked. Of course. Wang Hao replied. As soon as they reached the port, Wang Hao excitedly contacted his yacht's crew, telling them to bring the yacht around and stick close to Song Yun's group. A few minutes later, Wang Hao's luxurious private yacht arrived. Watching it approach, Wang Hao felt a surge of pride. This yacht had been custom built overseas by his father, costing $80 million. He had brought it to Yasan City both to enjoy the sea and to show off his wealth in front of Lu Yuyan, hoping to win her over. But now, unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon two even more beautiful women. Good day, Mr. Wang. Captain of the Sunrise reporting. A middle-aged man in a captain's uniform saluted Wang Hao. When would you like to set sail? No rush? See that group over there? Wait for them to board their yacht, and then we'll move in close. Understood. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing nearly dropped her jaw when she saw the yacht Song Yun pointed to. It was massive, bigger than some cruise ships. Is this really a yacht? Time to board, Song Yun said, instructing the private butler to lower the bridge. The group boarded the Sichuan. Gulp. Wang Hao swallowed hard. What the heck? How was their yacht so big? Captain, Is that a private yacht or a cruise ship? Wang Hao asked, stunned. The captain furrowed his brow. It looks more like a cruise ship. Whew! Hearing this, Wang Hao let out a sigh of relief. He knew it. They were just faking it, renting a spot on a cruise ship because they couldn't afford a private yacht. Mr. Wang, should we pull up alongside them? No way. We just got a new paint job, and if that thing scratches my yacht, my dad will kill me. Let's follow them out to sea and see what happens when there's more room. On board the Sichuan, Song Yun's group was getting familiar with the layout of the ship under the guidance of the private butler. Brother Yun, your yacht even has a helicopter. This is insane, Yezi exclaimed. I never thought I'd ever set foot on something so luxurious. I'm going to have a lot to brag about to my coworkers. Haha, take plenty of photos to back it up. Song Yun joked. Boss, everything is ready. Shall we set sail? The private butler approached respectfully. Let's go. The Sichuan's engines roared to life, and the enormous yacht slowly moved towards the horizon. After reaching a perfect spot, the yacht dropped anchor and floated silently on the water. Wow, I never knew such a big vessel could still be called a yacht. You learn something new every day. A voice boomed from a loudspeaker outside. Song Yun peeked out and, unsurprisingly, saw Wang Hao and his yacht trailing them. Ha ha ha, let me see the captain of that yacht. What company are they even working for? Wang Hao continued his taunts. I am the captain of this yacht. Please maintain a distance of at least 10 meters from our vessel, or it will be considered a provocation. The Sichuan's captain announced through the loudspeaker. Wang Hao was unfazed and kept provoking them. I know all the cruise companies in Yasan City. Don't act tough. If I wanted, I could get you fired. This is your second warning. Maintain a distance of at least 10 meters. Wang Hao was confused, but before he could respond, the Sichuan began moving again, this time circling around the sunrise. Their ship is several times our size. If they keep this up, they'll create a whirlpool with us at the center. We'll have no choice but to beg for their help to escape. The Sunrise's captain shouted, clearly anxious. If things escalated, he knew he'd be held responsible for whatever happened. Back away immediately. I repeat, back away immediately. The Sunrise's captain screamed. He quickly started the engines, pulling away from the Sichuan at full speed. It wasn't until they were over 20 meters apart that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he was still furious about what had just happened. Damn it. Find out who owns that yacht. Wang Hao yelled, still shaken. What? No record of that ship. Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean by that? Are you saying they're out there without any proper registration? The captain of the Sunrise was equally confused, as nothing like this had ever happened in all his years on the job. Mr. Wang, there's another possibility. Our clearance level may not be high enough, the captain said slowly, lighting a cigarette. Some private yachts are registered with classified departments. Classified? Come on, how could a bunch of nobodies have anything so secretive? Wang Hao sneered at the thought. After all, in his eyes, Yazi was just an ordinary white-collar worker. How could someone like him have such powerful connections? That's for you to figure out. I just work for your father. The Sunrise captain replied with a shrug. This wasn't his problem, as long as the yacht didn't sink. He couldn't care less about the squabbles between people. What? Are we just giving up? One of the women in Wang Hao's group taunted. They're just trying to scare us. Look at how cocky they were. Yeah, Mr. Wang, if they actually tried something, that would be endangering lives. Plus, your yacht is worth a fortune. Don't be fooled by the size of that cruise ship. It's probably worth half as much as your yacht. These words from his so-called friends fueled Wang Hao's anger. He stood on the deck, clenching his fists as he glared at the distant Sichuan. Captain, take us closer. Wang Hao shouted, refusing to back down. What? The Sunrise captain had thought his warnings would make Wang Hao reconsider, but instead he seemed determined to go through with it. Mr. Wang, I work directly for your father. You have no authority to command me, and I have the right to refuse any action that might endanger the yacht. The captain responded with an irritated look. After all, it wasn't Wang Hao paying his salary. The captain had traveled all the way from Shanghai out of courtesy, but now Wang Hao was asking him to risk their lives. Ridiculous. You. Wang Hao's face turned red with embarrassment in front of his friends. You think you can defy me? I'll have my father fire you the moment we're back in Shanghai. That's something your father will have to decide, not you. The captain shot back. In fact, once your father hears what happened today, I believe he'll thank me for protecting the yacht. He might even give me a bonus. Damn it. Wang Hao was at a loss, glaring helplessly at the Sichuan as it sailed ahead. He couldn't exactly jump in the water and swim over. Just as Wang Hao stood there, fuming, a small boat approached the Sunrise, speeding toward them. "Where is the captain of the Sunrise?" There were only 2 people on the boat, but their uniforms immediately caught the captain's attention. It was the Coast Guard. He quickly stepped forward. "I'm the captain. Is there an issue?" "Good afternoon. We received a report from this area. Someone from the Sichuan claimed that the Sunrise was behaving suspiciously around their private yacht. We were dispatched to investigate," the Coast Guard officer said politely. "What?" Wang Hao was furious. This was absurd. Were they really being blamed here? "We're the victims," Wang Hao shouted. "They were circling us with their ship. We almost died out there." "Calm down, sir," the officer replied calmly. "But as I understand it, the Sichuan issued 3 warnings which you ignored. Why didn't you follow their instructions?" "What the? Wait. Are you saying that ship is the Sichuan?" The Sunrise captain's eyes widened in disbelief. The Sichuan was a legend in their industry, once ranked the world's #1 yacht. Previously, the top spot had belonged to a royal family in the Middle East, but the Sichuan had mysteriously appeared a few years ago, taking its place. Everyone from elite circles had speculated about the identity of the Sichuan's owner, but no one knew for sure. Some believed it belonged to a sheikh, while others thought it was secretly purchased by a low-key Chinese tycoon. People had debated endlessly, but since no one had ever seen the yacht, most assumed it was just a rumor. But today here it was right in front of them. The Sunrise captain stood on the deck, staring in awe at the Sichuan, fully realizing its prestige. "Mr. Wang, take my advice and let this go," the captain said with a sigh. "You're not in the same league as them. If they wanted to crush you, it'd be as easy as squashing an ant. Do you really want your father to clean up your mess?" "He's right," the Coast Guard officer chimed in, smiling. "Escalating this situation would be very unwise. We're here to mediate, but if you continue, we'll have to intervene and move you to another area. Thank you for coming out. I'll definitely treat you 2 to drinks when we're back," the Sunrise captain said politely. "All right, we'll be on our way then," the officers replied before departing in their boat. "What's your deal? What's all this talk about the Sichuan? I've never even heard of it," Wang Hao shouted in frustration. "Mr. Wang," the captain sighed again, "if you're so determined, why don't you swim over there yourself? It's only 20 meters away. Go ahead." "Yes. I'll be filing today's events in the ship's log and reporting everything to your father. You'll probably be grounded once we're back. I hope you're ready for that," the captain added before heading back to the bridge to prepare for their return. As for Wang Hao's reputation, he didn't care. After all, Wang Hao was just a spoiled brat. The captain was certain that Wang Hao's father would fully support his actions once he heard the name Sichuan. "Captain, I realize my mistake. How about we just hang out here without getting any closer? That should be fine, right?" Wang Hao asked, his face returning to normal as he walked into the bridge. "Of course. If that's the case, your father will be pleased." "Thank you." Wang Hao returned to the deck, and one of his friends whispered, "Mr. Wang, are we really just going to drop this? There will be consequences. What's this Sichuan anyway? How do we know they didn't just bribe the staff to scare us?" "I knew it. Mr. Wang never backs down. Remember that guy from the bar? You put him in the hospital with just 1 bottle. Exactly. Mr. Wang, you're the toughest guy we know." Meanwhile, Song Yun and his group had already explored the entire Sichuan. By now, the sailors had prepared all the necessary equipment for the water activities. "Let's change into our swimsuits and get ready for some fun," Song Yun said with a smile once everything was set. "All right, see you in a bit," Yi King replied, leading the other women to the changing room. "Brother Yun, how much does this yacht cost?" Yazi asked in awe from inside the changing room. "I thought Wang Hao's yacht was impressive, but next to yours, it looks like a tiny chicken." "I don't remember the exact price, but it's definitely very expensive," Song Yun replied, having quickly changed into swim trunks. Once ready, he stepped onto the deck, eager to try out the jet ski. "Boss, have you ever driven a jet ski before? If not, I'd recommend having one of the sailors explain the controls to you," the butler suggested quietly. "Actually, no, I haven't," Song Yun admitted. The butler waved over a crew member. "Li Bin, come here." Li Bin hurried over, wiping sweat from his brow, and greeted them with a smile. "Hello, boss." "Hello, Butler Zhu. Boss is riding a jet ski for the first time. Since you're our best, help him get familiar with the controls." "Of course." Li Bin, a bit shy but earnest, explained, "Boss, A jet ski is similar to a motorcycle, but with much more resistance due to the water. If you're not careful, it can easily flip over. After just a few minutes of explanation, Song Yun already felt confident enough to handle it. As soon as he sat on the jet ski, the familiar sound of the system rang in his mind. Ding. Host is located in the Dongsha Sea area. Would you like to check in? Check in. Song Yun answered without hesitation, surprised he could even check in at sea. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've gained mastery of all water sports. Suddenly Song Yun's grip on the jet ski handles felt completely different. Moments ago he had been tentative with the throttle. Now, he was ready to gun it to full speed. With a twist of the throttle, he shot across the water. Li Bin was startled. Boss, are you crazy? He knew how dangerous water sports could be, especially jet skis, which were among the riskiest. Without years of experience, no one could confidently call themselves a jet ski driver. Worried, he quickly jumped onto another jet ski and raced after Song Yun, mentally pleading for his boss's safety. Watching Song Yun throttle up even more, Li Bin started to feel hopeless. Most people think the ocean is just water, but at high speeds, that water becomes as hard as concrete. If Song Yun were to be thrown from the jet ski, it would be no different than falling from a tall building. Li Bin couldn't bear the thought of seeing Song Yun return to the yacht with broken bones, and if that happened, he would surely lose his job. Boss, wait for me. Boss. Li Bin shouted at the top of his lungs. But with the wind roaring in his ears and Song Yun speeding far ahead, there was no way he could hear. It wasn't until Song Yun finally satisfied his curiosity and slowed down that he noticed a sweaty, exhausted Li Bin catching up. Boss, are you okay? Li Bin gasped, his adrenaline still surging from what felt like a race with death. I'm fine. That was so much fun. Song Yun laughed. Don't worry. As soon as I hit the throttle, I got the hang of it. I wouldn't have gone full speed if I wasn't confident. As long as you're okay. Li Bin sighed in relief. He quickly tied a rope from Song Yun's jet ski to his own, preparing to tow them back. We're pretty far from the yacht now. Let's head back, shall we? Haha, whatever you say. Song Yun agreed, realizing he might have gone a bit too far, especially since only he knew about the skills he'd gained from the system. To Li Bin, it probably seemed terrifying. As they slowly made their way back, Li Bin had time to reflect. He began to regret tying the jet skis together. Wasn't he being a bit too forward with the boss? What if Song Yun felt insulted and decided to fire him? Boss, we're still about a nautical mile from the Sichuan. How about I untie the rope, and we can ride back slowly? Li Bin asked cautiously. No need. You can keep pulling me along. I'll enjoy the view while we head back. Song Yun replied casually. Remember, even though I'm your boss on the yacht, we follow the captain's orders. There's no need to feel so nervous. Haha. Li Bin chuckled awkwardly. Realizing Song Yun wasn't upset, he gathered the courage to say, We've all been curious about who owns the Sichuan. After all, we're paid so well, but we never go out to sea. It's hard not to feel a little uneasy. Ha ha ha, don't worry. I'm just an ordinary guy, no 3 heads or 6 arms. Song Yun joked, and by the way, I apologize for making you worry earlier with that stunt. As long as you're fine. That's all that matters. If the butler asks about it later, just tell him it was my idea. After about 10 more minutes, they reached the side of the Sichuan, where a crowd had gathered on deck, looking anxious. As soon as Yi Qingqing saw Song Yun grinning, she stormed over and gave him a playful smack on the back. You scared us to death disappearing like that. Seeing her flustered expression, Song Yun wrapped an arm around her shoulders and laughed. Ha ha, I figured out all the jet ski's functions in no time. Don't believe me? Ask Li Bin. He was chasing me the whole time but couldn't catch up. Well. Li Bin awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Butler Zhu, I was the one who started all this. If you're going to scold someone, scold me. Don't blame Li Bin. Song Yun said with a grin. No, I wouldn't dare. Butler Zhu sighed. Just moments earlier, everything had been perfectly organized, but within seconds, Song Yun and Li Bin had both disappeared. If it weren't for the missing jet skis, he would have sent out lifeboats to search the sea. Next time, don't do something like that. Yi Qingqing scolded in a whisper, pinching Song Yun's side. You have no idea how worried Butler Zhu was. He even got into an argument with the captain. Got it? Song Yun's playful grin finally softened Yi Qingqing's anger. Everyone, now in their swimsuits, was ready to enjoy the water activities. Song Yun was riding his jet ski, ready to take another lap. Meanwhile, 2 more jet skis were lowered from the Sichuan. Wang Hao expertly maneuvered his watercraft closer to Song Yun. This idiot. Why is he still here? Wang Hao muttered, his face showing disdain. Song Yun frowned slightly, feeling a growing sense of irritation. You must be the owner of this yacht, right? Wang Hao stood up from his jet ski, looking down at Song Yun. I'm interested in your yacht. Name your price. You're crazy. Song Yun replied, slightly speechless. Could this guy not see how expensive this yacht was? Did he really think a bit of money could buy everything? How had someone this delusional managed to survive for so long? Song Yun wasn't entirely wrong. Wang Hao had been sent abroad by his family at a young age. The education he received overseas, along with the emotional distance from his parents, had shaped his arrogant personality. Not only that, he had also gotten involved with some unsavory characters, who led him further astray. Haha, what's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Wang Hao sneered. Or is this yacht not actually yours? I don't have time for this nonsense. Get lost. Song Yun said coldly. Disappear from my sight before I lose my temper. Oh, someone's getting angry. Did I hit a sore spot? Wang Hao laughed with his friends. Look at him, he's backing down. Enough. What do you really want? A voice shouted from the yacht. It was Yi Zi, wearing a life jacket, standing on the deck. My brother Yun doesn't want to deal with trash like you, but you just can't wait to throw yourself at him. Ooh, brother Yun sounds impressive. Wang Hao mocked, patting his jet ski. Since he's so amazing, how about we race? If you lose, your yacht is mine. But if you win, I'll give you my family's villa in Thompson Riviera in Shanghai. How about it? At the mention of Thompson Riviera, Song Yun's side remained calm. But Wang Hao's companions started to panic. Young Master Wang, think this through. If your father finds out, we're all in trouble. It's my family's property. What are you scared of? Wang Hao retorted with a cold laugh. And let me tell you, my villa is ranked among the top 3 in Thompson Riviera. Is a villa in Thompson Riviera expensive? Yes, extremely. Especially in Shanghai. Where land is worth its weight in gold, Wang Hao's villa was likely worth over 300 million yuan on the market. Not enough. Song Yun raised an eyebrow. Do you take me for a fool? That villa of yours might not even cover the cost of this yacht. Then what do you want? I'll add anything you want, as long as I can. Wang Hao gritted his teeth. I think your yacht looks good. It's not as impressive as my Sichuan, but it'll do for a spin on the river. Wang Hao clenched his fists in frustration. Fine. I accept. Young Master Wang, don't act on impulse. Have you considered what will happen if you lose? Are you doubting me? Wang Hao shot a scornful glance at his companion. You know how skilled I am, right? Faced with the question, his companion's face turned pale. Though Wang Hao was good on a jet ski, real professionals might have thought otherwise. But he couldn't argue with Wang Hao in front of everyone. Better not to upset Wang Hao before the race even started. No point in getting himself sidelined. Besides, it wasn't his family's assets on the line. All right, when do we start? Song Yun asked. A villa and a luxury yacht worth billions. Wang Hao was throwing away money like it was nothing. No one could turn down this golden opportunity. Despite Wang Hao's arrogance, at least he was generous. Right now. Wang Hao said with a grim expression. The rules are simple. We start here, and whoever reaches the rising sun first wins. The rising sun yacht was still lingering about 20 meters away. 20 meters wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. With the throttle fully opened, it would only take a few seconds to cover. In just a few seconds, billions were at stake. It was clear that Wang Hao wasn't thinking straight. Fine, let's do it. Song Yun agreed. Both Song Yun and Wang Hao lined up their jet skis. At the signal from Butler Zoo, they shot off simultaneously. Wang Hao smirked to himself. His jet ski might look ordinary, but it had been modified. It could accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 6 seconds, rivaling some of the most expensive watercraft. He twisted the throttle, a victorious grin forming on his face. Soon, this Sichuan yacht would be his. He'd no longer have to deal with his father's nagging whenever he wanted to go out to sea. The thought filled him with glee. But in the next instant, Song Yun shot past him like an arrow, leaving him in the dust. What? Before Wang Hao could even react, Song Yun had already reached the finish line. He tapped the hull of the rising sun and smiled back at Wang Hao. From now on, the luxury yacht and the Thompson Riviera villa were Song Yun's. It had been almost too easy. You lost. Song Yun said calmly. This yacht is mine now. Have your captain drop you off and arrange the handover. No way. How could I lose? Wang Hao muttered, his face blank with shock. He had never faced a setback in his life, and the sudden defeat left his mind in turmoil. "My condolences, young Master Wang." One of his companions patted his shoulder, sighing. "You'd better start thinking about how to explain this to your father." "No." Wang Hao's eyes turned red with rage. "We only made a verbal agreement. This doesn't count." "Oh? Are you backing out?" Song Yun said, unfazed. "If you try to cheat me, there will be interest." Wang Hao scrambled up onto the rising sun, yelling at the captain, "We're leaving now. You might want to reconsider." Song Yun's calm words reached the captain's ears like thunder. Song Yun? Was this young man the same Song Yun the boss always mentioned, the richest man in Shanghai? If Song Yun made one call, his boss would back down immediately. How could Wang Hao back out now? "Hurry up and set sail. What are you waiting for?" Wang Hao kicked the captain, his voice shrill. "We're going back to Shanghai right now. Young Master Wang, if I may offer you some advice, just accept it." The captain of the Rising Sun said with a bitter smile. "A person of that caliber. Even your father would lower his head in front of him." Wang Hao stared at the captain in disbelief, then glanced over at Song Yun standing by the boat. Song Yun looked about the same age as him. How could this guy be a big shot? And his own father? He was one of Shanghai's most renowned financial tycoons, with 3 publicly listed companies under his belt. There was no comparison. But the captain's words seemed sincere, and Wang Hao suddenly found the whole situation surreal. "Mr. Song, I'll sail this yacht to the pier and hand it over to the management for safekeeping. You can come to collect it whenever you like," the Rising Sun captain said dejectedly. "However, I would appreciate it if you could call my boss and explain what happened. Otherwise, I'll bear the brunt of the responsibility as captain." "All right, give me your boss's number." Song Yun retrieved a satellite phone from the storage compartment of his jet ski and dialed Wang Hao's father. "Hello. This is Song Yun." Those 6 words left Wang Hao's father in shock. "Song Yun? The richest man in Shanghai? Hello, I'm Wang Fujia. What can I do for you?" Wang Fujia didn't even question the identity of the caller. No con artist would dare to pull a stunt this bold. "Your son Wang Hao made a bet with me in Yasen City. He lost, but now he's trying to weasel out of it." Wang Fujia, trembling, grabbed a lighter and lit a cigarette. After taking a long drag, he nervously asked, "What did he lose?" "Oh, not much." Song Yun chuckled. "Just the Rising Sun yacht and your villa in Thompson Riviera." "I've heard of you, Wang Fujia." Song Yun continued. "This kind of money shouldn't be a big deal for you, right?" "Of course. We businessmen believe in keeping our word. Since my son lost those things to you, as his father, I'll honor the bet." Wang Fujia's knuckles turned white as he gripped the phone. Damn it. That idiot son of his. Of all the people he could have messed with, he had to provoke Song Yun. Now he was out billions, and he didn't dare say a word of complaint. If he reneged on this, his entire empire in Shanghai would be at risk. He stood to lose hundreds of billions. "Haha, glad to hear it." Song Yun replied. "Your son still seems pretty upset. Want to talk to him?" "Sure, pass him the phone." Song Yun casually tossed the satellite phone onto the deck. Wang Hao, trembling, picked it up. As soon as he put it to his ear, his father's furious voice exploded. "Useless brat. I regret the day you were born. Do you even realize who you've offended? Do you know how much money I'm going to lose because of you?" His father raged on. "How dare you mess with Song Yun? When I see him, I have to bow and scrape. And you, like some idiot, just go up to him and throw away our fortune." "I what? What excuse do you have now? I never should have listened to your mother and sent you abroad. Now you do nothing but laze around at home. I've had it with you. Get back here immediately." His father's anger only grew. "Be respectful to Song Yun. If you dare mouth off, I'll skin you alive when you get back." To be honest, Wang Hao had thought about mouthing off. But now, seeing his father's rage, it was clear that Song Yun wasn't just some ordinary young man. After hanging up, Wang Hao pursed his lips and told the captain, "Let's head back to the pier." The captain bowed to Song Yun before turning the Rising Sun around. Song Yun, riding his jet ski back to the Sichuan, smiled. "Looks like I'm about to add another villa and a private yacht to my name. Ha ha ha, congratulations, brother Yun." Ez laughed heartily. "I've never liked that jerk Wang Hao, but because of his family, I couldn't confront him. Now, brother Yun, you've helped me settle the score. We're brothers, don't mention it." Song Yun replied with a broad smile, clearly pleased with his newfound wealth. "By the way, when you set the date for your wedding, let me know. I'll handle the entire event for you." "Huh?" Yi Zai looked momentarily stunned, his expression conflicted. Wouldn't that be a bit much? Don't talk nonsense. Song Yun clapped Yi Zi on the back with a laugh. I'll throw you the biggest wedding in the best hotel in Shanghai. You wouldn't refuse that, would you? Yi Zi grinned sheepishly, then turned to Lu Yan, asking in a low voice, should we go along with it? Yes. Lu Yan replied, still in shock. She had originally agreed to be with Yi Zi because of his honest and straightforward nature, despite her parents' objections. But now, it turned out that Yi Zi was a hidden gem. His brother was so wealthy that he casually won a villa and a yacht in a bet. A few billion, just like that. She couldn't have earned that kind of money in several lifetimes. All right then, thank you, Brother Yun. Yi Zi joked. If it's not the best hotel in Shanghai, I won't be getting married. You and your big mouth. Song Yun rolled his eyes at him before turning to Yi Qingqing and the others. To be honest, even though he'd seen them picking out swimsuits earlier, now that they were wearing them, their figures and charm were undeniable. There are plenty of water activities here. What do you want to do? Song Yun asked, walking over to Yi Qingqing with a smile. Look at my belly. What can I do? Yi Qingqing retorted, playfully pinching the soft skin around Song Yun's waist. I'll just lie on the deck and sunbathe. Fair enough. Song Yun said, scratching the back of his head. Yi Qingqing was visibly pregnant, and these water activities, while fun, could be dangerous. He wasn't willing to take that risk. What about you, Siyu? What do you want to do? Song Yun asked. I think the jet ski looks fun. Yuan Siyu, wearing a swimsuit for the first time in front of so many people, said shyly, her voice barely audible. Song Yun sat on the jet ski, and Yuan Siyu clung tightly to his waist. In an instant, Song Yun felt something change. Normally he didn't react this strongly. Why was he feeling so distracted even through their clothes? This wasn't right. Hold on tight. Once we start, the jet ski will accelerate quickly. Be careful not to fall off, Song Yun warned in a low voice. Okay. Yuan Siyu nodded slightly, resting her cheek against his back. At first, Song Yun kept the speed slow. After all, she wasn't like him, with all his experience and enhancements. If he gunned the throttle right away, she'd probably scream in fright. After a smooth start, Song Yun spoke up. I'm going to speed up now. Go ahead. After a few minutes, Yuan Siyu had calmed down, and the initial fear had passed. She didn't find the speed thrilling enough anymore. Get ready. Here we go. Song Yun put on his goggles and twisted the throttle fully. The jet ski shot forward, sending up a long spray of water behind them. Exciting, right? Song Yun laughed into the wind. It's amazing. Yuan Siyu shouted back, not daring to move. She pressed herself even closer to Song Yun, enjoying the thrill. This was way more exhilarating than speeding down a road. Out here on the open sea, there were no worries about crashing into anything. After about 10 minutes of racing around, they returned to the side of the Sichuan. Phew. Yuan Siyu stepped back onto the deck and immediately felt a sense of relief. On the jet ski, it had felt like her body was racing ahead, while her soul lagged behind. You okay? Song Yun placed a hand on her shoulder, concerned. It was my fault, I shouldn't have gone so fast. I'm fine. Yuan Siyu barely finished her sentence before she rushed to the side of the boat and threw up over the edge. Look at what you've done. Yi Qingqing scolded Song Yun, handing a bottle of water to Yuan Siyu and gently massaging her back. Song Yun scratched the back of his head and glanced at Yi Zi. Was I really going that fast? It didn't feel like it at all. Brother Yun, passengers might get motion sickness, but the driver never does. Yi Zi grinned. I'd say you were going at least 100 miles per hour. What? That fast? Song Yun couldn't believe it. He asked Butler Zhu to check the speed log of the jet ski, and sure enough, it showed a top speed of 126 miles per hour. It was lucky that the jet skis equipped on the Sichuan were top of the line, or they would have been out of control at that speed. Yi Zi, want to experience some real speed and adrenaline? Song Yun teased as he noticed the others slowly distancing themselves after seeing the speed log. Was everyone really that scared of a little speed? No way. I value my life. Yi Zi quickly waved his hands in protest. Besides, I'm not even married yet. If you're going to send me off, at least wait until after my wedding with Lu Yuyan. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Yuyan blushed and gave Yi Zi a playful pinch. I promise. I won't go as fast this time. Really, trust me. Song Yun said earnestly. I've done a lot of things, but have I ever lied to you? This. Yi Zi hesitated for a moment, but seeing the sincerity in Song Yun's eyes, he clenched his jaw and said, All right, let's go. Yi Zi looked like a general preparing for battle as he stepped onto the jet ski. Everyone watching could feel the gravity of the moment. Song Yun was puzzled. Why was everyone so nervous? He was just giving them a ride, didn't they trust his skills? Even if they didn't trust him, they should trust the system, right? Ez sat behind Song Yun, his thick arms wrapped tightly around his waist. Hey man, can you loosen up a bit? You might crush me. Song Yun chuckled, tapping Ez's arm. Oh right, sorry. Ez relaxed his grip slightly but still held on firmly. With no choice but to start the jet ski, Song Yun revved the engine. AHA. Ez's screams echoed across the water as the jet ski took off like a rocket. 5 minutes later, they were back at the Sichuan. As soon as Ez stepped onto the deck, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees. Brother, I barely hit 70 miles per hour. You can't even handle that? You're worse than your girlfriend. Song Yun lit a cigarette and sighed. Ugh! Ez groaned, leaning over the deck to vomit into the sea. I can't take it. My stomach's turning upside down. Ugh! What are you doing? Ez's girlfriend is right here. Yi King scolded Song Yun, punching him playfully. I swear, I really went slow this time. Song Yun raised 3 fingers in a solemn vow. I didn't go over 80, and for most of the time it was only 50. It's not Brother Yun's fault, it's me, I'm too weak. Ugh. Ez sputtered between heaves. Watching Ez retch like a fountain, Song Yun sighed. Looks like it's up to you to take him back to the cabin for a rest, Lu Yuyan. It's no trouble at all. Lu Yan replied, gently helping Ez up and guiding him inside to recover. Something feels off, Yi King said, furrowing her brow. Are you and Ez up to something? Look at my eyes, so pure. How could I be up to anything bad? Song Yun blinked innocently. In reality, Ez really was a bit weak, but there was some mischief behind it. Earlier, Ez had confided in Song Yun, complaining that his relationship with Lu Yan was still stuck at just holding hands, barely any kisses, even. Song Yun had thought, that won't do. I've got to help my brother out. Once they returned, they'd both be busy with work, and private time would be scarce. But now, with the perfect setting, timing, and opportunity, everything was in place for Ez to take things to the next level. Hey Song Yun, what's that thing? It looks pretty cool, Huang Beiting asked, pointing at a device floating in the air. That's a flyboard. Song Yun explained. It uses a jet propulsion system to shoot high-pressure water downwards, allowing you to fly for short periods. You can fly. Huang Beiting's eyes lit up. By the way, how are things between you and Yang Yingying? Song Yun asked mischievously. Yang Yingying was the head of Yi King's maid team, and Huang Beiting, as the villa's security chief, had long been involved with her. Given how often they were together, Song Yun was sure sparks must have flown by now. We're totally pure. Huang Beiting chuckled sheepishly. Yeah, right. Song Yun grinned. Want to take things further with Captain Yang? Really? Huang Beiting, being a straightforward guy, knew it was time for him and Captain Yang to take the next step in their relationship. But every time he tried to bring it up, Yang Yingying would blush and push him away. It wasn't like he wasn't serious. After all, just look at him, thick eyebrows, honest eyes. He was clearly someone to rely on for life. If you take a spin on the jet ski with me, I promise you'll make a breakthrough today. Song Yun said, hands clasped behind his back, acting like a wise master. See Ez over there? He won't come out until tonight. Huang Beiting, picturing Ez's earlier state, shook his head. Nah, I think things are fine as they are between Yingying and me. Coward. Song Yun muttered, then headed toward the flyboard. This thing was way more thrilling than a jet ski. He suited up, and as soon as the machine activated, a powerful jet of water shot him into the air. Ha 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 ha! I'm flying! Song Yun shouted, changing altitude with the controls in his hands. Sometimes he soared over 4 meters high, and other times he dropped abruptly, pulling off stunts mid-air. This is amazing. After landing, Song Yun turned to Huang Beiting with a smile. Want to try it? Huang Beiting was tempted, but with Yang Yingying watching, what if he messed up and made a fool of himself? Come on. Come on. If you get the hang of it, you could even ride together. Don't you want to hold Captain Yang's waist while she screams in the air? I do. That one line was all it took for Huang Beiting to give in. What man could resist? But once he put on the equipment and got launched into the air, his heart dropped. Huang Beiting wasn't afraid of a fight on land, but when his feet weren't touching the ground, he was terrified. He spun several times in the air before falling hard into the water. Seeing this, Butler Zhu quickly called over the crew to rescue him in a lifeboat. Soaked and dripping, Huang Beiting climbed aboard, and Yang Yingying couldn't help but giggle. You look ridiculous. she teased, rolling her eyes. I've tried the flyboard before. Let me teach you. Really? Okay, Huang Baoding, though things hadn't gone exactly as planned, still smiled at the outcome. The result was the same. Song Yun watched the pair enjoying themselves and sighed. He genuinely wanted Huang Baoding and Yang Ying to be together, but there was still one uncertain factor and entity attached to Huang Baoding. Though the spirit had been dormant for a long time, it was still a risk. Song Yun knew he'd have to deal with it when they got back. Aren't you going to try something else? Yi King, draped in a light shawl, sat down next to Song Yun. Hey, I'll let them enjoy themselves. Maybe a few couples will form today, Song Yun said with a smile. I don't want to interrupt their fun. If I join in, they won't be able to relax. With that, he waved to Butler Zhu. Anything you need, sir? Got any fishing rods? It feels like something's missing if I don't fish when I'm out at sea. We do. I'll fetch one for you. Butler Zhu personally went to the storage room and returned with a top-of-the-line deep-sea fishing rod. Sir, this rod is issued by the International Fishing Association. Only 10 are made each year, and it's said to be capable of reeling in fish weighing over 1,000 pounds. Not bad, not bad. Go on, you don't need to stay. Song Yun baited the hook and casually cast the line into the water. The moment the bait hit the surface, a sense of calm washed over him. It was as if the outside world no longer mattered, and his eyes slowly glazed over, lost in thought. Yi King sat quietly beside him. You've been working hard lately, she said softly, resting her head on his shoulder. I know you've got a lot on your shoulders, and you're afraid of disappointing everyone. But darling, you're doing amazing. It's no big deal. I have the ability, so I'll take care of it. Song Yun replied, gently stroking her cheek with a smile. Besides, who else can manage all of this? Sure, those people bow and scrape now, saying all the right things. But if I were gone one day? Don't say things like that. Yi King covered his mouth, frowning. You're not allowed to go anywhere before me. You have to live a long life, at least longer than me. Ha. Okay. They sat together, peaceful and still, like a scene from a painting. Baoding? What do they look like to you? Yang Ying asked, nudging him and pointing at Song Yun and Yi King. Huang Baoding followed her gaze. Just a normal couple sitting together? You clueless oaf, no sense of art at all. Yang Ying gave him a light slap. Doesn't it look like a scene from a movie? A movie? Now he was really confused. How was this related to movies? Fine. I'll explain. In Titanic, there's a scene where the couple sits quietly like this. Just looking at them, you know they're really happy together. You know what, it does look a bit like that. Huang Baoding finally agreed. Let's sneak a picture. Yang Ying grabbed her phone, adjusting the lens. As a woman, taking photos was practically a natural skill, and she quickly snapped a few perfect shots. Hubby, what's your next step? Yi King asked, curious about Song Yun's plans. As his wife, she wanted to stay up to date and support him. Oh man. I've got a bite. Song Yun suddenly jumped up, pulling hard on the rod. It bent into a perfect arc under the strain. Wow. This one's huge. Song Yun could feel the powerful resistance from the fish struggling on the other end. Come on, get up here. His arms tensed, and with a burst of strength, he pulled the line with all his might. Splash. A massive fish, easily weighing 700 or 800 pounds, burst out of the water and slammed down onto the deck. Its tail thrashed wildly, so much so that when Butler Zhu approached, he had to step back a few paces. A tuna. The captain of the Sichuan rushed over, shooing the others away. Boss, want me to handle it? Go ahead. Song Yun hadn't expected to catch something so big so quickly. The captain, armed with a steel spear, waited for the right moment and struck the tuna in the heart. After a few twitches, the fish lay still. Wow. How much does this thing weigh? Huang Baoding exclaimed, watching as the captain of the Sichuan drained the blood from the massive tuna. I bet this fish would fetch a high price if sold. Haha. This treasure is priceless. The Sichuan captain chuckled, finishing the task and lifting the tuna into the freezer. Boss, how would you like to eat this fish? Any suggestions? Song Yun asked, knowing that the captain, who spent most of his time on the boat, would have the best ideas when it came to seafood. I recommend we prepare sashimi from the fish, and use the bones to make a rich broth for some noodles. Even a god wouldn't trade that taste for anything, the captain said, rubbing his chin. Sounds good. Have the chef handle it, Song Yun said, then returned to his fishing. However, despite waiting until the noodles and sashimi were ready, Song Yun didn't catch another fish. The tuna sashimi melted in his mouth, the freshness bursting with flavor, while the noodles were firm and slightly chewy, enhanced by the rich broth made from the fish bones. Truly a gourmet experience. Boss, we've received a weather update from the coast. It's not advisable to stay at sea tonight. When would you like to return? Butler Zhu asked quietly as he approached. Song Yun checked his watch. It was already past 3 p.m. Heading back now would get them home just in time for dinner. Let's go back, Song Yun said, packing up his fishing gear and heading leisurely back to the cabin. The crew quickly started packing up the water sports equipment, and within 10 minutes, the Sichuan set sail. They arrived at the port around 6 p.m. As soon as they stepped ashore, the captain of the Rising Sun hurried over, handing Song Yun a folder. Mr. Song, here are all the documents for the Rising Sun. Please review them. You can discuss this with Butler Zhu, Song Yun said, holding one hand with Yi King and the other with Yuan Siu as they walked off. Yi Zi followed behind, swaggering with his arm around Lu Yu Yan, whose flushed cheeks hinted at some fast progress in their relationship while on the yacht. Brother Yun, are we heading back to the hotel for dinner tonight? Yi Zi grinned cheekily. After spending the day with you, I feel bad. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. I heard about a great barbecue place that's supposed to be really authentic. Barbecue? Here? Song Yun looked around at the surroundings, puzzled. Isn't this the South? The owner's from the North, Yi Zi explained with a laugh. There's a big population of northeastern folks here in Yasan City. It's practically a second home for them. Alright, let's take a car. Song Yun agreed, telling Huang Baoting and the others before heading to the parking lot. He took one of the hotel's Mercedes-Benz cars, and the five of them set off toward the barbecue spot Yi Zi had recommended. The ride was filled with laughter and casual conversation until, suddenly, a Porsche sped past them and cut in sharply, forcing Song Yun to slam on the brakes. There wasn't enough time. Song Yun could only hit the brakes hard. Yi King, sitting in the front passenger seat, instinctively shielded her stomach. The three people in the back were jolted and left feeling slightly dizzy. Damn it! What's wrong with this guy? Song Yun cursed, still shaken. If he had been a second later, the two cars would have collided head-on, and at the current speed, they would have rolled over several times. King, are you okay? Yuan Siu asked worriedly, noticing in the rearview mirror that Yi King had broken out in a cold sweat. I'm fine, just a little scared, Yi King replied, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Luckily, she had quickly protected her belly, otherwise, they might have been heading to the hospital now. We should keep moving. Stopping here is even more dangerous, she said, gently patting Song Yun's hand to calm him. She could feel the rage boiling inside Song Yun, anger that hadn't yet found an outlet. If she weren't sitting beside him, he might have hit the gas and chased after the Porsche already. Song Yun, still fuming, continued driving, but at a much slower pace. After passing through 3 intersections, his eyes narrowed as he noticed the same Porsche parked on the side of the road, along with a large G-Wagon behind it. A few young men were standing around, smoking and chatting. Better to avoid trouble when we can, Yi King said softly, squeezing Song Yun's hand and flashing a gentle smile. Besides, I'm hungry. Alright, Song Yun agreed. But as they passed the parked cars, both the Porsche and the G-Wagon started up again, following closely behind them. The cars didn't overtake, just tailed them closely. If Song Yun were to brake, there would likely be a collision. I've had enough, Song Yun muttered, pulling over and stepping out of the car. Yi Zi was right behind him, his large frame adding some intimidation. As Song Yun expected, the two cars also stopped. Song Yun frowned at the sight of them. Was this guy clueless? The road was wide enough. Did he really think he owned it? A young man with purple-dyed hair stepped out of the Porsche, ignoring Song Yun and heading straight to the front of the Mercedes. He tapped the hood with a smirk, his voice dripping with arrogance as he called out, "Hey ladies! Want to hang out? Make us happy tonight, and I'll buy each of you a BMW tomorrow." The 3 women in the car didn't respond, leaving the guy visibly embarrassed. Oh, too good for a BMW, huh? You must be worth a fortune. What are you, covered in diamonds? He sneered. You better watch your mouth, or I'll sew it shut, Yi Zi shouted, anger rising. The purple-haired man turned around, eyeing Yi Zi with a sleazy grin. Oh, there's a guy here? No problem, I don't mind sharing. I've got no issues taking over from you. Ha ha ha, Xuan's right. We've got to follow in the footsteps of Prime Minister Ko. Yeah, I don't mind either. Let's all have fun together. The laughter from his friends grew louder, and Song Yun's face darkened. Looks like the ladies prefer this pretty boy, Purple Hair said, circling Song Yun with disdain. Hey beautiful, what's so great about this softie? If you want a real man, you should be with someone like me. How much does it cost to keep this pretty boy around? I'll pay you double to be with me, he jeered. I'll pay quadruple. No one else is getting her. Get lost. Song Yun shot Purple Hair a cold glance, and that single look sent chills down the guy's spine, as if he had been plunged into icy water. But his friends were still laughing. Backing down now would make him lose face. You bastard, how dare you insult me? You've got two options. Purple Hair sneered. 1. Get on the ground and lick my shoes and I'll let you off easy. Or 2. Get a beating and get tossed on the side of the road. Your choice. What kind of era are we living in, and you're still playing the spoiled rich kid? Aren't you afraid of messing with someone you shouldn't, and bringing disaster upon your family? Song Yun raised his eyes and looked at Purple Hair without any emotion. If you kneel down and give me 3 kowtows right now, I might let you off. Oh. Did you guys hear that? Purple Hair laughed mockingly. This guy actually wants me to kneel and apologize? In Yasan City? Are my ears working right? Did I mishear? He theatrically cleaned his ear with a finger and grinned wickedly. Sorry, could you repeat that? I think I need to see a doctor to get my hearing checked. Quit your nonsense. Ye cracked his knuckles, his anger flaring. If you're feeling unwell, I'll be happy to fix that for you. Hey ha. Guys, did you hear that? This dude's tough. I might actually be a little scared. Look at him, bet he could take down 2 of me. Purple Hair continued taunting, but there was no fear in his eyes. Brother Xuan. Forget 2, he could take us all out in one go. One of Purple Hair's friends chimed in mockingly. Oh, I'm terrified. I don't think I can keep living in Yasan City. I better buy a train ticket and hide in the mountains tonight. Take me with you. This guy's eyes are full of killing intent. I bet he's taken a few lives already. Ha. Shut up. Stop talking about killing spirits. You make it sound like I'm going to die at his hands in a few minutes. Purple Hair scoffed, laughing with his group. They all treated Yi Zi's words as a joke. Yi Zi stood still, his face dark with anger, but with Song Yun not making a move, he couldn't act recklessly. If you guys don't value your lives, then let me help you meet the king of hell. Song Yun suddenly swung a punch directly at Purple Hair's face. The group, who had been watching from the car, was stunned. This guy actually dared to throw a punch. Didn't he see how many of them there were? But before they could react, they rushed out of the car to back up their friend. Yet, within half a minute, they were all sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain and clutching their stomachs. This is the kind of group that tries to act like spoiled brats. Song Yun scoffed, brushing his hands off. 1 punch each, and down they go. Pathetic. I'd advise you all to clean your eyes next time, and see who you're messing with before picking a fight. These guys weren't even enough for a proper warm-up. But at least, the anger that had been bubbling in Song Yun's chest had finally dissipated. Swan Shao. What happened? A burly man stepped out of a Toyota Land Cruiser that had just pulled up. I went to buy a pack of cigarettes, and when I came back, you're all beaten up. How am I going to explain this to the boss? The burly man helped Purple Hair up from the ground and shouted, Who did this to our young master? Step forward. Brother Tang, finally. You've got to help us get revenge. That pretty boy over there beat us up. Ow. My gut feels like it's been torn apart. You think you can run away? Brother Tang is a renowned martial arts expert in the province. You and that big guy with you are both going to get wrecked. Brother Tang, finish him off. Purple Hair growled. And bring the women from his car to me. Damn it. Getting beat up on my own turf, I have to collect some interest. Got it. Brother Tang rolled his shoulders and eyed Song Yun coldly. You managed to knock down this many guys, so I'll give you that. But you're not good enough. You practice Bajiquan? Song Yun asked, noting Brother Tang's posture and stance. Before we start, think carefully. I won't hold back if we fight. You've got a good eye, recognizing Bajiquan. But that's where your skills end. Brother Tang cracked his knuckles in disdain. They say Taiji takes 3 years, but Bajiquan can kill in 1. I'm curious to see, Song Yun said, bouncing on his feet before beckoning Brother Tang with his finger. Brother Tang's temples throbbed. Was this kid looking down on him? He'd been training in Bajiquan for over 20 years. From a young age he followed his master, slamming into trees every day. He'd only graduated when he snapped a tree as thick as his wrist. Since then, no one had ever survived 3 moves against him. With his build, he was a human wrecking machine. Watch my punch. Brother Tang charged at Song Yun, but in an instant, Song Yun caught his fist effortlessly, using his free hand to deliver 3 sharp strikes to Brother Tang's chest. Experts recognize skill immediately upon contact. The moment they exchanged blows, Brother Tang realized he was at a disadvantage. Song Yun's moves were precise and overwhelming, leaving him no room to dodge. Taking the full brunt of the attack, Brother Tang coughed up a mouthful of blood. What the hell? Is this guy really that strong? Even Brother Tang can't beat him. This doesn't make sense. My family's bodyguard fought Brother Tang once and was on his knees, begging for mercy after one move. Then why did Brother Tang just spit blood? Don't tell me this kid has some secret technique. Maybe Brother Tang's about to unleash a powerful move. That guy's hits looked light. Brother Tang can't have been seriously hurt by that. A powerful move, my ass. If so many people weren't watching, Brother Tang would have dropped to his knees by now. This kid was terrifying. Brother Tang had believed his skills matched those of his master, a 32nd generation head of traditional Bajiquan. But this kid seemed even stronger. Could he be from a prominent martial arts family? Thinking quickly, Brother Tang bowed deeply towards Song Yun. I didn't realize you were a distinguished young master. I apologize for my previous offense and beg for your forgiveness. Not going to fight anymore. Song Yun was surprised. He hadn't even used his full strength yet. He wasn't done having fun. But seeing Brother Tang admit defeat so easily, Song Yun couldn't very well press the issue. No family, no sect. Song Yun replied coolly. Ha. Brother Tang hesitated, seeing no trace of a lie in Song Yun's face. He quickly clasped his hands and dropped to one knee. What are you doing? Song Yun jumped back in surprise, clearly displeased. No amount of kneeling will spare that purple-haired idiot. I already told you, unless he kneels and kowtows 3 times, this isn't over. No. Brother Tang waved his hands desperately. I'm kneeling for myself. Please, let me be your disciple. Song Yun was momentarily taken aback when he heard this, his brows furrowing instinctively. I don't take disciples. But I really want you to be my master. Brother Tang insisted, his eyes full of determination. Even if I can't be a true disciple, I'd be happy just serving you, bringing tea and fetching water. Song Yun felt at a loss. How did a fight suddenly turn into a master-disciple situation? Was this guy a bit of a masochist or something? This was getting ridiculous. Do whatever you want, but I'm warning you, stay away from me. I won't take you as a disciple, and if you think you can impress me with your persistence, you're dead wrong. But if I don't become your student, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Brother Tang pleaded. I don't want to be stuck at this bottleneck forever, ending up like my old master who passed away without ever breaking through. Think what you want. Song Yun said, shaking his head as he patted Yi Zi on the shoulder. The two of them turned and walked away. As Song Yun's car disappeared into the distance, Brother Tang sighed deeply and got up from the ground. Purple Hair and his group were left utterly shocked. Especially Purple Hair. Brother Tang worked for his family, yet not only had he failed to take revenge, he had actually submitted to the enemy. Who could put up with that? Brother Tang. Isn't my dad paying you enough? Purple Hair demanded, furious. Brother Tang shook his head. He pays me very well, 3 or 4 times what other bodyguards make. Then is it the benefits? Are they not good enough? The benefits are excellent. I've got a house, a car, and no debts. Then why did you kneel to that young guy and beg him to be your master? Purple Hair was livid. My family has treated you well. Ask anyone here what their bodyguards earn. It's nothing compared to you. Brother Tang's tone remained steady. It's not about money. What I want is to reach higher peaks in martial arts. Material things turn to dust after 100 years, but the pinnacle of martial arts is mine forever, even in the grave. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Purple Hair lit a cigarette, jabbing a finger at Brother Tang. You're a traitor. When things got tough, you ran faster than anyone. No wonder all the martial arts masters look down on you. Say what you will. Brother Tang replied coldly. I've saved your father's life 3 times, so I've earned everything I have. Since our paths have diverged, let's leave it at that. Without another word, Brother Tang turned and walked away, leaving Purple Hair standing there with a face full of venomous anger. Meanwhile, Song Yun and his group arrived at the barbecue restaurant Ez had mentioned. As they approached, they were greeted by the booming voice of the owner. Welcome. Do you want to sit outside or inside? The owner's thick northern accent and friendly smile were immediately welcoming. Do you have any private rooms available? Ez asked with a grin. Private rooms? In this weather? The owner chuckled. Let me tell you something. Sitting inside with the air conditioning blasting isn't good for your health. Plus, we're just a few miles from the sea, and once the breeze kicks in, you'll feel refreshed. Most of my customers prefer waiting for a table outside rather than sitting inside, he added. But if you insist, I won't stop you. You've sold me, Song Yun said, laughing. We'll sit outside. The restaurant had about 30 low tables set up outside. After finding a spot, Song Yun and the others ordered some of the restaurant's specialties and settled in, chatting while they waited for their food. Brother Yun, do you remember Lao Wei? Yi Zi asked, glancing at his phone with wide eyes. Lao Wei? You mean that model student from our university class? The guy who was always top of the class, and even won the highest level scholarships? Song Yun asked, sipping his beer. What's up with him? Is he doing well? More than well, he's on the run now, Yi Zi said with a wry smile, handing his phone to Song Yun. Apparently after graduating he started working at a financial company. A few months ago he was bragging about buying a Maserati. Turns out he was involved in a scam. Song Yun glanced at the wanted notice on Yi Zi's phone and sighed. With his brains he could have done anything. Why go down the fast money, shady route? I think I know a bit of the backstory. Back in university, remember how he had that girlfriend? After they graduated they moved in together, but she couldn't find a stable job. Then she started taking out online loans, and it spiraled from there. When it became clear they couldn't repay the loans, Lao Wei used insider information from his company to get into the core operations of the scam. Yi Zi explained. I just checked his girlfriend's social media, and she's still posting like everything's fine, living it up. Love can blind people, Song Yun said, clinking his beer with Yi Zi and downing it. I remember back in school, a lot of people said she wasn't the best person, but Lao Wei was head over heels for her. I saw her once too, she wasn't even that pretty, but somehow, she had Lao Wei completely wrapped around her finger. Exactly. Yi Zi nodded. To be honest, I once saw Lao Wei's girlfriend leaving a hotel with a guy in his 40s. I swear it's true. But back then I didn't know Lao Wei that well, so I kept quiet. What if it was her dad or something? That would have been awkward. There's a saying these days that fits perfectly simp life. Best life, Song Yun chuckled. Lao Wei might be the king of all simps for ending up like this. Enough about that, the skewers are here, Yi Zi said, changing the subject. Are you folks here on vacation? The restaurant owner personally brought over a plate of grilled skewers, smiling as he spoke. This your first time? I've got a few new skewer recipes I've been working on, try them, and let me know what you think. Thanks, boss. We're from Shanghai, just taking a break before work gets crazy again. Needed some time to relax, Song Yun said, grabbing a skewer of grilled silkworm pupae. As soon as he bit into it, the rich flavor exploded in his mouth, the smokiness of the charcoal enhancing the taste. He couldn't stop chewing, it was addictively delicious. Boss, your skills are top-notch. Song Yun gave a thumbs up. Of course. I'm from Jin City, home to the best barbecue in the country, the owner said proudly. Enjoy your meal. I'll come by later with a drink for you all. This guy's something else, Yi Zi said, laughing as he ate. You don't meet restaurant owners this friendly back in Shanghai. It's all about personality, Song Yun replied. Look around, these tables are full of people, and I bet a lot of them come back just for the owner's charm. Make way. Make way. Don't you see our young master is coming through? Damn, why is there such a long line here? What's so special about this barbecue anyway? Move aside, people. What? We have to wait in line to eat? I'm not here to eat, I'm here to find someone. A commotion erupted as a group of over 30 men cut through the crowd, scanning the area for the person they were looking for. When they finally spotted Song Yun, the leader checked his phone to compare a photo and confirmed the match. Leading the group, he strode confidently towards Song Yun. Are you the one who beat Brother Tang earlier? The man dragged over a stool, sat down beside Song Yun, grabbed a bottle of beer, and took a few big gulps before letting out a loud burp. You beat him, fine. But you made a huge mistake messing with our young master. And who's your young master? Song Yun asked, raising an eyebrow, clearly irritated by these people who just wouldn't leave him alone. My young mast. Is it that guy with the purple hair? Song Yun interrupted, impatiently. I've already warned him not to come after me again. What part of that did he not understand? Huh. The man was taken aback, confused by Song Yun's nonchalant attitude. How could this guy be so oblivious? We came here to settle a score, yet he looks like he's annoyed with us. Even though we're just low-level thugs, he could at least show some respect. Otherwise, what's the point of my tattoos if I get disrespected like this? You think you're that tough? Want me to? The man began. But before he could finish, the barbecue restaurant owner came rushing over, wiping his hands on his apron. What's going on here? Who's causing trouble in my restaurant? The owner, a large man over 6 feet tall, stood firm despite the crowd of thugs surrounding him. Who's in charge here? Step forward and talk. It's me. The thug leader said, swaggering over to the owner and jabbing a finger into his chest. You're just a small-time barbecue joint owner. You think you can stand up to me? I'll give you 100 chances, and you wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. You sure talk big for someone who didn't brush their teeth this morning, the owner said, covering his nose mockingly. His deep, gruff voice was calm but full of authority. Do you guys really not know who I am, or are you just pretending? And who the hell are you? The man sneered. Why should I know you? You've heard of Zhuan Xiao, right? The thug leader continued. This guy here beat up my young master today, and we're here to get some justice. Zhuan Xiao? I don't care who he is. This is my place and these are my customers. If anyone's causing trouble, I'll handle it. So, if you've got any sense, you'd better leave now, or I might have to slap some sense into you. The owner lit a cigarette, clearly agitated. If your boss has an issue, tell him to come see me himself. Otherwise, if I find out who this Yuan Xiao belongs to, I'll pay him a visit myself. The thug leader was completely caught off guard. The owner didn't seem to care that he was outnumbered, and his intimidating presence felt like a wall they couldn't get past. And judging by the owner's words, he seemed to be quite well connected. Name yourself, the thug leader demanded, unwilling to back down completely. Zhang Zilong, the owner said calmly. The thug leader's face instantly drained of color. The name Zhang Zilong was legendary. He was a notorious figure, once feared throughout the city. Even though he had long retired from his criminal past, everyone still gave him respect. No one in their right mind would dare mess with someone like him. I'm so sorry to have disturbed you, Brother Long. We'll leave immediately. Have a great night, and may your business thrive. The thug leader stammered, his tough facade crumbling as he hurried to leave. Hold it. Zhang Zilong dropped his cigarette and crushed it under his foot. Don't forget what I said. Tell your boss to come see me in person. If he doesn't, I'll make sure your whole family regrets it. Yes, Brother Long. The thug leader stammered, now thoroughly terrified. Everyone knew that when Zhang Zilong made a threat, he followed through. Years ago, when one of his brothers was kidnapped and taken to a lawless area, Zhang Zilong had gone there alone and rescued him. Rumor had it that he fought off 70 or 80 men by himself and broke the gang leader's jaw before bringing his brother home. Ever since, Zhang Zilong was a figure of respect, and no one in Yasen City dared to cross him. These guys were just small-time troublemakers. I've dealt with them for you, Zhang Zilong said, sitting down next to Song Yun and raising a glass to him. Cheers. Aren't you worried we might be the bad guys? Yi King asked playfully, her eyes sparkling with amusement. I've heard of this Zhuan Xiao character, Zhang Zilong said, drinking another glass. His family runs a tourism business, and he's just a spoiled brat who's been causing trouble for years. He bullies people left and right. They're unlucky they ran into me today. With that, Zhang Zilong stood up, waved his hand and said, As long as you're eating here, you're my guests. I'll handle it if they come back. Thanks, Brother Long, Song Yun said with a smile. Sure enough, about 30 minutes later, a line of cars pulled up, and a middle-aged man, slightly overweight and carrying a briefcase, rushed out. Where's Brother Long? Brother Long, he shouted anxiously. Zhang Zilong stepped out, clearly annoyed. Why are you shouting? Trying to summon a spirit or something? Sorry. The man chuckled awkwardly. I was in the middle of handling some important business when I heard my people had caused trouble with you. I rushed over to apologize. Is that it? Zhang Zilong said, clearly displeased. They didn't just mess with me, they messed with my guests, my friends. Yes, I understand. They were being disrespectful. Please don't hold it against them. Here's 100,000 yuan as compensation, and I've already booked a table at the Shangri-La Hotel tomorrow night. Please let me treat you, the man said, trying his best to appease him. Zhang Zilong eyed the man coldly. He'd already lowered himself by apologizing and offering compensation. Refusing any further would be a breach of etiquette. Take your money back, Zhang Zilong said, waving him off. I just want you to keep an eye on your son. Today you're cleaning up after him, but next time, he might offend someone who won't be so forgiving. You won't even know how your family went bankrupt. I'll make sure he learns his lesson. Please excuse me for a moment, the man said, quickly answering a phone call. His tone immediately shifted to one of urgency. I don't care what it takes, we have to secure a deal with Shanshui Group. Our entire future depends on this project. Shanshui Group? Song Yun's keen ears picked up the name from the conversation. Considering this man worked in the tourism industry, it was likely he wanted to leverage Shanshui Group's network to expand nationwide. Sorry about that, Brother Long? The middle-aged man said, hanging up his phone. I've been so caught up in business that I've neglected disciplining my son. He quickly added, Brother Long, I'd like to personally apologize to those who were harassed. Do you think I could speak with them? For someone as well known as him in Yasan City, it was unusual to see him being so humble. It was clear that he wasn't just an average businessman. You're not planning to memorize their faces and seek revenge later, are you? Zhang Zilong gave him a sideways glance, clearly suspicious. The middle-aged man hurriedly waved his hands, smiling awkwardly. Not at all. In business we prioritize making peace. Better to avoid trouble when possible, right? The people you're looking for are over there. Zhang Zilong stepped aside, pointing towards Song Yun and his group. I hope you're sincere in your apology. If I hear they're mistreated in Yasan City, we'll have a serious conversation. Of course. The middle-aged man said, wiping the sweat from his brow. With Zhang Zilong backing them, no one in Yasan City would dare lay a hand on these people. After all, Zhang Zilong was a legend in the area. The man cautiously approached Song Yun's table, and as he drew closer, his eyes lit up when he saw the women. He instantly understood why his son had gotten into trouble. These women were stunning. Even for someone like him, who wasn't particularly interested in women, it was hard not to be tempted to make conversation. Hello, I'm the middle-aged man began, only to be interrupted by Song Yun, who raised a hand while calmly eating his skewer. Who you are doesn't concern us. The man's face froze for a moment, but he forced a smile. I came over to apologize. After all, it was my son who caused the problem. I'll cover your bill tonight as a way of making it up to you. No need. We may not be rich, but we can afford our own meals. King replied coldly. As for your son, you really should discipline him better. Yes, absolutely. The middle-aged man stammered, feeling embarrassed. Here he was, a successful businessman in his 40s, being scolded by a woman in her 20s. His face burned with shame. Mr. Kiao? Someone called from outside the barbecue stall. The middle-aged man Kiao turned around, and his expression immediately shifted, becoming more professional as he greeted the newcomer. Mr. Mu. What brings you here? Kiao said with a smile. The man, Mr. Mu, was the CEO of the Shangri-La Hotel, a frequent collaborator in the tourism industry. I'm here looking for a very important person. Mr. Mu said quietly, we have a guest from Shanghai staying at the hotel, a VIP. Headquarters has ordered us to cater to his every need, no matter what, as long as it's not illegal. Who is it? Kiao's curiosity piqued. He knew the Shangri-La Hotel was a global powerhouse, so for their headquarters to give such instructions, this guest had to be someone truly extraordinary. Who is it? Come on, tell me. Kiao leaned in eagerly, and Mr. Mu, after clearing his throat, whispered, It's Mr. Song, the richest man in Shanghai. What? Who? Kiao jumped up, his eyes wide in disbelief. Say that again, who is it? Quiet down. Mr. Mu said, annoyed. It's Mr. Song from Shanghai here on vacation. He's staying at our Shangri-La Hotel. Mr. Mu's pride was evident as he spoke. After all, having someone as wealthy and influential as Song Yun choose their hotel was a massive compliment to their reputation. Unbelievable. Kiao started pacing, feeling overwhelmed. Just moments ago, he'd been stressing over how to build connections with Shanshui Group, and now, he was about to meet the very person who likely controlled the group. This was beyond anything he could have imagined. If he could get an introduction to Song Yun, maybe it would help him break through the bottleneck in his business. Thinking about this, Kiao became excited. This was a golden opportunity to secure the future of his company. Hey Mr. Mu, do you think you could introduce me to Mr. Song? As you know, I'm in the tourism business, and I've hit a bit of a plateau. I'd love to collaborate with Shanshui Group. Kiao grinned as he continued, name your price. As long as you let me tag along to meet him, I'll do anything. Mr. Mu considered it for a moment. An introduction isn't impossible. But I've heard you've got a bottle of 1938 whiskey in your wine cellar. Kiao cursed inwardly. This guy's greed was showing. That bottle was his prized possession, one of only 62 left in the world. He'd bought it years ago purely for its rarity, and he had no intention of drinking it. But the thought of meeting Song Yun, the richest man in Shanghai, made the whiskey seem far less important. Fine, it's yours. I'll have someone bring it to you tomorrow, Kiao said, hiding his reluctance. Excellent. Mr. Mu beamed as he and Kiao approached Song Yun's table. As they walked over, Kiao was busy thinking about how to impress Song Yun. Should he offer to cover all of Song Yun's vacation expenses? No? That wouldn't work. He's the richest man in Shanghai, he wouldn't care about that. Maybe he could show Song Yun some of his tourism projects and offer him an exclusive experience. or perhaps invite him on an overseas fishing trip. That could work. People like Song Yun probably enjoyed such activities. Sea fishing was always a good option. Just as Kiao was deep in thought, he accidentally walked into Mr. Mu, who had stopped in front of Song Yun. "Mr. Song, I've wrapped up my business and rushed back to see how you're doing," Mr. Mu said with a big smile. "How's your stay at Shangri-La? Any feedback for us?" "Shangri-La is excellent. It's the best hotel I've stayed in for a long time." Song Yun nodded, appreciating the gesture. It was true, Shangri-La had gone above and beyond to make his stay pleasant. "Mr. Song, the fact that you're enjoying your stay is the highest compliment for us." Mr. Mu pulled over an empty chair from a nearby table and smiled as he sat down. "You've really got an eye for good food. This barbecue spot is one of the best in Yasan City." "Hey, I just found it online and thought I'd give it a try," Song Yun replied casually, glancing briefly at Mr. Kiao, who had followed Mr. Mu but hadn't said a word. Noticing the tension, Mr. Mu decided to step in. "This here is Mr. Kiao Xiangguo, a prominent figure in the tourism industry here in Yasan City. Since your Shanshui group is in the same field, I thought there might be some potential for collaboration." After Mr. Mu introduced him, Kiao Xiangguo should have spoken up to continue the formalities. However, Mr. Kiao stood there frozen, his face pale, as if he were on the verge of having a heart attack. What's going on? Mr. Kiao usually has no trouble talking, so why is he losing his nerve now? Mr. Mu, not wanting the atmosphere to turn awkward, quickly added, "It seems Mr. Kiao is a bit overwhelmed meeting someone of your stature, Mr. Song. I hope you won't take offense." Despite his efforts to smooth things over, Song Yun and his group had stopped eating and were now sitting quietly, their expressions cold. What the hell? Why is Mr. Song acting like this? Could it be that he and Mr. Kiao have crossed paths before? But Mr. Kiao never mentioned it. "Mr. Kiao?" Mr. Mu whispered, hoping to get his friend to snap out of it. But Mr. Kiao remained frozen, looking like a ghost. Mr. Mu grew increasingly frustrated. If Mr. Kiao wanted to ruin his own chances, fine, but don't drag me down with you. Finally, Mr. Mu gave Mr. Kiao a small kick to the leg, hoping to wake him up. The sudden jolt seemed to do the trick. Mr. Kiao shook as if coming out of a daze, his face twitching. "Mr. Kiao." Mr. Mu called again. "Ah, yes, Kiao Jiangguo stammered, forcing a bitter smile. "I never expected Mr. Song to be so young and talented. It's my mistake for being so forward." "Have you two met before?" Mr. Mu asked nervously. "Hey, just earlier today," Song Yun said casually, taking a sip of his beer. "Mr. Kiao was generous enough to offer to cover all our expenses tonight." "Qiao Jiangguo, what the hell did you do?" Mr. Mu's heart nearly stopped. "Who do you think you are, offering to pay for the richest man in Shanghai? Do you even realize who you're dealing with? Shanshui Group is just one of Song Yun's many companies, and it's not even in the top 3 for annual revenue. How could you be so reckless?" Mr. Mu, now caught in the middle, didn't know what to say. He cursed himself for getting involved in the first place. If only he hadn't been so greedy for that bottle of whiskey, none of this would be happening. Mr. Kiao probably didn't recognize Mr. Song earlier, and just wanted to be polite. Mr. Mu said, trying desperately to defuse the situation. "Is that so?" Song Yun raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Mu, maybe you should get your facts straight before making excuses." Mr. Mu swallowed nervously, his gaze shifting to Mr. Kiao, silently begging him to speak up and explain himself. "My son had a bit of a misunderstanding with Mr. Song earlier." Mr. Kiao finally confessed. "I'm here to apologize on his behalf." "Oh, is that so?" Mr. Mu sighed in relief. A conflict between young people, surely it was nothing serious. A small apology and this would all blow over. But then Song Yun's next words hit like a hammer. "If asking one of the women in my group to entertain him counts as a small misunderstanding, then yes, I'd say it's no big deal." "Damn it, Qiao Jiangguo. You deserve to die. You should just crawl into a bathroom and drown yourself. You're a pathetic excuse for a father, can't even keep your own son in line, and now he's got the nerve to go after Song Yun's women? If anyone deserves to die, it's you." Mr. Mu's chest tightened. He didn't have heart problems before, but if this kept up, Qiao Jiangguo might just give him one. "Mr. Song, my son was absolutely in the wrong. Whatever you feel is an appropriate punishment, just let me know." Qiao Jiangguo said through gritted teeth, too afraid to even mention business now. His only hope was that Song Yun wouldn't completely ruin his family. "Hey, let's not go that far. After all, you've got a big business, probably with a lot of people relying on you. I wouldn't want to step on any toes, especially when I might not make it out of Yasan City." Song Yun replied, his words laced with cold irony. His words hit Qiao like a sledgehammer, making him want to drop to his knees in surrender. Trying to salvage the situation, Qiao Jianguo pulled out his phone and called his son, ordering him to come to the barbecue stall immediately. Meanwhile, Qiao Xuan was at a bar, chatting with his sister. When his father called, Qiao Xuan couldn't help but feel excited. Maybe his father had already smoothed things over? Haha, tonight's going to be great. As he thought about how beautiful Yi Qingqing and the other women were, the girls surrounding him at the bar no longer seemed that attractive. Clearing his throat and acting all proper, he turned down his sister's offer to continue their chat and drove quickly toward the barbecue stall. Wait for me. Just wait until I get there. Back at the restaurant, Mr. Mu decided to distance himself. Mr. Qiao, you handle this yourself. I've been hearing for a while that your son is a spoiled troublemaker, and it seems those rumors were true. If you don't settle this with Mr. Song, I'm canceling all our business deals. He added coldly, seizing the opportunity to cut ties. Qiao Jianguo's heart sank. This is the power of a man like Song Yun. He hadn't even spoken much, but the mere weight of his presence had people scrambling to tear Qiao Jianguo apart. If he didn't resolve this, by tomorrow morning, half the companies he worked with would sever ties, and bankruptcy would be right around the corner. Mr. Song, don't worry. Once that brat gets here, I'll make sure you get a satisfying resolution. Qiao Jianguo promised, his teeth clenched in frustration. This was all because his son had been spoiled by his mother. And now, of all people, he had gone and provoked Song Yun. He only had himself to blame if he ended up in the hospital. Qiao Xuan felt like every cell in his body was buzzing with excitement, anticipating the night ahead. He could practically feel the adrenaline surging through him as he thought about the beautiful women he had seen earlier. Yasan City was a tourist hotspot, attracting countless visitors each year. As a local, Qiao Xuan loved to wander the beaches, always on the lookout for attractive women in bikinis. Having lived for over 20 years, he had seen plenty of beautiful women, so many, in fact, that he had grown desensitized to them. But today was different. That woman's sharp, cool gaze had captivated him, and the other one had an incredible figure. He couldn't let them go. It was a rare opportunity, one that should have been his by right, so he had made his move. But that simple attempt at flirtation had quickly gone south. He still didn't understand how that guy could fight so well. Even his personal bodyguard had fallen to his knees, begging to be taught by the stranger. If the guy hadn't lost interest in him, Qiao Xuan would have been beaten to a pulp. Yet, despite the embarrassment, he couldn't shake the images of those two women from his mind. I'm coming for you, beauties. Just wait for me. Tonight will be a night to remember. Qiao Xuan sped toward the barbecue stall, his heart racing. As he arrived, he spotted Zhang Zilong. Qiao had heard of him, but scoffed at his reputation. Sure, Zhang Zilong had been tough in the past, but in today's world, money ruled everything. What good was being able to fight if you couldn't pay the hospital bills afterward? Qiao figured that with the right lawyer he could ruin anyone, no matter how strong they were. Confident, he strutted toward the barbecue stall. Excuse me. Make way. Qiao Xuan said smugly, stepping in front of Zhang Zilong without a second thought. Zhang Zilong glanced down at him, amused. This kid still had no idea what was about to happen. With a shrug, Zhang stepped aside, letting Qiao through. Qiao Xuan took this as a sign of submission, as if Zhang Zilong was showing him respect. Yeah, that's right. I've got power. He was convinced that his father's influence was what made Zhang Zilong give him this respect. His mind filled with fantasies of the night unfolding perfectly. When Qiao Xuan finally reached Song Yun's table, he nearly drooled at the sight of Yi Qingqing and Yuan Si. Across from him, his father Qiao Jianguo looked on coldly. This was all his son's doing, and now, for the sake of his company and its thousands of employees, Qiao Jianguo knew he had to take drastic action. Uncle Miu, you're here too, Qiao Xuan said, trying to contain his excitement as he greeted Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu, now desperate to distance himself from the Qiao family, gave a curt nod before looking away. Qiao Xuan didn't mind. These first-generation business elites always looked down on the younger generation, thinking they were only good for partying. But Qiao Xuan didn't care about their opinions. Hey gorgeous, have you decided to come with me yet? Qiao Xuan said, his words dripping with arrogance. Even though his father was right there, Qiao Xuan couldn't help himself. His desire had taken over, and he didn't care how it looked. Wow, Mr. Qiao's son really knows how to make an impression. Mr. Mu said sarcastically, smirking. Is this kid stupid? Mr. Mu thought. Couldn't he see his father's face growing darker by the second? Maybe this boy was beyond help. Mr. Mu made a mental note to have a serious talk with his own son. Even if he wanted him to live a carefree life, there were limits. He needed to teach him which people to avoid at all costs. Right? I'll print out a list of everyone we can't afford to offend and have him memorize it, Mr. Mu decided. Uncle Mu, you're too kind. I just admire beauty when I see it. A gentleman pursues a fair lady, as they say. Qiao Swan said with a stupid grin. Everyone around the table was speechless. Qiao Jianguo squinted at his son, knowing he couldn't let him keep talking. If he did, who knew what kind of trouble his loose tongue would get them into? Get on your knees. Qiao Jianguo barked, his voice booming. Despite his round figure, Qiao Jianguo had been a formidable man in his youth. It was that strength and tenacity that had helped him build his business empire. Qiao Swan jumped back in surprise, looking at his father with confusion. Dad, why are you yelling? I know these people caused me some trouble, but making them kneel is a bit much, especially in front of the ladies. You little idiot. You still care about saving face in front of these women? Don't you realize I'm about to get on my knees myself? In a fit of rage, Qiao Jianguo slapped his son hard across the face. Qiao Swan spun around 3 or 4 times from the force of the blow, collapsing onto the ground, dazed. Clutching his cheek, he looked up at his father, bewildered. He had never seen his father this angry before. Dad, why did you hit me? You idiot. Why did you mess with Mr. Song and his companions? Who's Mr. Song? Why are you hitting me? Qiao Swan whined, his face full of confusion. He had flirted with women and gotten into trouble before, but his father had always handled it. Why was this time different? Qiao Jianguo was nearly speechless with anger. He wanted to grab a bottle from the table and bash it over his son's head. Taking a deep breath, he yanked Qiao Swan up by the arm and hissed, "Get on your knees and apologize to Mr. Song." I won't. Qiao Swan snapped back, his stubbornness flaring up. How had things gone so wrong? Kneeling in front of Song Yun would destroy his image, especially in front of those beautiful women. He wasn't going to do it. Oh, you won't, huh? Qiao Jianguo nodded, then turned to Zhang Zilong. Brother Zhang, do you have a baseball bat or something I can borrow? Zhang Zilong, always ready for some drama, smirked and fetched a bat from inside the restaurant, handing it to Qiao Jianguo. This is going to hurt. You'd better brace yourself. Qiao Jianguo growled. Qiao Zhuan's eyes widened in terror as his father raised the bat and swung it down hard on his leg. Ah! Qiao Zhuan's scream instantly drew the attention of everyone at the barbecue stand. People started pointing and whispering among themselves. Some who had been there earlier knew what was going on and began gossiping quietly with their friends. It hurts. Qiao Zhuan clutched his leg, writhing on the ground in agony. Grabbing his son by the shoulders, Qiao Jianguo shouted again, "Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Song." Smack. Without warning, Qiao Jianguo slapped his son hard across the face. The pain Qiao Swan felt wasn't just physical, it was an emotional blow. There were at least 200 or 300 people at the barbecue stand, and by tomorrow, all of them would be talking about this. How could he possibly show his face in Yasan City again? And worse, his father had really gone all out this time. His leg was most likely broken. Apologize. Qiao Jianguo urged, his voice cold. Qiao Zhuan glanced around in a daze. The mocking smiles and pointing fingers of the crowd made him feel like he was descending into hell. This is the last time I'm telling you apologize to Mr. Song, or I'll break your other leg too. That way you won't be able to cause trouble for anyone anymore. Qiao Jianguo's heart was breaking. After all, Qiao Swan was still his son. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. But he had no choice now. He just hoped his son would understand and stop resisting. I'm sorry. Qiao Shuan finally gave in, surrendering to his father's harsh punishment. He had never been hit or punished his entire life, and now, for the first time, he experienced pain like never before. With his father's help, Qiao Swan got on his knees in front of Song Yun and apologized. I'm sorry. I was wrong today. Mr. Song, it's my fault for not raising him properly. I will come to your home to apologize formally another day. Qiao Jianguo added, bowing deeply towards Song Yun. After this, I'm sure he'll understand that if he wants to bully others, he'd better be prepared to get knocked down. Song Yun said calmly. As for your business with Shanshui Group, I won't interfere. Whether you succeed depends entirely on your company's qualifications. Qiao Jianguo was shocked. He had expected that by tomorrow morning, some people would begin to cut ties with his company, and he had already prepared himself for a rough time. But to his surprise, Song Yun was willing to let him off the hook and even left open the possibility of collaborating with Shanshui Group. Is this what they mean by the magnanimity of great men? Swallowing his emotions, Qiao Jianguo bowed deeply again. I'm too ashamed to stay any longer. I'll take my leave. After Song Yun nodded, Qiao Jianguo motioned to the driver, and they helped Qiao Xuan limp away. Mr. Song, you have the heart of a statesman. Mr. Mu said with a smile. I thought. You have to leave some room for others. It's too harsh to drive someone to bankruptcy over something like this. Song Yun replied with a smile. A little leniency goes a long way. I see I was thinking too small. Let me toast to your wisdom. Mr. Mu said, raising his glass and downing it in one gulp. It's getting late. I originally just wanted to say hello, but things escalated. I'll leave you to enjoy your meal. Let's talk again tomorrow. Mr. Mu excused himself, his mind already spinning as he tried to figure out what Song Yun's words really meant. After Mr. Mu left, Zhang Zilong strolled over slowly, his face showing a mix of curiosity and amusement. Why are you looking at me like that, brother Zhang? Song Yun laughed, pouring Zhang a drink. What? Is there something on my face? Just to be clear, I'm only into women. You've got quite the imagination. Zhang Zilong grumbled as he took a sip of his drink. I feel like you've been playing me this whole time. You're clearly so capable, but you keep such a low profile. Not at all. I'm truly grateful to you, Song Yun said seriously. Not every business owner would stand up for their customers like you did. It's not that others are wrong for not doing it, but you, brother Zhang, are a righteous man. Hey, that's all I can do, protecting whoever I can, Zhang Zilong said with a chuckle. Brother Zhang, let me toast to you. Yezi chimed in, raising his glass to clink with Zhang Zilong's before downing it in one go. Then, with a curious grin, Yezi asked, Brother Zhang, those guys seemed really afraid of you. Mind sharing the story with us? Hey, it's just old history. Nothing worth talking about. Zhang Zilong waved it off. But I overheard you guys are tourists from Shanghai. Is that right? Yep. Have you ever lived in Shanghai before? Yezi asked, intrigued. There was something mysterious about Zhang Zilong. It wasn't just his strength that commanded respect, there was more to him. Yeah, I spent some time there. Song. Just call me Song Yun. Brother Zhang? Alright, brother Song. I wanted to ask, do you have connections in Shanghai? Hearing this, Song Yun realized that Zhang Zilong had something on his mind. After a brief pause, Song Yun smiled and replied, if you need help, feel free to ask. If it's within my ability, I'll do what I can. But if it's beyond me, I won't be able to do much. Great. I like your honesty, brother Song, Zhang Zilong said, lighting a cigarette and taking a moment to gather his thoughts. I need your help to find someone in Shanghai. Find someone. Song Yun was surprised. He hadn't expected this to be the request. Yeah, I'm looking for a woman, Zhang Zilong admitted, his voice suddenly quieter, and his face flushed slightly. Everyone exchanged glances, already guessing what this might be about. Song Yun teased, Brother Zhang, how do you know the person you're looking for is still in Shanghai? She's there. I'm sure of it, Zhang Zilong said hurriedly. Her family lives in Shanghai. But after some family troubles I lost track of her. Oh hey. Everyone nodded knowingly, their expressions amused. This tough guy, with money and status, was still hung up on someone from his past. It was almost endearing. Finding someone in Shanghai won't be easy, Song Yun cautioned. There's a huge population, and people come and go all the time. I can't promise anything, but I'll try my best. Can I ask what your relationship is with this woman? Song Yun asked. Zhang Zilong furrowed his brow, seeing the inquisitive looks from everyone. He sighed and said, she was my ex-girlfriend. Wait, but you're here in Yasan City, and she's in Shanghai. That's a long-distance relationship, huh? Online dating. Yesi teased with a mischievous grin. Didn't expect you to be into that, brother Zhang. Zhang Zilong stammered. For a moment he was at a loss for words. After all, online relationships might seem a bit odd to others, but the fact was that he and his girlfriend had met online and fallen in love. Brother Zhang, what if Yunji helps you find her, and it turns out she's just a regular guy with bad hygiene? Wouldn't that shatter your innocent love? Yezi teased with a grin. Nowadays you see these stories all the time. Just the other day, I read about a guy who traveled across the country to surprise his online girlfriend, only to find a bald middle-aged man at the door. That's impossible. Zhang Zilong's eyes widened as he grabbed a beer and downed it in one go. I've met her in person before, he exclaimed. Did you go to Shanghai to see her? Or did she come to Yasan City? Asked someone else at the table. We video chatted, Zhang Zilong admitted. Oh! Everyone chimed in unison, smiling knowingly. Brother Zhang, leave it to me. If I find her, I'll give you a call. But if she's already married, I won't help you break up her family. Song Yoon said seriously. If that's the case, I'll just tell you I couldn't find her. It's best if you mentally prepare yourself though. It sounds like it's been a long time since you two were in contact, and a lot could have happened in between. I understand. I've already prepared myself for that possibility. But if she really has a new family, I just want to see her one last time from afar. Zhang Zilong said, his eyes slightly red with emotion. Seeing how sincere Zhang Zilong was, Song Yun nodded. As long as you don't try to approach her, I'll arrange it. After finishing a few more drinks, the group decided to call it a night. When Song Yun went to pay the bill, Zhang Zilong insisted on covering it, saying that if Song paid, it would be like insulting his hospitality. Song Yun felt a little awkward but eventually relented. Back at the hotel, it was another peaceful and satisfying night. Song Yun quickly fell asleep, but in the middle of the night, his phone rang. Who's calling at this hour? Yi King grumbled sleepily. Song Yun grabbed his phone and quietly slipped into the living room. Xiao Wan, do you realize what time it is? You might not need sleep, but I do. Song Yun said irritably. Brother. I saw on my sister-in-law's social media that you're in Yasan City. Xiao Wan exclaimed excitedly. I just landed here too. Song Yun was caught off guard. Did you come here by yourself? No. I'm with Mr. Lu. Lu Guan? Song Yun's mind raced. What on earth would Lu Guan be doing in Yasan City with Xiao Wan? Could it be? Wait, no. Maybe I'm just too sleepy, he thought, shaking his head. Lighting a cigarette, he asked cautiously, what are you two doing in Yasan City? We're here for the National Entertainment Industry Summit. Xiao Wan replied cheerfully. Because of Yasan's unique climate, they're holding it here this year. Mr. Lu wanted me to ask if you could represent Tianyu at the meeting tomorrow. Song Yun thought for a moment. He vaguely recalled an email from Lu Guan a month ago, but at the time he'd been swamped with work and had turned it down. Little did he know the summit would be happening right under his nose during his vacation. Alright, let's talk about it when we meet. You're at the airport, right? I'll send someone to pick you up. After calling Huang Baoding to wake him up, Song Yun decided to head to the airport himself. At Yasan City Airport, Song Yun spotted the Tianyu team standing at the exit. It seemed this summit was a big deal, as the entire team consisted of 40 to 50 people. Good evening, Mr. Song. Lu Guan greeted him warmly, quickly walking over to shake Song Yun's hand. Sorry to disturb you so late. I told Xiao Wan to wait until tomorrow to contact you, but she was too eager. It's fine, we're all family. Song Yun replied with a smile. Have you booked your hotel yet? Yes, we're staying at Wanfeng, Lu Guan said with a chuckle. Since it's such an important event, we had to choose a 5-star hotel to represent Tianyu's stature. Good. Do you need me to arrange transportation for you? No. The hotel will send a bus for us. You just need to take Xiao Wan with you. I'll meet with you tomorrow morning to discuss work. Lu Guan added, his professionalism making Song Yun feel at ease. With a nod, Song Yun motioned for Xiao Wan to join him. After they left, the Tianyu team continued chatting excitedly. On the drive back to the Shangri-La Hotel, Song Yun gave Xiao Wan a sideways glance. You really couldn't wait for me to pick you up? Did something happen? Xiao Wan pouted. There's this annoying guy in the group who's been chasing me ever since I joined the company. I didn't want to stay with him at Wanfeng, so I came to you for help. What? Didn't Lu Guan handle it? Song Yun asked, intrigued. Everyone at Tianyu knew Xiao Wan was like a sister to Song Yun, so it wasn't surprising that someone would be interested in her. But how could Lu Guan just let this slide? He did. Xiao Wan said, clearly frustrated. He strictly forbade any romantic rumors or shipping between us, but that guy is Tianyu's hottest star right now, and his family is supposedly quite powerful. Mr. Lu couldn't just kick him out. I see. Song Yun muttered, making a mental note to discuss the matter with Lu Guan in the morning. With Xiao Wan's close relationship with Ouyang Ji, the last thing Song Yun wanted was for rumors to start spreading. The Ouyang family was very strict, and even if Xiao Wan didn't do anything wrong, gossip would follow her for years. When they arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel, Song Yun realized something. All the presidential suites were fully booked. The only available room was his own, and that was only because Yi King and Yuan Xie were sharing it with him. Hi, do you have any available rooms? Song Yun asked the front desk. The receptionist, recognizing him as a VIP, checked nervously before answering, I'm sorry sir, it's peak tourist season, and we're fully booked. I could try speaking with a guest to see if they'd. No need. Thank you. Song Yun sighed, realizing he had no choice but to bring the chatterbox back to his room. Hey, where are King and Siyu? Xiao Wan asked, looking around as she entered the room. Your room is on the left. Go to sleep already. Song Yun grumbled, shooing her off. He glanced at the clock. It was already around 6 a.m., and by this point, he had lost any desire to go back to sleep. By 8 a.m., Yi King and Yuan Siyu woke up one after the other. They rubbed their eyes and yawned as they stepped out of the room, only to be startled when they saw Song Yun lying on the sofa. Hubby, is something wrong? Yi King asked, a little alarmed. It wasn't normal for Song Yun to be up this early, and if he was awake in the middle of the night, it had to be something serious. She couldn't help but wonder if something had gone wrong back in Shanghai. Xiao Wan came over. She's asleep in the room. Song Yun sighed. She called me in the middle of the night. There's a national entertainment summit happening here in Yasen, and since Tianyu is now one of the top 5 companies, they have to attend. Oh, I see. Yi King nodded in understanding but suddenly blushed, realizing something. Wait, does Xiao Wan know where we've been sleeping? She knows. Song Yun replied, poker-faced. What? Yi King's face turned beet red, embarrassment flooding over her. How could her cousin know about such an intimate thing? This was so humiliating. Ha, I'm just teasing. As soon as she came in, I sent her straight to bed. Song Yun chuckled, clearly enjoying the joke. You bully. Yi King pouted, pinching Song Yun's side playfully before returning to the room with Yuan Siyu to freshen up. Song Yun winced and rubbed his side. He couldn't help but marvel at how much that pinch hurt, even though his body had become much tougher than most people's. Why did it still sting so much when Yi King pinched him? Once Yi King and Yuan Siyu were done getting ready, the 3 of them quietly left Xiao Wan to sleep and headed to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Yezi and his girlfriend decided they wouldn't be tagging along with Song Yun today and planned to rent a car to explore Yasan City and do some shopping for local specialties. Around 9:30 a.m., Lu Guan, looking fresh and energized, arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel and knocked on the door of Song Yun's presidential suite. Come in. The door's open. Song Yun called out. Lu Guan straightened his jacket, took a deep breath, and stepped inside with confidence. Good morning, Mr. Song. Morning, have a seat. Song Yun smiled as he poured Lu Guan a cup of tea. Lu, you're not getting any younger. You should take care of your health. You guys got in around 5 a.m., right? I bet you didn't even get any sleep at the hotel. Hey, nothing escapes your eyes, Mr. Song. As soon as I got to the hotel, I worked through the night to prepare this report for you. Lu Guan said, pulling a folder from his bag and handing it to Song Yun before taking a sip of tea. Song Yun opened the folder and reviewed the documents. It contained internal reports from Tianyu, as well as financial statements from the year's movie investments and the revenue still being processed. Doing some quick calculations in his head, Song Yun estimated that Tianyu would make over 70 billion yuan in profit this year. That was no small amount. Closing the folder, Song Yun couldn't help but marvel at how lucrative the entertainment industry was. As long as they managed to keep a few popular stars in the spotlight each year, the sales from merchandise alone would bring in an overwhelming profit. You've done a great job, Lu. I think you'll deserve a big red envelope at this year's annual meeting, Song Yun said with a smile. Lu Guan beamed. Haha, it's all thanks to your guidance, Mr. Song. Alright, enough with the flattery. I haven't really been involved with Tianyu at all, so the credit is all yours, Song Yun replied, taking another sip of tea. Xiao Wan mentioned that the National Entertainment Summit is tonight. That's right. If you're free, we'd love for you to lead the team, Lu Guan said seriously. On the surface it's just a gathering to have drinks and chat, but in reality the summit is where the market share for the next year gets divided. Is that so? Song Yun pondered for a moment. What time does it start? At 7 p.m. Alright, you should head back and get some rest. We'll go together at 7. Hearing this, Lu Guan felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Song Yun attending, it looked like Tianyu's slice of the pie would be a bit bigger next year. After Lu Guan left, Song Yun leaned back on the sofa, rubbing his temples. Dealing with those old foxes in the industry was never easy. By 6 p.m., Lu Guan was already dressed and waiting, while Xiao Wan was in the middle of picking an outfit, with 4 makeup artists fussing over her. Yi King and Yuan Siyu watched on curiously. Once Xiao Wan was ready, Huang Baoding drove them to the summit venue, where the rest of the Tianyu team was already waiting. As they arrived, Song Yun scanned the parking lot. It was packed with luxury cars, some of the finest vehicles, each worth millions, and even some worth 4 or 5 times that. Compared to these, the 6 to 7 million yuan business car Song Yun had borrowed from Shangri-La looked rather ordinary. After joining up with the rest of the group, they made their way to the rooftop venue. Lu Guan presented the invitation, and they were ushered inside. The venue was centered around a large stage, where a popular female singer was performing. Below the stage, dozens of celebrities were eagerly waiting for their chance to showcase their talents, hoping to secure more resources for the coming year. Seeing this, Song Yun couldn't help but shake his head. These stars, who seemed so glamorous to the public, were nothing more than performers in the eyes of the industry big shots. Sure, they could sing and dance, but that was about it. Lu, you're here. Good evening, Mr. Lu. Finally. I was just talking about Tianyu with some people. While this was Song Yun's first time at the summit, Lu Guan was a regular. As soon as he arrived, countless people came over to greet him. Meanwhile, the singer on stage started performing even harder, hoping to catch his eye. After all, gaining Lu Guan's favor could secure a year's worth of resources for any artist. Good evening, Mr. Qian. Mr. Lu. You're looking great. You must tell me your secret for staying in such good shape. Ha 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 ha, old Wang. You beat me here, huh? Lu Guan expertly navigated the crowd, exchanging pleasantries with everyone around him. After making the rounds, he finally introduced Song Yun with great reverence. Everyone, I'm just a guest today. The real star of the show is our boss at Tianyu, Mr. Song Yun. This must be Mr. Song? Such a young and promising talent. Mr. Song, it's an honor to meet you. I'm the owner of CTB Entertainment. Mr. Song, you're incredibly charismatic. Even someone like me, who's seen countless stars, has to admit you stand out. The crowd surrounding Song Yun quickly grew. Many had heard whispers of a mysterious big boss behind Tianyu Entertainment, but very few had ever seen him in person. Song Yun's reputation, however, was legendary. He wasn't just the head of Tianyu, he was the richest man in Shanghai, with vast investments across multiple global industries. So, when these entertainment moguls finally stood before him, they couldn't help but be in awe. Mr. Song, this is Mr. Yu, the owner of Tianyi Entertainment. And this is Mr. Li, who built DreamWorks Entertainment from the ground up. His company is now one of the top 5 in the industry. And this is... Lu Guan continued introducing the various figures, and soon, over 20 people had gathered around Song Yun, eager to make his acquaintance. Just then, a sneering voice cut through the crowd. Oh, so Tianyu is the center of attention, huh? You step in, and you're instantly the star. Everyone turned to see a scrawny man walking toward them with a few women by his side. His eyes narrowed with hostility as he glared at Song Yun. That's Zhou Lil, the owner of Shengle Entertainment. Lu Guan whispered to Song Yun. Their company is number 1 in the industry right now, and we've been competing over the same market. Song Yun understood immediately. When two large companies clash over market share, tensions naturally arise. Business is ruthless, and competitors would do anything to see their rivals go bankrupt, even if that meant aggressive takeovers. But this was a national entertainment summit, a place where even enemies were expected to maintain a veneer of civility. Zhou Li's direct confrontation felt out of place. Mr. Zhou. Lu Guan responded with a cold smile. Tianyu's reputation speaks for itself, built by our actions and the support of our peers. Not like certain companies that try to stick their fingers in every pie, or ones where their own female stars sue them for harassment. The moment Lu Guan said this, Zhou Li's face turned crimson. Although Lu Guan hadn't mentioned Shengle by name, everyone knew who he was talking about. Over the years, Shengle Entertainment had expanded aggressively, claiming profits that rightfully belonged to smaller companies. Many of these smaller players hated Zhou Li, but none had the power to stand up to him directly. Then there was the harassment scandal. Earlier that year, Zhou Li had invested in a reality show featuring a young, wild beauty. He quickly signed her to Shengle, but just 3 months later, she filed a lawsuit accusing him of sexual harassment. Zhou Li eventually settled out of court, but the damage was done. His reputation in the industry took a significant hit. Nonsense. Zhou Li growled. Tianyu's been riding a wave of success lately. You must be expecting to claim a large share of the market next year, right? Everyone in the room stiffened. Zhou Li's words weren't just a personal attack, they were a direct threat. In the entertainment industry, market share was everything. If Tianyu took a larger slice, it would mean less profit for everyone else. But Tianyu had an advantage that none of them did: financial backing from Song Yun. With deep pockets, Tianyu could afford to invest in dozens of films and TV shows at once, something smaller companies could never do. For them, every investment was a gamble. We at Tianyu have never needed to take more than what's rightfully ours. Lu Guan replied calmly. And next year we'll be focusing on expanding into international markets. The room fell silent. Lu Guan's statement was a clear message to Zhu Lele. Tianyu wasn't interested in competing over the domestic market anymore. They had bigger ambitions: global expansion. The smaller companies could fight over the scraps. Many of the mid-tier and smaller company owners couldn't help but smirk. They were relieved to hear this. Tianyu is truly a leader in the industry. That kind of vision is admirable. Absolutely. Lu, I'm so envious that you have Mr. Song backing you. I wish I had been that lucky. Go ahead, blaze the trail overseas, and we'll follow. The praise only deepened Zhu Li's frustration. His teeth clenched in anger. Tianyu might not rank as high as Shengel right now, but they were willing to make bold moves. What about Shengel? Could they do the same? Zhou Li was considering making a half-hearted claim about Shengel's plans for international expansion when a commotion at the entrance drew everyone's attention. A young man, surrounded by an entourage, stepped into the venue. Zhou Li's eyes lit up. Ah, Lu Guan, you'd better watch your words around young Master Xin. If you say something wrong, even Tianyu might lose a large chunk of the domestic market next year. Lu Guan's expression darkened. While Song Yun had wealth and influence, the entertainment industry relied heavily on connections. Xin Xiao's father was a giant in the field, with many top directors and producers having deep personal ties with him. If Tianyu upset him, the repercussions could be severe. Directors might refuse to work with them, cutting off vital partnerships. As soon as Xin Xiao entered, many of the executives who had been surrounding Song Yun quickly rushed over to greet him. He smiled graciously and exchanged pleasantries before finally making his way to Zhu Lil. Mr. Zhou? It's been a while. Hey, young Master Xin, you've been so busy lately. I've been wanting to have a drink with you, but I was worried you wouldn't have the time. Zhou Li said with a chuckle. To the people around them, this exchange signaled more than just a casual greeting. The relationship between Zhu Li and young Master Xin was clearly not just a passing acquaintance. With this connection in mind, and knowing how many beautiful women Shengel Entertainment had under its wing, those observing couldn't help but see the full picture. Indeed, the three iron bonds of men was not just an empty saying. As expected, many of the industry bigwigs began gravitating towards Zhu Li and young Master Xin, eager to curry favor. In their eyes, young Master Xin's influence in the entertainment industry far surpassed that of Song Yun. By getting close to him, they could build connections with top directors. Just one project with the right director could mean a massive box office success. Who is this young Master Xin? Song Yun asked curiously, watching as people left his side to flock around the new arrival. He didn't feel the slightest bit of disappointment. In fact, he was relieved. He never liked being surrounded by people asking endless questions and showering him with fake praise. He much preferred peace and quiet over the constant noise of a crowd. Young Master Xin is highly respected in the entertainment world. Lu Guan explained, his expression serious. Though he doesn't own any companies himself, his father was a pioneering figure among the first generation of directors in the country. His influence is tremendous, and many of the most famous second and third generation directors are his students. Lu Guan continued, there was once an entertainment company owner who complained about young Master Xin during a private gathering. After that, no director would work with his company, and within 6 months, the owner was forced to declare bankruptcy. Song Yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this. In his experience, there was no such thing as not being able to spend money in business. If money wasn't working, it just meant you didn't have enough of it. After all, if you had the resources, you could simply buy out the companies, and any obstacles would quickly disappear. Mr. Song, they're coming over. Lu Guan said in a low voice, noticing that young Master Xin was walking toward them. Mr. Song, you're even younger than I imagined. Young Master Xin said, greeting Song Yun as he approached. It was clear that even in the entertainment industry, Song Yun's reputation preceded him. Haha, and young Master Xin is also quite accomplished for your age. Song Yun replied calmly. I wonder if Mr. Song has some time. I'd like to have a chat. Young Master Xin said, causing the expressions of the surrounding crowd to change. Everyone knew what this meant. Young Master Xin represented connections, while Song Yun represented capital. If these two were to join forces, they would be an unstoppable duo in the industry. Sure, let's talk over there, Song Yun said, gesturing in one direction. Young Master Xin smiled and shook his head. There are private rooms here. Let's head to one of those. Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward one of the rooms, fully expecting Song Yun to follow. Should we go? Lu Guan asked with some concern. Let's see what they want. Song Yun shrugged with a smile. You and Xiaowen have fun outside. I'll be back soon. Song Yun entered the private room alone, and was greeted by the sight of more than 10 female celebrities fawning over young Master Xin and Zhu Lei. Some were pouring drinks, others were massaging their shoulders, acts of affection you'd never see in public. "Please, Mr. Song, have a seat," young Master Xin said with a grin. "Ladies, this is Mr. Song, the big boss of Tianyu Entertainment and the richest man in Shanghai. His wealth far surpasses ours. If any of you manage to win his favor, you'll never have to worry about your future again." With this, the women's eyes lit up as they turned their attention to Song Yun. In the entertainment industry, looks fade, and as actresses age, their opportunities diminish. Many of them would rather secure a wealthy benefactor than struggle for roles that might never come. Even if it meant becoming a mistress, it would be better than being discarded by the industry. "Mr. Song, please let me pour you a drink," a sultry-looking woman cooed as she approached. Song Yun waved her off. "Sorry, ladies. I already have a family. You should focus on entertaining these gentlemen instead." "Haha, Mr. Song, don't be such a buzzkill," Zhou Li said with a laugh. "These beauties are all top-tier actresses. Countless men would love the chance to dine with them." Song Yun's expression remained calm as he replied, "I'm a bit of a clean freak. I don't like things that have been touched by too many people." The atmosphere grew awkward at once. "Haha. Mr. Song really is a man who values his wife. Well then, let's not push the matter. Ladies, you may leave now," young Master Xin said, quickly regaining his composure. Once the women had left, young Master Xin poured Song Yun a drink himself. "Mr. Song, I asked you here for 2 reasons," young Master Xin said, his tone becoming serious. "First, Shanghai Entertainment has hit a bit of a bottleneck. I'm hoping that next year Tianyu can share a portion of the market to help Zhu Li get through this tough time. Of course, I'm willing to offer anything in return for your generosity." Though young Master Xin spoke calmly, his words carried weight. He was asking for a piece of Tianyu's profits, a huge ask. In this industry, carving out even a small portion of the market meant dealing in billions. Song Yun chuckled lightly. "Sure." Young Master Xin laughed heartily in response. "I knew Mr. Song would be above worrying about such small matters." He raised his glass to clink with Song Yun's, but when he saw Song Yun had no intention of lifting his own, he awkwardly put his glass back down. "May I now share my condition?" Song Yun asked. "Go ahead. I've heard that you, young Master Xin, have considerable influence among directors. Is that true?" Young Master Xin's eyes narrowed slightly, immediately understanding what Song Yun was implying. It seemed that Song Yun wanted a top-tier director to work on one of Tianyu's projects. It wasn't impossible, but it would depend on which director Song Yun had in mind. "Mr. Song, feel free to speak plainly. As I said, I'm willing to do whatever it takes for Zhu Lei." "Alright then, since you're so straightforward, I'll be blunt too. I want all the 2nd and 3rd generation directors under your influence to work for Tianyu for 1 year. Of course, Tianyu will compensate them at double the current market rate. Can you help with that?" The atmosphere in the room grew tense immediately after Song Yun spoke. All 2nd and 3rd generation directors? Song Yun's demands seemed excessive to everyone present. Did he even realize what he was asking for? While they were merely trying to carve out a few billion from Tianyu's market share, Song Yun was essentially proposing to coat his metaphorical cake with gold leaf. All 2nd and 3rd generation directors? Just imagining the consequences was terrifying. If young Master Xin agreed to such a request, Tianyu would dominate every major film and television production next year, with their name attached to every major release. This wasn't just about mitigating some losses, it was a move to take over the entire industry. "Haha, Mr. Song, you must be joking," young Master Xin said awkwardly, trying to laugh it off. "Each of these directors has their own personality, and I'm just a young man. How could I possibly command them all? But if you're talking about a specific individual, I might be able to help. I'm not one to do things halfway. Either we go big, or we don't do it at all." Song Yun replied with a faint smile. "The idea of having all the 2nd and 3rd generation directors on board is thrilling, don't you think? How about this, weren't you just asking for a small slice of Tianyu's market share? I'll give you half of it instead. How about that?" "This isn't about the size of the share," Zhou Li growled, his face darkening. "You're being completely unrealistic." "Relax, Zhou. I'm just teasing you," Song Yun said casually. "But if I were to say that I plan to take over all of Shanghai Entertainment's market share next year, would you jump up and try to eat me alive? You're a wolf in sheep's clothing," Zhou Li shouted, eyes wide with anger. "Just because you're rich doesn't mean you understand the entertainment industry. It's far more complex than you think, and if you're not careful you'll drown in it." "Haha. I'm not worried. The one thing I'm good at is swimming. No matter how big the waves get, I'll swim through just fine. Mr. Song, are you refusing to cooperate with us? Young Master Shin's tone grew cold, his previous charm dissipating. If you agree to my terms, I'll agree to yours. Song Yun replied with a shrug, showing no sign of backing down. Let's leave that for another time. Young Master Shin said, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Now, let's talk about the second matter. He continued, Mr. Song, as the sole shareholder of Tianyu and its chairman, you have absolute authority. We're interested in purchasing a share of Tianyu's equity. What do you think? Song Yun raised an eyebrow. And how much are you offering? 20 billion for 10% of Tianyu's shares. Song Yun was taken aback for a moment. What? Did he mishear? This kid wanted 10% of Tianyu for just 20 billion? This was practically a giveaway. Tianyu was like a golden goose, and with the potential of breaking into overseas markets, it would soon surpass Shanghai Entertainment and become the industry leader. And now, this young Master Scene wanted to pull off a cheap deal? Song Yun was both amused and baffled. Why don't I just hand you all of Tianyu while we're at it? Song Yun said with a mocking laugh. Young Master Shin, you need to know how much you can handle. If you take on too much, you might choke. Tianyu is valuable, no doubt. But its value is heavily tied to the productions it funds. What if I told you that by tomorrow, no production would accept Tianyu's investments? Then your company would instantly be worth nothing. Young Master Shin spoke confidently, a smirk playing at his lips. Besides, Mr. Song, your connections are mostly in business. You know very little about the entertainment industry. Song Yun sighed, shaking his head. There's no point in talking any further with the two of you. So, you're giving us no respect at all? Young Master Shin asked, his tone icy. Why should I respect you? What have you done to deserve it? Song Yun stretched and yawned, clearly unimpressed. Do you really think being the son of a famous father makes you powerful? That's hilarious. You should ask my rivals how difficult it is to take advantage of me. This comment crossed the line. Young Master Shin and Zhu Le glared at Song Yun with fury in their eyes, but Song Yun was unfazed. He rolled his neck and smirked, pointing at young Master Shin. Why don't you bring your father to talk to me? Let's see if he has the guts. Song Yun. Young Master Shin yelled. But Song Yun had already turned and was walking toward the door, paying no attention to him. Left behind in the private room, young Master Shin angrily downed glass after glass of liquor. In the entertainment industry, no one had ever dared reject him before. Who the hell does Song Yun think he is, demanding my father come to him? What arrogance. Zhou Le fumed beside him. And that lackey Lu Guan is no better, he's just Song Yun's lapdog. I'll make sure Tianyu regrets crossing me. They'll be worth less than dirt by the time I'm done with them. Young Master Shin vowed through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Guan rushed over as soon as he saw Song Yun emerge from the room. Mr. Song, what did young Master Shin say? He wanted me to hand over part of Tianyu's market share to Shanghai and sell them some of our equity. Song Yun's tone was calm, as if recounting a trivial annoyance. Ridiculous. He didn't even bother to check his own worth. That's outrageous. Lu Guan's expression darkened. Since you turned him down, we'll need to prepare for retaliation from Shanghai and their allies. Haha, don't worry. If they come for us, we'll handle it. I've got your back, Song Yun said, giving Lu Guan some reassurance. Just then, a middle-aged man approached them. Excuse me, are you Mr. Song? Yes, and you are? Song Yun asked. I work for the Ministry of Culture. I was sent here to attend the National Entertainment Summit. The man replied with a smile. Your recent incident has been the talk of the town in Beijing. Haha, it's nothing worth mentioning. Song Yun responded with a chuckle. So, you oversee the entertainment industry? In a way. The man replied. We mostly handle the approval of TV shows and films. For the most part, the entertainment sector operates commercially, and we don't interfere too much. I see. Do you know young Master Shin? Song Yun asked. Sin Bo? I've heard of him. His father, Shin Mu, is one of the most influential directors in the industry. The man replied. Why do you ask? Do you have some kind of conflict with him? He just tried to extort me. Song Yun said, lighting a cigarette. He wanted a share of my company and my market share for next year. I may not be famous, but I'm not one to be pushed around. And then he threatened that no production teams would accept Tianyu's investments. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned by what he had just heard. It sounded like something out of a fantasy. Was Song Yun joking? This man was practically untouchable in Beijing. All the influential figures had their eyes on him. If Shin Bo, that idiot, really tried to provoke him now, Did he think his father didn't have enough problems already? Mr. Song, are you serious? The man cautiously asked, still in disbelief. Of course. Song Yun replied with a smile. I didn't realize how deep the waters ran in this industry. Maybe I should just quit entertainment altogether. No, don't. The middle-aged man quickly exclaimed. This industry isn't run by Sin Bo. Haha, I trust you'll handle this fairly, right? Song Yun patted the man on the arm. I'd rather not escalate things, but if I'm pushed too far, I'll have no choice but to bring this matter to someone's attention. The underlying meaning of Song Yun's words was clear to the man. If Song Yun really decided to storm into Beijing and take this issue to the top, the entire industry would be shaken. I'll make sure this is dealt with properly. The man promised, pursing his lips. The summit is about to begin, so I need to go backstage to prepare. After the middle-aged man left, Lu Guan let out a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Mr. Song, that man just now is no small player. He's someone from higher up. Was it really okay to speak so bluntly? Haha, relax. Song Yun chuckled. He had a good relationship with influential figures in Beijing, and nobody wanted him stirring up trouble right now. In fact, it was already fortunate that Song Yun wasn't causing any problems. The summit began at 8:30 p.m. sharp. The host kicked things off with the usual pleasantries, then invited the middle-aged man from earlier to take the stage. Good evening, everyone. I'm sure most of you already know who I am. I'm not one for long speeches, so I'll keep this brief. He smiled and continued. I'm here today representing the authorities, showing the government's commitment to supporting the entertainment industry. We hope that next year, the industry will continue to grow and produce even more high-quality content. A round of applause erupted from the crowd. After all, he represented the government. But I have to admit, I'm disappointed today. No, to be precise, I'm very disappointed. The man's sudden shift in tone left the audience silent. What was going on? Who had offended him? Who was foolish enough to provoke someone of his stature? I've heard some things about how young Master Xin has been throwing his weight around recently, even demanding shares in someone's company. What's going on here? I expect an explanation from you, Sin Bo. The crowd was in complete shock after hearing this. They had no idea what had transpired between Jingbo and Song Yun earlier. In their minds, Jingbo had always come across as a fairly easygoing person. How could he be involved in something so underhanded? Uncle Zheng. Stop. We have no such relationship. Zheng Zizai cut him off sharply. Who's your uncle? I barely know you. I may know your father, but you and I have no personal ties. Do you want Song Yun to misunderstand even more? Zheng Zizai had no desire to return to his bosses later and get scolded because of this fool. I didn't do anything like that. Please don't believe any rumors. I've always followed my father's advice to do good deeds and never use his reputation for personal gain. I've lived by that rule for years. Sin Bo protested, looking pitiful. I don't know who's spreading these lies, but I'm innocent. Between you and the other party, I'm more inclined to believe them. Zheng Zizai retorted coldly. You've done nothing to contribute to the industry, so what makes you think you can act this way? Where's your confidence coming from? You don't believe me at all. Sin Bo shouted in frustration. I swear I didn't do anything like this. Is this because of what Song Yun said? Where is he? Let him come out and confront me. All eyes turned to Song Yun, their gazes tinged with a new sense of respect. It seemed that Song Yun's influence extended far beyond being just the wealthiest man in Shanghai. Otherwise, why would Zheng Zizai openly support him in front of such a large audience, leaving Xin Bo in a humiliating position? Young Master Xin didn't exactly try to rob me, Song Yun said calmly. He merely offered 20 billion to purchase 10% of Tianyu's shares. The entire room was stunned into silence. 20 billion? Did he really think that was enough? Tianyu's monthly revenue was worth several times that amount. This wasn't robbery, it was an outright insult. He wanted 10% of Tianyu for a fraction of its value. What a joke. Everyone turned to look at Xin Bo, whose face had turned bright red. It was clear that he had no moral high ground here. And then young Master Xin threatened that if I didn't agree, no production team next year would dare to take Tianyu's investments. It scared me half to death. Song Yun sighed theatrically. I'm just a humble businessman. If young Master Xin truly meant what he said, I'd have no choice but to comply, wouldn't I? The way Song Yun played the part of the underdog was masterful, worthy of an award in the entertainment industry, even. The other industry leaders couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions watching him. This guy could act. How did he not go into show business as a star himself? Clearly Song Yun held all the cards, yet here he was, pretending to be at a disadvantage. Sin Bo was definitely in for a hard fall. Oh, And let's not forget Zhu Li from Shingle Entertainment. He also had a lot to say earlier. Song Yun added, like a child tattling to an adult, recounting everything that had just happened. The crowd now looked at Xin Bo and Zhou Le with a hint of pity. Of all people to provoke, they had chosen Song Yun. Did they think they could survive this unscathed? Their reputations were about to take a nosedive, and even the authorities were now involved. Mr. Zhou, Shingle Entertainment is already the top company in the industry. To see you stoop to such tactics is truly disappointing. Jing Zizai sighed, shaking his head. I may not have much influence, but you should reflect on your actions. But that's all I have to say. With that, he handed the microphone back to the host and left the stage, shaking his head as he walked away. Though Jing Zizai seemed downcast, he was undoubtedly furious on the inside. Xin Bo and Zhu Li had just added unnecessary stress to his day. They were bound to face repercussions, and it wasn't going to be pretty. Seeing Bo and Zhu Li's faces darkened considerably. What was happening? How did Song Yun suddenly have such powerful backing, with even someone like Jing Zizai standing up for him? With a scowl, Xin Bo shot Zhu Li a glance, and the two men stepped outside to the balcony. Frustrated, Xin Bo snapped, "Didn't you do your homework before trying to mess with them? Now look, I've been publicly called out. My father will definitely have something to say when I get home." Zhou Li, equally annoyed, thought to himself, how could I have known that the boss behind Lu Guan had such powerful connections? And wasn't Xingbo the one to blame too? If he hadn't been greedy for Song Yun's assets, things wouldn't have escalated like this. It wasn't just Yu Li's fault. Xingbo had his share of wrongdoings, particularly his own penchant for greed in women. Zhou Li was about to retort, but Jinbo, noticing his expression, sighed and patted his shoulder. "Old Zhou, don't take my words too harshly. We're in this together, and if things go wrong, neither of us can escape the fallout. Let's figure out how to clean this up. What else is there to do?" Zhou Li replied sarcastically. "You're the one with all the connections, Yingxin. Why don't you go talk to Mr. Song again?" Xin Bo shook his head, sensing Zhu Li's frustration. "I get that you're angry about what happened today, trust me, I'm not happy either. But we're under his roof now, and we have to swallow our pride. Song Yun's influence is too great. The best thing we can do is make sure he lets this slide." Then, with a sly smile, he added, "Besides, wouldn't it be smart to stay on good terms with someone like Song Yun? Think of how much money we could make in the future if we play our cards right." Zhou Li's expression shifted slightly. He's right, he thought. This could be an opportunity if I handle it properly. But what's the plan now? We already tried using beautiful women, and that didn't work. Zhou Li said, still frustrated. "Stop right there." Xin Bo cut him off. "Those women you brought in looked like they came straight out of a brothel. Too much makeup, too flashy. Someone like Song Yun won't be interested in that." Lighting a cigarette, Xin Bo continued, "I think he's into the type of girl who's young, fresh and innocent. Someone who gives off that protective, girl next door vibe. But where are we supposed to find someone like that?" Zhou Li asked, growing anxious. "In this industry, even the newbies are already tainted by the time they get in. None of them are like a blank slate anymore." "Well, you're wrong there." Xin Bo grinned. "You've got one in your company already. Last time I visited you, there was a young girl who sings. What's her name again? Oh right, Wang Yuyan. Now she has that pure look." Wang Yuyan, huh? Zhou Li couldn't help but feel reluctant. He had carefully cultivated her career from the beginning, ensuring she remained untouched by the industry's darker side. His plan was to enjoy that forbidden fruit when the time was right, but now, it seemed Xin Bo had also taken notice of her. Still, Zhou Li thought, what's one woman compared to making amends with Song Yun? It wasn't a tough choice. Wang Yuyan is here actually. Zhou Li admitted. She's shooting a music video on the beach for her album. I can call her over. Perfect. Xin Bo said, laughing. Make sure you talk to her though. If she becomes Song Yun's woman, her future is set. Mansions, luxury cars, anything she wants, I'll make sure she gets. Alright then. Zhou Li made the call to Wang Yuyan, arranging for her to come as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Xin Bo leaned back on the balcony, casually enjoying the breeze. After setting everything in motion, Zhou Li and Xin Bo returned to the main hall. Many people glanced at them curiously, thinking they should be devastated after what had just happened. But instead, both men seemed unusually upbeat, even excited. What the hell? The onlookers thought. These guys are nuts. They just got dragged through the mud and they're smiling? Did they lose their pride along with their fortunes? Mr. Song, I want to sincerely apologize for what I said earlier. Xin Bo began, his tone genuine. I didn't think things through. I hope you can forgive me. I was wrong too. Zhou Lei chimed in. I got greedy. Mr. Song, please forgive me. If you don't, I'll drop to my knees right now. Song Yun was taken aback. What was going on? These two had stepped outside for a quick chat, and now they were suddenly so humble? He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but with so many people watching, he couldn't make a scene. Haha, no hard feelings. Song Yun replied, smiling. As long as you recognize your mistakes, we can let this go. I'm sure we'll have more opportunities to work together in the future. Of course. My father still holds some influence among directors. If you ever need someone, I can make a call right away to set things up, Shin Bo said enthusiastically, as if being of service to Song Yun was a great honor. Let's talk about that later. Song Yun chuckled. He wasn't quite sure what was going on, but it felt like these two were practically bending over backward for him. Mr. Song. Shin Bo added, since we've apologized, could we perhaps move somewhere quieter to discuss next year's market share? This is critical for both of our company's plans. Song Yun thought for a moment. It seemed like Shin Bo was trying to offer something substantial to make amends. Not wanting to miss an opportunity, Song Yun agreed. Alright, let's head back to the private room. The three of them returned to the private room. But this time, it was quiet, no women, no distractions. Zhou Li personally poured Song Yun a drink and said, to make up for the misunderstanding earlier, I'll down this whole bottle. Feel free to take your time with your drink. Zhou Li downed the entire bottle in one go, taking several deep gulps without spilling a drop. When he finished, he slammed the bottle onto the table and, his face slightly flushed, said, Mr. Song, I sincerely apologize for not recognizing who you truly are. Careful with your stomach, Mr. Zhou. But I must say, your drinking ability is impressive. You're still standing after a whole bottle. Song Yun smiled, realizing there wasn't any deep conflict between them. It seemed like this incident could be smoothed over without much fuss. I'm not much of a drinker, so I hope you don't mind, Song Yun said as he took a small sip from his glass. To Zhou Lei and Shin Bo, this gesture was as good as confirmation that their plan was working. As long as nothing went wrong with Wang Yuan, their relationship with Song Yun would be secured. Just then, Zhou Li's phone rang. Seeing Wang Yuan's name on the screen, a flicker of reluctance passed through his eyes. Sure, he wanted to gain favor with Song Yun, but his feelings for Wang Yuan were real. Still, he had to prioritize his interests. Duty calls. Zhou Li forced a smile and said, I need to handle something with the company, but I'll be right back. Go ahead, Mr. Zhou, take care of your business. Song Yun gestured for him to leave. A few minutes later, Zhou Li returned, pulling a pale young woman into the room. She looked to be in her early 20s, likely still in college, with a shy and fearful demeanor, like a wounded animal. Her innocent appearance evoked an instinctive desire to protect her. Mr. Song, let me introduce you to Wang Yuan, our next rising star. Zhou Li said enthusiastically. Yuyan, say hello. Hello, Mr. Song. Wang Yuyan stammered, clutching the hem of her shirt, clearly nervous. Song Yun could tell she was overwhelmed. Ah, so this is the talent you're grooming for next year. I see what you're aiming for. Don't worry, I'll make sure we can share some resources in the music industry. That's very generous of you, Mr. Song. Yuyan thanked Mr. Song. Zhou Li urged her with a nudge. Thank you, Mr. Song. Wang Yuyan said timidly, her head lowered. Haha, no need to be so scared. Song Yun laughed, taking another sip of his drink. Are you still in school, young lady? Yes, I'm in my 3rd year, but I'll graduate next year, she replied softly. Ah, the prime of your youth, Song Yun smiled. No need to feel pressured. Since Mr. Zhou is willing to back you, it means you have potential. Focus on your career, and I'm sure you'll become a top star. Thank you, she whispered, her head still bowed. Song Yun assumed her shyness came from inexperience with the industry, so he decided to drop the conversation to avoid making her more uncomfortable. Yuyan, now that Mr. Song has acknowledged you, why don't you offer him a toast? Zhou Li gently pushed her towards Song Yun and handed her a large glass of alcohol. Wang Yuyan's eyes filled with dread. She had never touched alcohol before, and the prospect of what might follow terrified her. She wanted to succeed on her own merit, not through such means. Hey, she's just a kid, no need to force her to drink. Get her some water instead, Song Yun said, sensing her discomfort. Wang Yuyan glanced at Zhu Lei, who, frustrated, managed a strained smile and handed her a glass of water instead. Cheers, Song Yun said, clinking his glass with hers and drinking it in one go. Wang Yuyan barely touched the water to her lips, cautious and fearful that something might be in the drink. She had heard too many stories about substances being slipped into drinks. Yuyan, why don't you sit next to Mr. Song? Zhou Li suggested, hoping to close the deal. Sin Bo chimed in with a grin, "You two look perfect together, such a handsome man and a beautiful woman." The moment those words left their mouths, Song Yun realized what their true intentions were. They were trying to use Wang Yuyan to gain favor with him. But before he could respond, Wang Yuyan, still holding the glass with trembling hands, suddenly burst into tears. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I can't do this. I don't want to go through with it," she sobbed. "I can't. I'd rather you just fire me." Her words left Zhu Le frozen in place, while Xin Bo narrowed his eyes in frustration. "Wang Yuyan!" Zhou Le shouted, slamming his hand on the table. "What are you talking about? I'm not asking you to do anything improper. You just signed a 10-year contract with our company. You can't just leave whenever you want. You think I'm not teaching you how to survive in this industry? Look at you, crying like a child." Zhou Le continued angrily. "I'm sorry." Wang Yuyan stammered, tears streaming down her face, too terrified to speak coherently. "Mr. Zhou." Song Yun sighed. "It seems you're still focused on these kinds of things. I already told you I have a family and don't engage in such behavior. If word of this got back to my wife, do you think I could face her?" "Mr. Song, please. It's not what you think. I can explain." Zhou Li hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. But Song Yun ignored Xin Bo's attempts to stop him and stood up. "I think I'll be leaving now." After Song Yun left, Zhou Li erupted in anger, smashing a bottle on the floor. "All you do is cry. Do you think your music will take off on its own without support? I opened a golden path for you, and you threw it all away. Do you think you can just leave? You signed a 10-year contract. I'll make sure you're blacklisted for the entire duration. You'll still get your measly 2,000 or 3,000 a month, but your career is over. And if you even think about taking another job, I'll hit you with so much in breach penalties that you won't know what hit you." This Song Yun really is impossible to deal with. What does he even care about? Zhou Li's face was dark with frustration, causing Wang Yuyan to tremble in fear as she instinctively took a few steps back. All she wanted now was to escape from this terrifying place. She decided that once she got out, she'd consult a lawyer about the possibility of breaking her contract with Zhu Lei. "He's tough to handle." Xin Bo sighed. He waved Wang Yuyan over and said, "Hey little sister, don't be scared. Come sit next to me. You've got such a pure look about you. Would you like to act in movies someday? I know some top directors who love working with girls like you." "No, Mr. Zhu. If you don't need anything else, I'd like to leave now." Wang Yuyan stammered, panic in her eyes as she shuffled toward the door, hoping to make her escape. "Why are you standing so far away from me?" Zhou Le barked, his earlier frustration melting into a twisted sense of satisfaction now that Song Yun wasn't interested in Wang Yuyan. In his mind, she was still his. Despite the failure of their plan, a strange joy crept into his heart. "Yuyan, what I said earlier was just out of frustration." Zhou Le lit a cigarette and sighed. "Do you have any idea how many people in our company are dying for an opportunity like this? Do you know who I just introduced you to? That was the wealthiest man in all of Madu. Just having his name attached to you would make 99% of the women in our company scramble for a chance. But you didn't appreciate it. You're still too young and naive." "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, but I want to rely on my own efforts to achieve my dreams," Wang Yuyan said timidly. "My family always told me I was foolish, that I missed many good opportunities because I didn't know how to fight for them. But if I got what I wanted through those means, it wouldn't really be me." As she spoke, Wang Yuyan's voice grew firmer. For a moment, she even dared to meet Zhou Li's eyes, though she quickly looked away again. "You silly girl." Zhou Li feigned anger. "What am I supposed to say to you? I can't exactly tie you up and throw you into Song Yun's bed. I gave you an opportunity, but you didn't seize it. Don't come crying to me when you hit a wall in the future, saying I didn't help you." Zhou Li's mock annoyance softened. "I'll give you 3 days to finish shooting the MV for your next album. If I'm satisfied, you'll still get the resources you deserve." Wang Yuyan, being young and naive, actually looked relieved, even a bit happy. If it had been a more experienced woman, she might have thrown her drink in his face and called the police by now. As she left, Sin Bo eyed her with interest. Rubbing his chin, he smiled and said, "Old Zhou, that girl is a real gem. If she gets the right exposure, she could become the next nation's little sister. She's got a strong personality. Let's see what happens." Zhou Le responded, fully aware of what Sin Bo was thinking. He had his own plans for Wang Yuyan, but perhaps it would be wise to send her away for a while, at least until Sin Bo found a new distraction. The plan didn't work out, and I doubt Song Yun's going to look favorably on us now. But how bad could it get? If we keep maintaining a good relationship with him, things might turn around for us eventually. Sin Bo stretched, trying to stay optimistic. After today's events, your company's market share next year might take a hit. But don't worry, I'll make sure some of the up-and-coming directors clear their schedules for you. Hearing this, Zhou finally cracked a smile. He raised his glass and clinked it against Sin Bo's. You're too kind, Sin Bo. After all, you've got a stake in my company too. We'll make money together. Meanwhile, outside the room, Song Yun was approached by Lu Guan. Mr. Song, is everything all right? Hey, those two idiots tried to tempt me with a beauty trap, but I'm not falling for that nonsense. Song Yun replied with a chuckle. How much longer is the meeting? There's about another hour, and the organizers have arranged accommodations for everyone. Do you want to stay here tonight or head back? Song Yun rubbed his temples, thinking of his sister, Xiao Wan. Knowing her, she'd prefer to stay close to Yi Qingqing and Yuan Xie rather than sleep here. But if they returned home, she'd definitely find out that the three of them were sharing a room. And just the thought of her reaction made his skin crawl. Arrange a driver to take Xiao Wan back home. Song Yun finally said. Got it. Lu Guan replied, leaving to make the arrangements. Song Yun wandered off to a quiet corner, sipping a beer slowly. When the meeting finally ended, Zheng Zizai asked Song Yun to join him for a late-night snack, but Song Yun declined. All he wanted was to get some sleep. He had been feeling unusually exhausted lately. Later, in an unexpected turn, none of the top executives felt much like celebrating. The usual post-meeting parties where they would drink until dawn didn't happen this year. After both Song Yun and Zheng Zizai turned down invitations, everyone simply went back to their rooms. Back in his room, Song Yun called Yi Qingqing and Yuan Xie before dozing off. At around 2 a.m., loud noises from the hallway woke him up. What's all that noise? He mumbled, half asleep, reaching for the bedside lamp. Damn it, is this the kind of place the organizers arranged for us to stay? He waited, hoping the noise would die down, but after 10 minutes, it only got louder. Finally fed up, he threw on some clothes, opened his door, and shouted into the hallway, "It's the middle of the night. Can't you be quiet? What kind of people have no manners? Shut the hell up. Mind your own business and get back to bed." A slurred voice shouted back. Song Yun furrowed his brow. The voice was familiar. Sin Bo? Yes, it had to be him. His words were slurred. He must have been drinking a lot. Dressing quickly, Song Yun followed the noise. As he got closer, he heard a woman's voice calling for help. No. Stay away from me. Please, somebody help me. The voice was familiar too. It was Wang Yuyan. Song Yun recalled meeting her earlier that evening when Zhu Li had introduced her. It didn't take long for Song Yun to piece together what was happening. Xin Bo had clearly gotten drunk and was now harassing Wang Yuyan. He rushed into the room, finding Wang Yuyan crouched in the corner, her clothes disheveled, while Xin Bo sat on the bed with a sinister grin on his face. I'll tell you this, be my woman, and you'll be a superstar. Don't you dare refuse me. Xin Bo sneered coldly. Zhou Li's already passed out drunk, and no one is coming to interrupt me tonight. You'd better cooperate, or things will get really unpleasant for you. Please, just leave me alone. Wang Yuyan sobbed, wiping away her tears. I'm not even that pretty, and I don't have any talents. It's not worth ruining your life over someone like me. And when Mr. Zhou finds out what you did, he won't let you off easily. Ha ha ha, Zhou Li won't let me off. That's the funniest thing I've heard all year. Sin Bo narrowed his eyes. You clearly don't know who I am. That so-called Mr. Zhou you mentioned is just one of my lackeys. You think you can use him to threaten me? What a joke. And you don't even know Zhou's real face, do you? One of the girls who joined the company with you filed a harassment lawsuit against him recently. The whole incident blew up, but I guess you didn't hear about it because you were still in school. Looks like you're just as dirty as him. A cold voice interrupted from the doorway. Annoyed, Sin Bo yelled, Who the hell are you? Mr. Song, sir. Sin Bo barely caught a glimpse of Song Yun before breaking into a cold sweat. Half the alcohol-induced haze in his head cleared instantly. Is this year cursed for me or something? Why do I keep running into this guy like a damn Grim Reaper? Damn it. I swear I'll find a fortune teller as soon as I get home and figure out why nothing's going right. I could hear the racket from my room while I was trying to sleep. Song Yun said, his face expressionless. Is it a crime for me to come over and see what's happening? And no, of course not. It's our fault for disturbing you, Mr. Song. Please, go back to bed. I'll close the door right now. Sin Bo rubbed his hands together nervously, flashing an ingratiating smile. You know how it is, we like to have some fun in our own way. It's my mistake tonight, I'll make sure to make it up to you with a drink sometime. Oh? Fun, huh? Or is it forced? Song Yun's voice turned icy. Her name is Wang Yuan, right? Speak up. Sing Bo felt like he was being roasted alive as he desperately shot warning glances at Wang Yuan. Through tear-filled eyes, Wang Yuan timidly raised her head and stammered, I was sleeping in my room when this man knocked on my door. He said that Mr. Zhu had passed out drunk in the hallway and needed help. Since I'm just a company employee, I thought I should help. But as soon as I opened the door, he barged in. Please help me. Shin Bo, you've got some nerve. Song Yun shouted angrily. Do you even care about the consequences of what you're doing? People say the waters here are murky, but I didn't realize they were this rotten. Mr. Song, I was wrong. I had too much to drink and lost control for a moment. I swear, this will never happen again. Sin Bo clasped his hands together begging for mercy. I'm sorry, little sister. I was blinded by lust. I'll make it up to you. How about I get you the lead role in a major film next year, directed by one of the top names in the industry? I don't want that. I don't want anything. Wang Yuan cried out, shrinking back in terror as Xingbo moved toward her. That's enough. Do you really think everyone's heart is as black as yours, Sin Bo? Song Yun glared at him. This won't end quietly. Song Yun's voice was so loud that several doors in the hallway cracked open, people inside listening to the unfolding drama. Had everyone really slept through Wang Yuan's cries for help? Impossible. They all heard but had chosen to stay silent. Why risk provoking someone as powerful as Xingbo over a woman they didn't know? But now that Song Yun was involved, the stakes had changed. If Wang Yuan said just one bad word about Xinbo, the situation could spiral completely out of control. Suddenly there was a loud crash. One of the onlookers, too engrossed in eavesdropping, had stood up too quickly, his legs giving way, sending him and a few items crashing to the floor. Suppressing his fury, Song Yun walked over to the room's door and flung it open. Well, staying up late, huh? Seems like you were making a lot of noise in here. His voice dripping with sarcasm, Song Yun added, Didn't hear the commotion outside? The shouting, the crying. The man grinned sheepishly as he struggled to his feet, embarrassed. What if I said I was only woken up by your voice, would you believe me? Oh? So maybe I should apologize to you. Song Yun said sarcastically. And no, not at all. The man laughed nervously. Look, I run a small business. We're nothing compared to you, Mr. Song. Even if Tianyu doesn't grow next year, you'd still be fine living off your investments. My whole company depends on me to survive. How could I risk everything? Fair enough. Song Yun sighed. But next time, if you find yourself in a similar situation, I hope you'll at least call the police. Even if you can't act yourself, you shouldn't just become numb to it. Song Yun understood these small-time bosses. Most of them had built their businesses from scratch, and were now enjoying a few years of peace and prosperity. It wasn't worth risking it all for a young girl. A younger man full of righteous ideals might have said it was worth it, but these men were in their 40s and 50s, with families to care for. Society had long since smoothed out their rough edges. None of them could afford to cross someone like Xinbo. Everyone else hiding in their rooms, how about you come out and join the conversation? Song Yun called into the hallway. With Song Yun saying this, the other eavesdroppers had no choice but to awkwardly open their doors and step out. Hey old Wang, you couldn't sleep either. Same here. I've been struggling with insomnia. Old lie. I'm surprised you didn't go out drinking tonight. Hey old Lu, why do you look so tired? Damn, you're not going to keel over, are you? Lu Guan, who had been running around managing the conference all week, hadn't gotten more than 10 hours of sleep in total. He had hoped to get some rest tonight, but hearing his boss's voice outside, he sleepily threw on some clothes to investigate. Mr. Song, what's going on? Lu Guan yawned, rubbing his eyes. Seeing Lu Guan's haggard face, Song Yun sighed. This isn't your problem, Lu. Go back to bed. Don't say that. If there's something you need, I'm here. Lu Guan insisted. I'm not about to eat raw pork without you, am I? Song Yun joked, giving Lu Guan a gentle shove. Go sleep. Just looking at you makes me worried you'll drop dead. After forcibly sending Lu Guan back to his room, Song Yun scanned the crowd. The entertainment executives all lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact with him. Mr. Song, it's true that we didn't handle this well. One thin-looking boss said with a sigh. But, well, there's a reason for it. In situations like this, we don't dare interfere. He continued. Once, at a similar gathering, someone stepped in to stop a situation and even called the police. But it turned out it was just part of their game. Things got really awkward, and the two companies have been at each other's throats ever since, throwing shade online non-stop. Hearing this, Song Yun was left a bit speechless. It did sound like something these people would do. After all, they had money and women eventually, the usual games would get boring, and they'd need to spice things up. Not that Song Yun could criticize their private lives. He wasn't exactly a saint himself. Well, this time, I'm taking charge. Song Yun said coolly. You all can keep pretending you weren't listening earlier, but you will back me up. This was clearly Shinbo forcing himself on the girl, and I stepped in because I couldn't just stand by. No problem. To be honest, someone needs to straighten out these young guys. Exactly. When it's consensual, fine, but forcing someone is too much. Mr. Song will testify for you. What's your plan? The group murmured in agreement. Just as Song Yun was about to speak, a voice from the crowd interrupted. What's going on here? Why is everyone having a little meeting instead of sleeping? Everyone turned to see Zheng Zizai approaching, looking exhausted. They suddenly remembered that, as one of the event's organizers, Zheng must also be staying at this hotel. Things were about to get even messier. Earlier, he had already called out Shinbo, and now this. Mr. Song, what's happening here? Zheng Zizai asked with a worried expression, seeing the serious look on Song Yun's face. Did these bosses give you trouble? You've got it all wrong. One of the executives said quickly. We wouldn't dare offend Mr. Song. Absolutely not. Everyone knows Mr. Song is one of the top young talents of our time. We'd have to be crazy to cause trouble for him. We're just here to support Mr. Song as witnesses, nothing more. Hearing this, Zheng Zizai caught on to the most important detail. They were witnesses. To what? Was someone trying to set up Song Yun and got caught? Zheng's heart sank. Such underhanded tricks were nothing new. These seemingly honest executives were experts in using beauty traps and manipulation tactics. All of you are talking at once. How am I supposed to make sense of it? You tell me exactly what happened. Zheng ordered, pointing at a familiar-looking man. Sir, you might want to go check out the room ahead. The man sighed. Zheng frowned. What kind of riddle was this guy trying to pull? He didn't want to make any mistakes while dealing with Song Yun, especially not in his own domain. With a scowl, Zheng Zizai headed toward Wang Yuyan's room. As soon as he walked in, he saw Wang Yuyan huddled in a corner, trembling, while Jinbo lay on the bed, groggy from alcohol. In an instant, Zheng understood everything. Jinbo, you idiot! Zheng felt a surge of rage. This little bastard had caused him so much trouble in just one night. Now he was trying to assault a girl right in front of Song Yun? Zheng headed to the bathroom, soaked a towel, and stormed back into the room. Seeing Jinbo sleeping soundly only made his anger boil over. I'm on the verge of losing my mind here, and this idiot is sleeping like a baby. He slapped the wet towel across Jinbo's face. Jinbo jolted awake, startled. He blinked in confusion, trying to figure out where he was. Then he saw Zheng Zizai standing over him, looking furious. Uncle Zheng? Me? Don't you dare call me uncle. Zheng roared. I'm calling your father right now to ask how he raised such a disgraceful son. No, please don't tell him. He'll kill me. I know I was wrong. I'll apologize to Wang Yuyan and compensate her. I swear I didn't even get to do anything yet. Didn't do anything. The hallway is packed with witnesses. I swear. I didn't touch her. Ask her yourself if you don't believe me. Jinbo pleaded. Zheng Zizai turned to Wang Yuyan, trying to stay calm as he asked gently, Don't be afraid, young lady. I just need to ask you a few questions. Zheng's calm demeanor and his reputation seemed to soothe Wang Yuyan. She stopped trembling and nodded slightly. Did this idiot try to do anything to you? Zheng asked. He tried to tear my clothes off, but they wouldn't rip because they're pretty sturdy. Wang Yuyan whispered, still frightened. And then? Then Mr. Song came in and stopped him. Zheng nodded and called for his assistant, who soon arrived and began comforting Wang Yuyan. Why are you still here? Get out. Zheng barked at Jinbo, kicking him in the leg. Jinbo, sulking and embarrassed, followed Zheng out of the room. As they walked into the hallway, Zheng saw the crowd of onlookers still lingering. His temples throbbed. He waved them off, saying, Go back to your rooms and get some sleep. With that, the spectators had no choice but to laugh awkwardly and retreat to their rooms. Mr. Song, shall we find somewhere quiet to talk? I'll say this up front. Song Yun replied firmly. Now that I've seen what happened, I won't just let this slide. Of course. Zheng Zizai nodded hurriedly. The three of them moved to a conference room, where Zheng Zizai sat down, clearly uncomfortable. Was this situation serious? Yes, very serious, because Song Yun had discovered it, and he showed no intention of downplaying the matter. Could it be seen as a minor issue? Sure, If handled delicately, the girl involved could even gain access to resources that top-tier celebrities would envy. But if it escalated, that same girl might never find her place in the industry again. Mr. Song, I won't say much about this. I'll have someone set up a video call, and you can take it from there. How does that sound? Jing Zizai decided to remain neutral, not taking sides. Do whatever you see fit. Song Yun replied calmly. Jing nodded and made a quick phone call. Soon, someone arrived to set up the equipment. A few minutes later, Jing dialed into a video call. Ring, ring, ring. Jing, it's late. What's going on? A man with long white hair, clearly an artist by his appearance, asked in confusion. Let your son explain it himself, Jing said, turning the camera toward Xin Bo. The sight of his father made Xin Bo shrink in his seat, unable to meet his gaze. What have you done this time? The voice on the other end carried an air of stern authority. Xin Bo trembled at the sound, his eyes darting nervously. It's nothing major. Nothing major? I'm getting calls in the middle of the night over something minor. Xin Bo was completely at a loss, unable to muster the courage to respond. Zheng, seeing how this was going, decided to step in before things dragged on all night. Xin Lu. Let me explain. He began. Your son got drunk tonight, barged into a girl's room and tried to. Well, let's just say he tried to force himself on her. Thankfully, someone intervened before it went too far. When I arrived, the idiot was still passed out on the girl's bed. The man on the other end of the call, seeing Lu, fell silent. He lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and then asked slowly, Xin Bo, this is what you call a minor issue? This is how you've turned out after all my years of trying to raise you properly? His voice grew louder. Look at me. What exactly are you trying to do? I was just drunk? I didn't mean to. And nothing even happened. If something had happened, I'd be visiting you in jail. You ungrateful fool. Are you trying to drive me into an early grave? Xin Lu took another deep drag of his cigarette before angrily crushing it out, then shouted, all these years, I've tried to teach you to be a decent person, someone who contributes to society. Sure, I let you rebel and make your own choices, as long as you didn't break the law. But tonight, you've crossed the line. Harassing a girl whether something happened or not is still harassment. What do you have to say for yourself? Mr. Sin, please calm down. Zheng Zizai interjected, trying to ease the tension. Getting worked up this late at night won't do you any good, he added. And this incident involves more than just Xin Bo. Mr. Song, the owner of Tianyu Entertainment, was also involved. Tianyu. Xin Lu frowned. Don't tell me they both went after the girl. No. Zheng quickly clarified. Mr. Song is a man of high integrity. When he heard the girl's cries for help, he immediately stepped in and stopped Xin Bo. If it weren't for him, things could have taken a much darker turn. Zheng continued, moreover, Mr. Song holds a significant position in society, and he feels that something needs to be done about this situation. At this, Xin Lu's mind began racing through everything he knew about Tianyu Entertainment. Originally, it was run by Lu Guan, but later, it was bought by a wealthy businessman. Wait a second. A thought flashed through his mind, his eyes widening. Wasn't that businessman the richest man in Shanghai? This is bad. So, what does Mr. Song want to do about this? Xin Lu asked cautiously. My stance is simple. No leniency. Report this to the authorities and let the law handle it. Song Yun's voice rang out clearly, with no room for negotiation. Zheng Zizai shifted the camera to focus on Song Yun's face. Seeing how young Song Yun was, Xin Lu couldn't help but feel that this was going to be a tough one. To be so successful at such a young age, either this man had an incredibly powerful background, or he was a once-in-a-generation genius. Either way, Xin Lu didn't want to face him as an opponent. Mr. Song, I'm Xin Bo's father, Xin Lu. I sincerely thank you for what you did tonight. If it weren't for you, that poor girl might have suffered lasting trauma. Xin Lu stood up and gave a respectful bow towards Song Yun through the camera. Song Yun waved it off. It's late. Let's handle this quickly so we can all get some sleep. So, you insist on following legal procedures? Xin Lu asked hesitantly. You see, while nothing serious happened to the girl, perhaps we could handle this more discreetly? I'll make sure she gets a generous compensation, and I'll send Xin Bo abroad. He won't return for several years. I don't think that's an option. Song Yun replied, leaning back in his chair. If every problem could be solved this way, what would be the point of the law? Do you think it's just for show? Xin Lu's face wrinkled with worry. To be honest, I didn't have Xin Bo until I was nearly 50. Our whole family doted on him, and I never imagined he'd grow up to be so reckless. I beg you, Mr. Song, please consider my position and show some mercy. I promise we'll compensate the girl generously. Director Sin, the fact that I'm speaking to you right now is already me showing respect. Song Yun said coldly. I've made up my mind. And yes, you will compensate the girl appropriately. I'm not doing this to cause trouble, I'm just standing up for what's right. If everything could be swept under the rug with money, wouldn't the world be a miserable place? Seeing that Song Yun wasn't budging, Xin Lu cast a hopeful glance at Zhang Zizai, hoping he might intervene. But Zhang kept his gaze fixed straight ahead, not wanting to get involved any further. Today, simply informing Xin Lu of the situation was already a generous gesture. There was no way he'd drag himself into this mess now. It's late, and I called just to give you a heads up so you can mentally prepare yourself. Zhang Zizai said seriously. This matter can't be swept under the rug. All the major entertainment company executives were present, and the impact is too great. If we let this slide, it would be like slapping myself in the face. Hearing this, Xin Lu suddenly seemed to age 10 years. His once bright eyes dimmed, losing their usual vitality. Is there really no way to turn this around? Xin Lu muttered. His life is practically ruined. Song Yun, in a cold voice, responded, Director Xin, all you see is your son, but had he succeeded tonight, that girl likely would have taken her own life. Xin Bo is an adult now, and he must face the consequences of his actions. In your eyes, perhaps it's a mistake, but from where I stand, if he's willing to reflect and reform, he might still become a productive member of society. Do as you see fit. Xin Lu replied hoarsely. Xin Bo, you're on your own now. Xin Bo could hardly believe it, his father was abandoning him. No matter how big of a mess he had made in the past, there was always someone to clean it up. But now, even that person had given up. It was only at this moment that Xin Bo realized the gravity of his mistake. The fear and confusion in his eyes deepened as he thought about the consequences awaiting him. I've already called the police. They'll be here shortly. Zhang Zizai said, closing his eyes in exhaustion. Xin, you're still young. Make the most of your time inside to reflect and reform. Xin Bo stammered, panicking. For a woman like her, you're going to send me to prison? Is it really worth it? Can't I just compensate her? It's not that simple. Jing sighed. From the moment you knocked on her door, your fate was sealed. That's enough. Jing continued wearily. Mr. Song, you can go back to rest. I'll handle the rest. Song Yun nodded and left. Just as he opened the door, he saw a figure rushing toward them. It was Zhou Lil, his face flushed, likely just woken from a drunken stupor. Xin Bo. You bastard! Zhou Lil shouted breathlessly, his eyes still somewhat dazed. I treated you like a friend, and you go and try to steal my girl. Zhou Lil erupted in rage. Did you forget how I feel about Wang Yuan? You got me drunk, and then tried to force yourself on her? I swear, this isn't over between us. Enough. Zhang Zizai snapped, furrowing his brow. The situation was getting messier by the minute, and if it wasn't handled well, the consequences could be huge. As the person in charge, this could reflect poorly on him with his superiors. Oh, Mr. Zhang, you're here too, Zhou Lil said, suddenly meek as a mouse in front of a cat. His earlier bravado vanished in an instant. I've already called the police. Since you say that girl works for your company, you'll have to give a statement when they arrive, Zhang said, barely containing his frustration. Fine. Xin Bo, mark my words. I've got plenty of dirt on you. Let's see how this plays out, Zhou Lil hissed, before slumping into a chair, clearly displeased. As for the rest of the matter, it no longer concerned Song Yun. The next morning, around 9 a.m., Song Yun sat in the restaurant, overhearing some executives whispering about last night's events. Apparently things had gotten quite ugly after he left. At the police station, Zhou Lil and Xin Bo had gotten into a brawl, with Zhou Lil going as far as revealing numerous incriminating details about Xin Bo to the authorities. What started as an attempted assault charge had snowballed into something much more severe. With all the additional charges piling up, Xin Bo likely wouldn't see the light of day for at least 10 years. Hey big brother, I heard there was some drama last night. Xiao Wan asked curiously as she walked into the restaurant. How did you find out? Song Yun asked, surprised. It had only been a few hours, yet it seemed like everyone knew already. Haven't you checked online? Xiao Wan pulled out her phone and showed Song Yun the top entertainment headline of the day. Director Xin Lu's son Xin Bo was arrested early this morning, and the prosecutor's office is now involved in the case. Bro, I wasn't here last night, so tell me what happened. The whole industry is buzzing about it, and everyone's speculating about what Xin Bo did. Xiao Wan's eager expression left Song Yun rubbing his temples. He was thankful that the Yueyang family was strict and not full of gossipers. Otherwise, with Xiao Wan's personality, she would have been devoured by the family's internal politics. With no way to resist, Song Yun relented and recounted the events of the previous night. Wang Yuyan? That name sounds familiar. Wait, let me search her up. Xiao Wan muttered as she pulled out her phone again. Upon seeing Wang Yuyan's photo, she gasped, "Bro, this girl has so much potential. If we can sign her to our company, we'd be making a huge profit." Really? Song Yun was surprised. You know her? Of course. She competed in a singing competition with some really well-known mentors. I've heard from friends that Wang Yuyan's singing talent is incredible. Even without Zhu Li's backing, she was definitely a frontrunner to win. Song Yun seemed skeptical. Isn't that kind of show just scripted nowadays? You've been around long enough to know how this works. But not this one. One of the judges was highly respected and even walked off the show in protest of any scripted outcomes. Plus, from auditions to the finals, Wang Yuyan beat out thousands of competitors. Interesting. Song Yun mused as he finished his breakfast. Patting Xiao Wan's head, he said, "Call Lu Guan and tell him to meet me in my room." About 10 minutes later, Lu Guan, dressed and ready, entered Song Yun's room. As soon as he walked in, Song Yun asked quietly, "Do we have any really good singers in our company?" "What do you mean by good?" Lu Guan asked, confused. "I mean someone who could rank in the top 5 in the Chinese music industry." "That we don't have," Lu Guan replied with a wry smile. "All the top singers were signed by the big, established companies. Back when Tianyu was struggling, we had to rely on pop idols just to survive." "Well, now you do." Song Yun smiled mischievously. "What do you think of Wang Yuyan?" Lu Guan's eyes widened in realization. So this was what his boss had in mind. She's fantastic. But Wang Yuyan is Zhou Li's star talent. It's going to be tricky to get her. "Hey, Zhou Li won't have the time to deal with us now," Song Yun said smugly. "Don't be fooled into thinking nothing happened after I reported Jin Bo. That doesn't mean there aren't consequences. Zhou Li is too deeply entangled in this industry. Last night he got drunk and found the courage to act. But do you think he would have dared to do that on a normal day?" "And what do you mean by that?" Lu Guan asked cautiously. "Sign her." Song Yun replied confidently. "After all this mess, Wang Yuyan's career will be difficult for the next few years. But if she joins our company, she won't have as many worries." Song Yun grinned. "We'll go talk to her soon, ask her what she thinks. And as for the penalty for breaking her contract, the last thing I'm short on is money. Mr. Song, why wait? Let's go now," Lu Guan said eagerly. Lu Guan was particularly excited about Wang Yuyan. After all, she had immense potential. With a little push, she could easily secure her place in the Chinese music scene. Given her personality and talent, she could significantly boost Tianyu entertainment. "Haha, you're more impatient than me. Let's go then," Song Yun said. They headed to Wang Yuyan's room. Song Yun knocked twice and a timid voice responded from inside. Who is it?" "It's Song Yun." With a soft click, the door opened slightly, and a cautious eye peered out. "Sorry, I was just a bit scared." Wang Yuyan hesitated, but then opened the door fully upon recognizing her savior. If Song Yun hadn't intervened last night, she might have ended up on a path she never wanted. "It's fine. It's good for a girl to be cautious when she's out on her own," Song Yun said with a smile. "I'd like to talk to you about something. Is it okay if we come in?" "Of course, come in," Wang Yuyan said, blushing as she stepped aside. After Song Yun entered and sat down, he glanced at the door and said, "No need to close it." "Huh. Oh, right," she responded, realizing he was trying to make her feel at ease. Wang Yuyan took small steps to sit opposite him, lowering her head. "What would you like to talk about? Last night's incident has already happened. You may be new to this industry, but I'm sure you understand that your path ahead will be difficult." Song Yun began. Before he could continue, Wang Yuyan, visibly anxious, raised her head and firmly said, "It might be hard, but I'll keep going no matter what. I believe that if someone has talent, they'll eventually shine." "I know what you're about to say," she continued. "You probably want something from me, in exchange for offering resources. But I'm sorry, I don't need that." Hearing this, Song Yun and Lu Guan exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Wang Yuyan, now feeling a bit embarrassed, watched as her earlier courage evaporated. "Haha. You're an interesting young woman," Song Yun said. "Let me guess, 3 or 4 people have already hinted at the same thing today." "Yes, a few have, but I turned them all away. I hope you're not like them," Wang Yuyan said earnestly. I'm not. Song Yun replied seriously. I'm here for one reason, and it's not much different from theirs. I want you. Seeing Wang Yuyan's fearful expression, Song Yun quickly clarified, but they want your body, while I'm only interested in your talent. Join Tianyu Entertainment. As long as I'm around, you'll never lack resources. I'll even offer you the shortest contract term, just 3 years. If after that you feel uncomfortable or unsatisfied, you're free to leave. How does that sound? Huh? Wang Yuyan's hands flew to her mouth, unable to believe what she was hearing. You want to sign me? She stammered. Just moments ago, she had been bracing herself for the possibility of being blacklisted for years. But now, it seemed like a miracle had occurred. In the entertainment industry, short contracts were gold. Long contracts often meant that the company held all the control. If you didn't comply, they'd cut your resources, and if you cooled off, they'd shelve you. A short-term contract like this was something only top-tier stars received. But if I leave Shengli Entertainment now, I'll owe them 6 million yuan in damages. 6 million? Song Yun said with a smile. Tianyu will cover that. If you're willing to join us, money won't be an issue. He looked her straight in the eye. But I need you to be serious about making music. Can you do that? I can. Wang Yuyan said firmly. I don't ask for much, just give me the most basic recording studio, and I'll create something amazing. Alright, I've said my piece, now the decision is yours, Song Yun said with a relaxed smile. Lu Guan pulled a contract from his briefcase and grinned. Hi, I'm Lu Guan, the president of Tianyu. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a while, but circumstances kept it from happening. On behalf of everyone at Tianyu, I'd like to officially welcome you. Thank you. Wang Yuyan said, overwhelmed. This is the top-level contract Tianyu offers. Take a look, and if you're satisfied, we can sign it right now. Having learned from her previous experience with Shengli Entertainment, Wang Yuyan read the contract very carefully, asking questions whenever something wasn't clear. The negotiation took nearly 3 hours, but finally, she signed her name. From that moment on, Wang Yuyan's new era had begun. Didn't you say earlier you just needed a basic recording studio? Lu Guan asked, collecting the signed papers. Yes. Was that asking too much? Wang Yuyan asked nervously. Not at all. Lu Guan chuckled. Both Mr. Song and I see great potential in you, so we've decided to allocate a top-tier recording studio just for your use. You'll also have a dedicated recording engineer, sound engineer, and assistant. He smiled warmly. We hope you won't let Mr. Song down. A top-tier studio. Wang Yuyan was speechless. Even with Zhu Le backing her at Shengli Entertainment, she had shared a basic studio with 2 other singers. She had been told that studio alone cost millions. Now they were offering her a top-tier one, probably worth tens of millions, if not more. It was clear to her that Song Yun and Lu Guan truly valued her talent. I promise, I won't let you down. I swear. Wang Yuyan declared passionately. After handling the matters there, Song Yun and Xiao Wan returned to the Shangri-La Hotel. Before Song Yun could even reach his room, he saw his mother rushing out of the elevator in a panic. What happened? Song Yun asked curiously. Your grandfather. He's been hospitalized again. And this time, it seems really serious. Bai Qiu, breathless from running, exclaimed. I need to get back to the capital as soon as possible. What? Song Yun was surprised. Though his grandfather had been cold towards him the first time they met, he was still family. Song Yun had even helped regulate his grandfather's health before, so it seemed unlikely that he'd have a relapse so soon. You won't make it to the airport in time, Song Yun said, trying to calm his mother down. We've been here long enough anyway. Let's take a flight together. He hurried back to his room called Huang Baoding, and soon the group began packing. Within half an hour, everything was ready. Song Yun also made a call to the airport, and after some coordination, their flight was set to take off in 40 minutes. Rushing to the airport, they boarded the plane. Only when Bai Qiu sat down did she seem to relax a little. Mom. I haven't asked why was Grandpa hospitalized this time. Song Yun asked, puzzled. I don't know. Your second uncle didn't explain much, just that it's serious and I need to get there as soon as possible. Bai Qiu replied, her face full of worry. It sounds bad. It might be. She trailed off, her voice tinged with regret. No matter what, this was her father. After leaving home decades ago, she hadn't had many chances to fulfill her duties as a daughter. Now, the guilt weighed heavily on her. The plane took off, and after a few hours they landed in the capital. Song Yun had Huang Baoding take Yi Qing and the others to the Ouyang family, while he and his parents headed straight to the hospital. In the high-ranking official's ward, A group of top doctors from the capital were quietly discussing the patient's condition. Bai Jingbing, Song Yun's uncle, sat slumped in a chair nearby, looking at his father's frail face with a mix of sorrow and helplessness. "Leader, maybe we should talk outside," one of the doctors suggested softly to Bai Jingbing. Once in the hallway, the doctor hesitated, trying to find the right words to console him. But Bai Jingbing was impatient. "What's the verdict?" he demanded. "Well," the doctor began cautiously, "after consulting with all the specialists, we've come to the conclusion that your father's body is too weak. He likely won't survive surgery. But without the surgery, his condition will only worsen," he added. Hearing this, Bai Jingbing felt a ringing in his ears. The doctor's words faded into the background. Could it really be that his father was at death's door? It seemed impossible. Just a few days ago his father was fine, even reminding him not to drink too much at social events. How could things have deteriorated so quickly? Unable to comprehend the situation, Bai Jingbing crouched down, holding his head in despair. The doctors exchanged glances and quietly left. They had told him the truth. His father had a blood clot in his brain that caused him to fall unconscious. Surgery was the only option, but given his frail state, it could be fatal. "Second brother." A voice broke the silence in the corridor. It was Bai Qiu, rushing towards them with Song Yun and his father. "How's Dad?" Bai Qiu asked urgently, her heart sinking when she saw Bai Jingbing's defeated expression. "It doesn't look good," Bai Jingbing muttered. The top specialists from across the capital examined him, and they all agree. Dad can't be saved. "No." Bai Qiu staggered at the news, and if it weren't for Song Bo catching her, she might have fallen to the ground. "Dad." Bai Qiu freed herself from Song Bo's arms and ran into the room. Seeing her father lying motionless on the bed, she covered her mouth and broke into tears. Song Bo, too, felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Though he had never gotten along with his father-in-law, seeing him lying there so still stirred a deep unease within him. "Maybe I should take a look." Song Yun's voice cut through the heavy atmosphere. Bai Qiu, suddenly remembering her son's medical abilities, grabbed Song Yun's arm. "Go ahead. If anyone tries to stop you, I'll tear them apart. Those doctors have already given up on him, so let's give it a shot. Even if your grandfather really passes away, I'd rather it be at the hands of his own grandson than those incompetent fools." With his mother's blessing, Song Yun walked to the bedside and began feeling his grandfather's pulse. The pulse was steady, and all of his internal organs were functioning. Plus, there was still a trace of the internal energy Song Yun had previously infused in him. His pulse didn't match that of someone on the brink of death. Frowning, Song Yun carefully injected another flow of internal energy into his grandfather's body, letting it flow through his meridians. This was a highly delicate and risky procedure. If Song Yun lost control of the energy, it could cause irreversible damage. Even the slightest mistake could cause the energy to explode inside the old man's body, and not even the greatest doctors in history could save him then. Moreover, this technique required immense strength and precision. If Song Yun's own energy reserves weren't strong enough, the treatment could fail halfway. As beads of sweat began to form on Song Yun's forehead, Bai Qiu tenderly wiped them away with a tissue. Meanwhile, Bai Jingbing had finally come to terms with the grim reality. When he re-entered the room, he was greeted by a strange sight. Song Yun was sitting in front of his grandfather, checking his pulse. But it wasn't just the act of checking his pulse that caught his attention. Song Yun's face was flushed red, his body drenched in sweat that dripped onto the floor, and wisps of white steam seemed to rise from the top of his head. "What's going on here?" Bai Jingbing asked, turning to Song Bo in confusion. "Song Yun might have a way to save him. Let's just wait quietly," Song Bo replied. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope reignited in Bai Jingbing's eyes. Another 10 minutes passed, and the door opened again as a group of specialists entered. They froze upon seeing the unusual scene inside, puzzled by the sight of Song Yun in what looked like some sort of ritual. It seemed like a desperate attempt to save the old man. Maybe the Bai family was grasping at straws. The lead doctor sighed and placed a folder in front of Bai Jingbing. "Sir, we're moving forward with conservative treatment for now. Here's the treatment plan. Please review it." "All right, leave it there," Bai Jingbing said indifferently. Seeing Bai Jingbing's lack of interest, the lead specialist grew anxious. He tapped the table with his fingers and spoke seriously. "Sir, we hope you'll take this more seriously. This is about the life and death of your father. If conservative treatment works, there's a chance he could wake up on his own." "Okay, thanks," Bai Jingbing responded politely, though his gaze never left Song Yun. "Sir," the lead doctor called out urgently. "What are you shouting about?" Bai Jingbing snapped, clearly irritated. If you've got something to say, say it. Sir, I strongly urge you to put your faith in modern science, not in con artists. The specialist said sternly. If simply feeling a pulse could cure a patient, then Chinese medicine wouldn't be dismissed as pseudoscience. Do you really have such a deep bias against Chinese medicine? Bai Jingbing asked, surprised. After all, the doctor was a renowned expert in the capital. One would think he'd agree that no matter the method, whether it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Chinese medicine is often misunderstood because current scientific methods can't fully explain concepts like meridians or the body's internal energy QI. But that doesn't mean it's all nonsense. I have the utmost respect for genuine Chinese medicine, the doctor explained. But do you know how many years it takes for a competent practitioner to master it? Chinese medicine is about observing, asking, listening, and diagnosing before prescribing treatment. And yet, the practitioner you've brought in is so young. Frankly, sir, you've been deceived. Throughout our 5,000-year history, no Chinese medicine practitioner this young has been able to independently treat patients, especially in such severe cases. The doctor then turned to Song Yun and said, I don't know what tricks you've used to fool the Bai family, but I suggest you leave immediately. If you don't, I'll call security. What's with your attitude? Song Bo stood up, his face dark with anger. This is a family matter. Who are you to interfere? Sir, please watch your tone. This is a hospital. We are responsible for Mr. Bai's treatment, not some random fraud you've brought in. If something happens to Mr. Bai, who will be held accountable? Another doctor chimed in, Mr. Bai is in a critical condition. Delaying proper treatment won't do anyone any good. You keep calling him a fraud. If you don't shut up, I'll rip your mouths open myself. Bai Qiu's cold voice cut through the air, silencing the doctors. That's my little sister. Bai Jingbing explained, and the person treating our father is my nephew. Now, do you understand? Bai Jingbing knew his sister's temper well. If things escalated, she'd definitely resort to violence. And with Song Bo backing her, even the hospital's security wouldn't be able to stop them. Realizing they were on thin ice, the doctors reluctantly lowered their voices. No one wanted to provoke the Bai family at a time like this. After all, a cornered animal is the most dangerous. And Mr. Bai was the pillar of the family. If something happened to him, who knew if the Bai family might take out their anger on them? Still, they couldn't just stand by and let things continue this way. The lead specialist sighed and instructed the nurses to bring in all the necessary equipment and medication for conservative treatment. If Mr. Bai's condition worsened, they would have to step in. Meanwhile, Song Yun was fully focused on controlling the flow of internal energy within his grandfather's body. He carefully directed the energy to strengthen the weakened blood vessels along the way. Bit by bit, he repaired what he could until he reached the brain. The brain is the most vital organ, and its blood vessels are even more intricate. Song Yun had to proceed with extreme caution, avoiding critical areas as he moved. Finally, he found the blockage, a small blood clot in a tiny vessel. I found it. Song Yun exclaimed, his eyes still tightly shut. Found what? Bai Qiu asked anxiously. But Song Yun didn't respond. Instead, he concentrated all his energy on shaping the QI into a needle. With great care, he guided the needle of energy through the clot. It worked. The clot was broken apart by the energy, and the blood began to flow freely again. Almost immediately, Mr. Bai's eyes fluttered open. Everyone in the room was stunned. The doctors, their mouths hanging open in disbelief, couldn't comprehend what they had just witnessed. It defied all logic. This was impossible. The blocked blood vessel in Mr. Bai's brain was so complex that even surgery would take over 10 hours. How could a young man, simply feeling his pulse, pull someone back from the brink of death? They rushed to attach various monitors to Mr. Bai's body. When the readings appeared on the screen, everyone was once again shocked. It was real. Mr. Bai had fully recovered. I recommend we do an MRI scan of Mr. Bai's brain to see the condition of the blood vessels, the lead specialist suggested. All right, go ahead, Bai Jingbing said, smiling in relief. Still disoriented from just waking up, Mr. Bai was wheeled off to the MRI scanner by a team of doctors. When the images were printed, the specialists were left speechless. They had been completely wrong. Just minutes ago, they had been dismissing Song Yun as a fraud. And now, Mr. Bai was awake, and his brain's blood vessels were perfectly clear. In fact, they looked like they had reversed in age by over a decade. This completely contradicted everything they had learned in medical school. Desperate to understand how Mr. Bai had been cured, the specialists couldn't wait to speak to Song Yun. Doctor, how is my father's condition now? Bai Jingbing asked with a wide smile. To be honest, Mr. Bai is in perfect health. His blood vessels are even younger than before. The lead doctor admitted with a wry smile. Sir, could we speak with your nephew? We would love to learn more about his treatment. I don't make the decisions here. Bai Jingbing replied, a bit conflicted. After all, these doctors had just insulted Song Yun. Knowing his sister's temper, they were lucky she hadn't already caused a scene. Asking now about Song Yun's methods was just asking for trouble. Well, I suppose I'll have to swallow my pride and ask myself. You understand that many officials suffer from similar conditions. If we could learn how to treat them, it could save countless lives. Song Yun, exhausted from expending so much energy, sat with his eyes closed, trying to recover. As a group of specialists rushed into the room, Bai Qiuyu's initially joyful expression quickly turned cold again. What are you doing here? She asked, her voice tinged with hostility. These doctors hadn't been much help before, only good at arguing and dismissing her son as a fraud. Now that her father had woken up, she had already shown a lot of restraint by not rubbing it in their faces. Hello, I'm Wang Yu, a specialist in cardiovascular diseases from the capital. You can just call me Dr. Wang, said the lead doctor, a man in his 40s or 50s, with sharp, focused eyes, a doctor at the peak of his career. Wang Yu was not only well known in the capital but also one of the top specialists in the country, with only a handful of peers on his level. His hospital ranked among the top 3 in the nation, and he had a prestigious reputation in the medical field. I don't care who you are. We're resting right now. If you don't have anything urgent, please leave. Bai Qiuyu responded icily. To her, titles like specialist meant nothing. She came from the Bai family, and with an exceptional father, husband and son, she had plenty of reasons to speak with such confidence. Apologies for our earlier words. We acted out of impatience. I'd like to formally apologize, Wang Yu said, bowing deeply along with the other specialists. This took Bai Qiuyu by surprise. What's going on here? These specialists, usually so proud and haughty, suddenly seemed so humble. What had changed? Forget the apology, just leave. No, we're here to ask your son how he managed to cure Mr. Bai. If we could learn and replicate his methods, it could revolutionize the treatment of cardiovascular diseases. Wang Yu explained, his eyes fixated on Song Yun, like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. Sounds nice in theory, Song Bo sneered. But let's be honest. If you learn his methods, what's in it for us? You'll take that knowledge, publish a few papers, get research funding, and bask in fame. And us, what do we get? Wang Yu was momentarily speechless. He had to admit that Song Bo had a point. It wasn't uncommon in academic circles for people to take credit for others' research, so why wouldn't this be the same? This technique could revolutionize an entire field. There was no way it wouldn't be exploited. That's not fair. As doctors, we are bound by an oath to heal and save lives. Your son possesses a skill that could benefit millions of people. Sharing it would be an act of great virtue. An older doctor, around 60, said, trying to smooth things over. And we promise we won't take credit for it. In fact, we'll even list him as the second author on any papers. How about that? Second author. Song Bo laughed in disbelief. Do you think that means anything to him? He's not a researcher. Being a second author is only valuable to students or those still trying to build a name for themselves. That's not him. You've made your offer, but we're not interested. Bai Qiuyu, show them the door. Song Bo said dismissively, not wanting to waste any more time. Bai Qiuyu nodded, motioning for the doctors to leave. The specialists exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to persuade them. Finally, Wang Yu spoke up. Could we at least have a private conversation with your son? The incidence of these diseases is rising, and I truly believe this knowledge could save lives. You won't be able to learn it, Song Yun said quietly, opening his eyes, still fatigued. How can you say that before even explaining it to us? One of the specialists asked. I've studied Chinese medicine myself. I know the basics of diagnosis and treatment. Exactly. If it were easy, we wouldn't be here, asking for your help. Added another, eager to learn. Song Yun raised his hand to quiet them. I'm telling you, you won't be able to learn it. There's no point in arguing. Just say you don't want to teach us. A doctor snapped, frustrated. But let me tell you, many high-ranking officials suffer from similar conditions. When they need treatment, we'll be calling on you. What did you say? Bai Qiuyu shot back angrily, pointing at the doctor. If you can't speak respectfully, get out. We didn't ask you for help, you came to us. Song Yun sighed. The method I used wasn't traditional Chinese medicine, it's Taoist medicine. Taoist medicine? Wang Yu asked, confused. What's the difference? Both share the same foundations, but Taoist medicine includes practices like qi cultivation and various spiritual techniques. It's on a completely different level. Song Yun explained. You won't be able to learn it because your bodies aren't capable of producing the energy needed. Years of poor lifestyle choices, smoking, drinking, sleepless nights have already ruined the foundation you'd need. Qi? Wang Yu was even more bewildered. This is starting to sound more like something out of a fantasy novel. What's next? An old man with a long beard floating in through the window to teach us the secret arts. It's real. Song Yun said seriously. Qi is something we all have. It's what sustains a fetus in the womb before it's born. Once we're born, the energy slowly fades. What we do is cultivate it again, storing it in our bodies. Wait. Wang Yu interrupted, rubbing his forehead in frustration. So you used Qi to heal Mr. Bai? Yes. At least one person in the room seemed to grasp the concept. Song Yun smiled slightly. The younger you start cultivating it, the more effective it is. When you're older, it's nearly impossible. I see. Wang Yu pondered this for a moment before asking, would you consider taking on students? Suddenly, all the other specialists had a realization. That's right. If they couldn't learn it themselves, their children or grandchildren could. Please don't refuse so quickly. If you're willing to take students, we're willing to pay whatever it takes. To ensure a better future for their children, these high-ranking specialists were going all out. It's not about the money, Song Yun said with a headache. I don't have any plans to take on students, so please understand. What was wrong with these people? Couldn't they pick up on what he was implying? Song Yun had already used up most of his energy and just wanted to rest. However, these specialists kept pressing him, making it increasingly irritating. How about 500,000 a year? One of them offered. No. 1 million per year then. Another chimed in. Sorry. But no. What do you even want then? The specialists were incredulous. Was there really someone in this world who couldn't be swayed by money? Did this young man not realize the value they could offer? Taking their children under his wing would mean access to their vast resources and influence. As doctors, their professional networks were extensive, and if Song Yun ever faced problems, they could easily help him with a single phone call. Let's drop this, Song Yun said, rubbing his temples. I need to rest now. Please leave. Wang Yu, seeing no other option, reluctantly shook his head and led the group out. At the door, they bumped into Bai Jingbing, who was smiling brightly. Wang Yu rushed up to him, grabbing his arm. Your nephew is incredible, he exclaimed. Bai Jingbing chuckled. Yes, I know. So, did you ask him about his treatment methods? What did he say? Well, we're too old to learn it ourselves, so we thought maybe our kids could start young. But your nephew is pretty stubborn. Can't you talk to him for us? We're willing to pay 1 million per year per child, and we can increase it if necessary. Bai Jingbing smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. The thing is, my nephew doesn't need money. And frankly, that amount is nothing to him. Nothing? 1 million a year for teaching kids is still a small amount. One of the specialists exclaimed. That's more expensive than most private tutoring programs. Well, my nephew has achieved even more impressive things. You can search for his name online, Bai Jingbing said, still smiling. Anyway, excuse me, once the test results come back, we'll be heading home. After Bai Jingbing left, Wang Yu pulled out his phone. When he searched for Song Yun's name, the lengthy list of accomplishments nearly blinded him. Shanghai's richest man? What? How could someone this young have achieved so much? Wang Yu thought back to what he had been doing at that age, probably still stressing over his graduation thesis at school. When the specialists learned of Song Yun's true identity, any lingering hopes vanished. Bai Jingbing had been telling the truth. This was small change for someone like Song Yun, who probably earned more in a single day than the amount they had offered for an entire year. Back in the room, Bai Jingbing smiled and said, Dad's got a few more tests to go. But we should have the results in about 10 minutes. If everything checks out, we'll be heading home. Right. I haven't even asked yet, why did Dad end up in the hospital this time? Bai Qiu asked, puzzled. Bai Jingbing hesitated, scratching his head before answering in a low voice. Promise you won't tell anyone. After he was discharged last time, he got really into playing Go. You know, it's good for the brain if it's just a casual hobby. But he became obsessed, and every day he'd drag me into playing with him. You know, I don't really understand Go, so I had to look up the rules online. But the more we played, the more excited he got. He even started thinking he had become a high-level player. An old man with a childlike spirit, right? I couldn't do anything but go along with it. praising him all the time. But eventually he wasn't satisfied playing with me. Somehow he found out that you can play Go online, so he had one of the younger kids set up an account for him, and he started playing against people on the internet. But online, nobody knew or cared who he was, and no one was going to let him win. This time, he kept losing, and the other person taunted him in the chat. He got so worked up that it probably caused his blood vessels to clog. After hearing this, the room fell silent. Just don't tell Dad I told you. Otherwise I'll be in big trouble when we get home. Bai Jingbing added quickly. Fine, fine. I won't say anything. Bai Qiyu waved him off, trying to process the idea that her father had nearly given himself a stroke over losing an online game. About 10 minutes later, Mr. Bai was wheeled back into the room, with Wang Yu following behind, carrying a stack of test results. Mr. Bai is in good health now, and can be discharged at any time. Thank you, doctor. We appreciate all your efforts. Bai Jingbing said with a polite smile. Inwardly though, Wang Yu felt uneasy. These weren't really their efforts, and hearing those words made it feel like he was slapping himself in the face. Father, I heard from second brother that you were hospitalized because of an online game. It's fine to have hobbies at your age, but getting this worked up over a game isn't worth it. Bai Qiyu scolded. You need to cut back on how much time you spend playing Go. Bai Jingbing. How dare you talk about that? You've got a lot of nerve airing my dirty laundry. Mr. Bai fumed. When we get home, I'm going to take a belt to you. Why are you yelling at him? You think what you did was right? Getting so worked up over a game that you scared the whole family? I was in another city, and had to rush back on a private jet without a moment's rest. Bai Yu snapped. Can't you take it easy from now on? Go fishing or chat with your old friends, isn't that enough? If you're so annoyed, why don't you fly back right now? I'm not dying anytime soon. Mr. Bai retorted gruffly, trying to maintain his pride. Though he clearly wanted his daughter to visit more often, now that she was here, he had to act tough. Come here, kid. Mr. Bai beckoned to Song Yun. I hear you're the one who treated me. Yes. Song Yun nodded. Can your technique be taught to others? Mr. Bai asked. No. Song Yun replied bluntly. It's too advanced for most people. Fair enough. Mr. Bai sighed. Looks like you'll be quite busy in the future. Father, Song Yun's being closely monitored by the authorities right now. He probably won't have too many people bothering him. Bai Jingbing added with a frown. When someone's life is on the line, who cares about that? Mr. Bai scoffed. When Song Yun and the others brought Mr. Bai back to the Bai family home, a crowd immediately gathered around them. After all, Mr. Bai was the pillar of the Bai family. As long as he was there, it was like the family had an extra layer of protection. If something suddenly happened to him, the Bai family's enemies might seize the opportunity to attack. All right, Mr. Bai is fine. Get back to what you were doing, Bai Jingbing said, dispersing the crowd. Old man, are you all right? Why are you back so soon? Second son, what did the doctor say? Asked Mrs. Bai as she hobbled over with her cane. Mom, the doctor already checked him. There's no major issue. Dad is still in great health. He just needs to manage his emotions better in the future. Bai Jingbing reassured her. He didn't want to worry her too much, especially considering her age. If the situation sounded too dramatic, her heart might not be able to handle it. See? It's not as big a deal as you're making it out to be, said Mr. Bai with a smile, gently holding Mrs. Bai's hand as they walked together. By the way, Mr. Bai suddenly turned around and said, Second son, go to the kitchen and prepare a couple of dishes. Let's have a family dinner tonight. Oh, sure, I'll get right on it. Bai Jingbing was momentarily stunned, then broke into a wide smile. This was his father's way of completely forgiving Song Yun for that awful thing he did years ago. After all, they had raised a fine daughter for many years, only to have her suddenly run off with a poor boy. And then she was gone for 20 or 30 years. Who could accept that? Dad, Mom, I'll head to the Yueyang family now, Song Yun said, stretching. After all, Yi King and the others were still waiting for him there. What? You've been staying at the Yueyang household every day since you got to the capital. People might start thinking you're Ouyang Shu's grandson. Mr. Bai had barely walked far when he slammed his cane down upon hearing this. If you want to be Ouyang Shu's grandson, wait until after I'm dead. Dad, that's not what Song Yun meant. His wife went to the Yueyang family, so he's just going to pick her up. Bai Qiyu quickly stepped in, signaling to Song Yun with her eyes. Song Yun nodded frantically. Yes, my mom is right. What's wrong with all of you? You have your own home but would rather hang around someone else's. Second son, call that old man Ouyang Shu and tell him to bring my granddaughter-in-law here for dinner tonight. Mr. Bai's words were commanding, but Bai Jingbing didn't dare speak up against him. He just smiled and said, "I'll call him in a bit. None of you ever make my life easy." With that, Mr. Bai turned and left. "Son, why don't you find a room and take a rest?" Bai Qiu asked, concerned. After all, when Song Yun was treating Mr. Bai earlier, he had sweated as if he'd just taken a bath. "All right." Song Yun yawned and followed Bai Jingbing to a guest room. Once he lay down, Song Yun quickly fell into a deep sleep. He hadn't rested well in days, and this little break was just what he needed. He didn't know how long he'd been asleep, but eventually he felt something tickling his nose. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Yi King sitting beside him, her large belly in full view, playfully brushing his nose with a strand of her hair. "Gotcha." Song Yun grabbed her hand and laughed. "When did you get here?" "I've been here for 2 or 3 hours. You looked so tired that I decided to wait until you woke up." Yi King giggled. "Lazy pig, it's time to get up. It's already 6:30, and Grandpa said dinner's at 7. We've still got half an hour." Song Yun mumbled as he rested his head against Yi King's belly. Listening to the faint movements inside, he felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. After a few minutes, Song Yun stretched and began to get up. After all, it wouldn't be polite to keep the elders waiting. As he stood up and checked his body, something felt off. "Wait a minute. Why does my internal energy feel different from before?" Song Yun frowned in confusion, realizing that 4/5 of his usual energy had vanished, leaving only a thin layer circulating in his dantian. "What's going on? Could it be that I overexerted myself treating Mr. Bai and damaged my foundation?" But then he noticed something even stranger. Despite the reduced amount of energy, it felt sharper and more concentrated than ever before. The strength of his internal energy had increased significantly. In that instant, Song Yun understood. His energy hadn't decreased, it had been compressed. The original energy had been refined into this thin layer, and its quality was now twice as potent as before. This was great news for him. "Honey, what are you daydreaming about? We need to get going," Yi King said sweetly, tugging at his arm. "Oh right." Song Yun felt refreshed and pinched Yi King's nose playfully as they laughed and headed toward the banquet hall together. "By the way, where's CU?" he asked. "She's with Mom. I was going to go with them, but since I've got this baby in my belly, I get to go wherever I want," Yi King said proudly, patting her stomach. "Haha, you're the best." Song Yun laughed. When they arrived at the banquet hall, the large room had a single round table, already filled with people. Mr. Ouyang and Mr. Bai were deep in conversation, reminiscing about old times, while the others quietly listened. As soon as Song Yun entered, Mr. Ouyang laughed and said, "Look at this boy, making us wait for him." "So what? It's not even 7 yet," Mr. Bai grumbled. In his mind he could scold his grandson all he wanted, but no one else had the right to. Mr. Bai's temper was much like that of a child. If he didn't like you, no matter how good you were, he wouldn't care. But once he accepted you, he'd fiercely protect you. "Hey, you old geezer, what's wrong with me teasing Song Yun a little?" Mr. Ouyang retorted, puffing up in mock indignation. "That boy is like a grandson to me." "Fine. Then why don't you give him a piece of the Ouyang family estate?" Mr. Bai grinned slyly. "Bai Qiu is my daughter. When I'm gone, she'll inherit some of our family wealth, and Song Yun will get a share too. Since you think of him as your grandson, why don't you give him some of yours?" Mr. Ouyang was so furious he could have slammed the table. All right, let's start the feast now that everyone's here," Mrs. Bai interjected with a smile, trying to ease the tension. "You two are nearly 200 years old combined, yet you bicker like children in kindergarten. One less argument might mean one less chance to speak. For all we know, Ouyang Shu might keel over tomorrow," Mr. Bai said with a smirk. "Don't worry. Even if you die, I'll still be around," Mr. Ouyang shot back. "Song Yun, someone called me today asking about you," Mr. Ouyang said quietly after a few rounds of drinks. "They wanted to know if you could handle a heart procedure." Song Yun was taken aback. "I'm not a general surgeon, and I don't specialize in heart surgeries." "No, it's not like that. The person has a condition similar to what your grandfather had earlier today, blockages. But this person already had a stent put in, and it didn't work too well. So they asked if you could help clear things up," Mr. Ouyang explained. "Who asked you?" Mr. Bai interjected, displeased. "Today it's this, tomorrow it'll be something else. At this rate, Song Yun might as well change careers and become a doctor full-time. Besides, once you help one person you can't turn down the next, or you'll end up making enemies." Mr. Ouyang sighed. "I know. But it was that person who called me. He held up 2 fingers, and Mr. Bai immediately understood. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "That person really has heart issues. I thought it was just a rumor." "I was surprised too when he called me today," Mr. Ouyang replied, taking another sip of his drink. "I had a good relationship with his father back in the day. He used to call me uncle, and I just couldn't bring myself to refuse." "Song Yun, can you handle it? If you can, then do it. If not, just forget it," Mr. Bai advised after thinking it over. "But you can't rush into it. If anything goes wrong, this could turn into a big deal. If it's just clearing a blockage, I can definitely do that," Song Yun replied. "But like I said before, once I help one person, there'll be another, and I can't afford to offend any of them. What should I do?" This question plunged both elders into deep thought. "Just do this one," Mr. Ouyang said resolutely. "If anyone asks me about you in the future, I'll turn them down for you. Refusing people, especially influential ones, could come at a high cost and might even create some grudges. You won't be able to hold them off for long," Song Yun suddenly said, slamming his hand on the table. "Let that person call me directly and make the request. I couldn't possibly refuse him." Both elders burst out laughing at Song Yun's suggestion. Mr. Bai grinned. This kid is really using that person as a shield. But it's a good idea. If that person speaks up, you can refuse anyone else by saying he declined it first. "Alright then. I'll start arranging things tomorrow," Mr. Ouyang said. The dinner lasted over 3 hours, and it wasn't until Mr. Ouyang yawned that the gathering came to an end. Since Mr. Ouyang had been drinking, he decided to stay at the Bai residence for the night, which caused quite a stir among those who heard about it. After all, both the Ouyang and Bai families were powerful forces, and their alliance would certainly trigger a series of reactions. That night, many people found it hard to sleep. The next morning, as soon as Song Yun woke up, Mr. Bai called him to the study. "Song Yun, I'm slow at typing. Help me insult this guy," Mr. Bai said angrily, hunched over the computer screen with his reading glasses on. When Song Yun looked over, he saw that Mr. Bai was playing chess on an online platform, in a heated match against someone named Desert Lone Wolf. The opponent had been taunting Mr. Bai throughout the game, calling him a terrible player and saying it was a waste of time to even play with him. Since Mr. Bai wasn't very familiar with computers, he had to look at the keyboard and slowly type with 2 fingers. By the time he managed to type a single response, his opponent had already sent 10 more messages. "This guy is driving me crazy," Mr. Bai exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in frustration after seeing the word defeat flash on the screen. "There's no way that guy's rank is real." Curious, Song Yun checked. The opponent was listed as an amateur 2nd rank, a total beginner. Meanwhile, Mr. Bai was a solid amateur 6th rank, which was pretty impressive for a casual player. "Mr. Bai, is this rank something you earned, or is it just randomly assigned?" Song Yun asked with a chuckle. "You have to win ranked matches to get a higher rank. I've won nearly 100 games to reach amateur 6th rank," Mr. Bai huffed. "That guy is clearly using a Smurf account to bully weaker players." Song Yun almost laughed out loud. It seemed like Mr. Bai had picked up internet slang quickly. "Hey, he wants to play again," Song Yun said, noticing the new message on the screen. "How about we just leave it? Playing with such an unsportsmanlike person is no fun." "No way. He beat me by 30 points. I need to get those points back." Mr. Bai eagerly put his reading glasses back on. "If I lose 2 more games, I'll drop a rank." "Alright, I'll sit here and watch. You play, and I'll type for you," Song Yun offered with a grin. But this time, the opponent went all out, and the match ended in just a few minutes. Sigh. "I'm so mad. Not only did I lose the game, but I can't even get a word in edgewise." Mr. Bai groaned in frustration. As a dutiful grandson, Song Yun searched through an online system and found a surprising item. Go Master. Price: 100,000 points. After purchasing and using, you will attain top-tier Go skills, along with the lifetime knowledge and strategies of 10 Go Masters. Without hesitation, Song Yun clicked to buy it. In an instant, his mind was filled with deep insights into Go strategy. After processing the information, Song Yun turned to Mr. Bai and said, "How about I play the next match for you?" "You?" Mr. Bai raised an eyebrow, looking at Song Yun doubtfully. "No offense, but young people aren't usually interested in Go. And if I lose another game, I'll drop a rank. Then I'll have to win 3 out of 5 promotion matches to rank back up." "Don't worry, leave it to me," Song Yun said confidently, grabbing the mouse and clicking rematch. "Hey, someone likes getting beaten, huh? Fine, I'll make you surrender in 5 minutes this time," Desert Lone Wolf typed on the public chat. Song Yun ignored the comment and focused on the game. No matter how skilled this guy was, could he really be better than 10 Go masters? Within 10 minutes, Song Yun was ready to end the game. You started with a center point. Mr. Bai gasped. We're doomed. I'm definitely dropping a rank. Anyone with a basic understanding of Go knows that the tengen is the central point on the board. Normally, players rarely occupy this point at the start of a game. After all, Go is a game about territory. Whoever controls the most space wins. Song Yun, maybe I should play this round. Mr. Bai nervously suggested as he watched Song Yun's rapid mouse clicks, each one making his heart race. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, a 14-year-old boy frowned. What's going on? This guy's strategy is completely different from before, he muttered. Previously, his opponent had taken a long time to think, showing a sluggish, almost elderly approach to the game. But now the attacks were swift and overwhelming, making it hard for the boy to keep up. 6 minutes into the game, the boy sighed and clicked surrender. Victory, Song Yun said casually, as if he had been merely watching the match from the sidelines. Mr. Bai, sitting beside him, was stunned. How had Song Yun's moves become so unpredictable and effective? Some of Song Yun's seemingly random plays turned out to be crucial several turns later. And the opening move to tengen wasn't useless at all. It became the foundation for Song Yun to expand control over the board, pushing his opponent into a corner until they had no moves left. Brilliant. Mr. Bai, how about another round with this guy? Song Yun chuckled. Since I'm free, I could help boost your rank a bit. No. If you keep playing and raise my rank, I'll be matched with professionals later, and I won't stand a chance. Mr. Bai waved his hand. I've really underestimated you though. Your Go skills are at a professional level. Did you practice before? Yeah, I learned some strategies from an old man for a while, Song Yun said, making up a story. But this is just for fun. If I start taking it too seriously, I'm afraid it'll be bad for your health. Alright, I get it. You're just like QIU, always lecturing me. You really are her son. Mr. Bai grumbled before shooing Song Yun out of the room. Song Yun returned to his room with a smile. Yi Qingqing was already awake, and breakfast had been brought up by the house staff. What were you up to? Yi Qingqing asked curiously. Don't ask. I was playing Go with Mr. Bai, Song Yun said, taking a big bite of a steamed bun, his words muffled. Meanwhile, at the Chinese Go Association, the nation's highest Go authority, a young boy sat with his hands on his chin, replaying the recent game on his computer over and over. Each time he watched it, he gained new insights from his opponent's strategy. The boy prided himself on his genius, always thinking 3 moves ahead in every game. But his opponent in this match had shown the ability to think 5 moves ahead. His teacher, the president of the Chinese Go Association and the top-ranked professional player in the country, wasn't even that good. And yet, this opponent moved quickly, which meant 5 moves ahead wasn't even their limit. The boy shivered at the thought. A monster. He closed his laptop and stormed out of the room, his face dark with frustration. Outside, dozens of other young players were studying Go patterns with their instructor. The boy sneered slightly. Memorizing patterns alone won't make you a master. If becoming a Go master were just about memorizing sequences, ranking in Go wouldn't mean anything. Go requires memory, and, more importantly, talent. A person's talent determines how far they can go in professional competitions. Without it, hard work alone won't get you far. You might as well join the chess club instead. Chung-jin Yoon, you're done. One of the teachers greeted the boy with a smile. Chung-jin Yoon just gave a brief nod before walking away. The teacher didn't take offense. In the Go world, skill is all that matters. When Lu Qingyin Yoon, at the age of 7, became a disciple of the association's president, he shocked countless so-called geniuses. Many tried to challenge him, but the results were embarrassing. More than 40 young talents took him on in a series of matches, and not one of them won. As he grew older, Lu Qingyin's talent became even more monstrous. Many of the teachers had lost to him at some point. But the heavens are fair. What they give, they also take away. While Lu Qingyin in Go excelled in Go, he was lacking in social skills. He had no friends and always kept a cold, distant demeanor, pushing everyone away. Teacher, I've sent you a video in your email. Lu Qingyin Yoon shouted as he burst into the association president's office. Oh? A video that got you this excited must be something special, replied the president, who was around 60 years old, with a slim build and a clean-shaven face that made him look sharp for his age. Let me have a look, the president said as he opened the email. The video showed 2 players on an online Go platform. Normally, the skill level on these platforms is quite mixed, with few true experts participating. But out of respect for his student, the president watched patiently. Wow, opening with tengen. The president perked up. Only two types of players start this way: complete beginners or highly experienced professionals. In his memory, a few old masters used this tactic, usually when playing against children and giving them a handicap. As the game progressed, the president found the opponent's style increasingly familiar. He paused the video and glanced at his youngest disciple. Seeing Liu Qingyun's tense expression, the president smiled to himself. It's him, he thought. This kid must have been bored and created a new account to crush weaker players online. Desert Lone Wolf? What an old-fashioned name. The president chuckled. After watching the short video, the president leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Teacher, what did you think of the match? Liu Qingjun asked nervously, clutching the edges of his shirt. Do you want the truth? The president replied. Yes. I think the other player was toying with you. This response hit Liu Qingjun like a thunderbolt. He stood frozen, unable to process it. Could the gap between them really be that large? The skill of that player is no joke. Even I'm not sure I could beat them. Where did this mysterious Go master come from? The president tapped his fingers on the desk and thought. Qingjun Yun, give me your online account. I want to invite this person for a match. At the same time, in his study where he was playing a game of Go, Mr. Bai suddenly received a friend request. Upon checking the username, he saw it was Desert Lone Wolf. Isn't this the guy who lost to Song Yun? Still not giving up? Curious, Mr. Bai accepted the request. The opponent typed, Hello, would you like to play another game? Earlier he was throwing insults left and right, calling me all sorts of names. Now that he's lost, he's learned some manners. Mr. Bai slowly typed back using 2 fingers. Why should I? I found your playing style quite interesting, and would love to have another match. Of course it won't be for nothing. If I lose, I'll gift you a set of entrance animations from the platform, came the response. Mr. Bai's eyes lit up at this. Entrance animations were a special privilege, typically reserved for professional players. When you log in, a public announcement would display player so-and-so as entered, making it quite a flashy feature. As an amateur player, Mr. Bai had always envied those messages rolling across the screen. All right then, give me a moment, Mr. Bai shouted toward the door, call Song Yun for me. Of course he wasn't going to play himself. Besides, Song Yun was his grandson. What's wrong with asking him to win a game for his grandpa, especially since he'll inherit a part of the family fortune? But soon, a servant came back, looking troubled. Sir, young master Song Yun has gone out. I heard he left with Mr. Ouyang for some matter. Mr. Bai slapped his forehead, having completely forgotten about it. Frustrated, he reluctantly typed, I'm busy now. Can we play a little later? Whenever you're ready. The opponent replied, and then logged off. Phew. Mr. Bai patted his chest, relieved that the other player was a fellow Go enthusiast and not someone out for revenge. Meanwhile, Song Yun and Mr. Ouyang had boarded an unremarkable car, heading to an unknown destination. Song Yun, are you really confident about this? Mr. Ouyang asked, clearly nervous. Old man, this is the 5th time you've asked me that. Song Yun replied, shaking his head. I need to see the patient first. Even if it's not possible, we can always turn back. I wouldn't take on something I'm not sure of. All right. Seems like I'm more anxious than you, a youngster. Mr. Ouyang laughed at himself. Then, changing the subject, he asked, by the way, how are Xiao Ji and your sister Xiao Wan getting along? I'm not too sure. But it seems like they like each other quite a bit, Song Yun smiled. Don't worry, Xiao Ji has a way with women. He's bound to win her over, and our family has no objections to the match. That's good to hear. I've met Xiao Wan and I really like her spirit, Mr. Ouyang said. All right, now close your eyes and rest a bit. I'll wake you when we arrive. Song Yun, feeling a bit drowsy, leaned back in the comfortable seat. In no time he drifted off to sleep. Boss, is he really capable? The driver asked, glancing at Song Yun's young face in the rearview mirror. They're expecting a 100% success rate. Even a 1% risk isn't acceptable. If he can't do it, can you? Mr. Ouyang shot back. And don't forget, you're talking to me, not someone else. Just focus on driving. The driver fell silent after that, not uttering another word until they reached their destination. When they arrived, Mr. Ouyang woke Song Yun, who rubbed his eyes and realized they were at a research institute. Is the person they're looking for a scientist? With that thought in mind, Song Yun followed Mr. Ouyang through more than a dozen security checkpoints before they finally reached a high-tech operating room. Inside, a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing glasses and looking quite refined, was sitting in a chair. He didn't radiate the typical imposing aura of someone in power. Come on. Let's go, Mr. Ouyang nudged Song Yun, snapping him out of his stupor. Uncle Ouyang, thank you for making this introduction, the man said, smiling warmly. He didn't seem to have the harsh demeanor often associated with his status. I'm just here to make the connection. Whether or not it can be done depends on him, Mr. Ouyang replied, stepping aside to reveal Song Yun. Hey, old Yi told me about you. He said you're quite an interesting young man and a rare patriotic entrepreneur. Seeing you today, I can tell he was right, the man said with a smile. You can call me second uncle. Second uncle. May I take a look at your medical records? Song Yun stammered, still processing the fact that he was here to treat this man's heart condition. Second uncle pressed a button, and soon someone brought over a stack of medical documents. Song Yun carefully went through them, thinking about how to proceed. Just then, a notification from his system sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has a new mission to complete. He quickly opened the task list and found that the objective was simple: cure the middle-aged man in front of him. The rewards, however, were incredibly generous. It included 500,000 points from the system store, a boost of 10 to his luck stat, and blueprints for the latest power core design. Song Yun examined the blueprints and was left speechless. It was a design for a power core used in aircraft carriers. This was no small matter. Aircraft carriers are a major area of focus for nations, with the core technology being the propulsion system. And within that system, the power core is the most crucial part. Without a suitable power core, the entire carrier couldn't function. Song Yun? Song Yun? Mr. Ouyang's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He frowned, worried that the condition might be more serious than expected. Oh, I'm finished reviewing. May I check your pulse now? Song Yun said seriously. I just need to feel your pulse for a moment. No problem, second uncle said, extending his arm. Song Yun carefully placed his fingers on the pulse point, sending a steady stream of refined internal energy into second uncle's body. Why does it feel like something cool is flowing through me? Second uncle asked, surprised. Is this what you call internal energy? Yes. For now, I'll refrain from answering any more questions. I need to focus on assessing your condition fully, Song Yun said, closing his eyes to concentrate. He guided his internal energy to the area where the heart stent was located. Sure enough, the stent was perfectly crafted and positioned, but its effectiveness depended on the patient maintaining a healthy lifestyle with regular rest. However, due to second uncle's busy schedule, he had overworked himself, rendering the stent less effective. It can be done. After clearing the blockage, I'll use my internal energy to reinforce your heart's functions. For the next several decades, your heart will be as strong as that of an average person, Song Yun confidently declared. Really? Mr. Ouyang grabbed Song Yun's shoulders excitedly and asked, what are the chances? Ouyang, that's not the right way to ask, second uncle said, trying to calm him down. Nothing in this world is 100%. Song Yun, as long as your chances are better than what the hospital offers, then go ahead. No one will hold it against you if something goes wrong. And besides, second uncle added, I've been dealing with this condition for years, so I understand it well. Don't feel any pressure. Don't worry, second uncle, Song Yun smiled. For me, this is as good as a 100% chance of success. He continued, it's not just me, any skilled Taoist healer could handle this without any issue. I see. Second uncle nodded thoughtfully. So, should we begin? Do I need anesthesia or anything? No need. You just lie down and take a nap, and it'll be done, Song Yun reassured him, closing his eyes again as he placed his fingers on second uncle's pulse. Having already familiarized himself with the problem earlier, Song Yun's internal energy flowed swiftly this time, clearing all the blockages. He also directed a small amount of energy to protect and strengthen second uncle's heart. Phew. Song Yun opened his eyes and exhaled. The refined internal energy really made a difference. Last time, after treating his grandfather, he'd been so exhausted that he could barely stay awake. But this time, though he felt a slight emptiness in his dantian, a little rest would restore him. Is it done? Second uncle asked, opening his eyes at the same time. He seemed puzzled. Was it really that simple? What did you expect? Song Yun said with a smile. You can get up and walk around, see if you feel any different. Second uncle stood up and walked a few steps around the room. Suddenly, a look of delight spread across his face. It's really different. Normally I'd feel pressure on my heart even just walking, but now I feel completely at ease. Of course, Song Yun replied calmly. But don't take my word for it. You should go get a scan to see how things look. Song Yun wasn't seeking any praise. Unlike others who might have boasted about how difficult the procedure was, or how complicated the condition had been, he simply acted as if it was no big deal. He finished his work and suggested a checkup without showing any interest in second uncle's status or power. This humble, high-minded attitude made second uncle see him in a new light. Xiao Li, tell the experts to prepare for an examination, second uncle said to the secretary who had just entered. Then, turning back to Song Yun with a smile, he said, "You're quite an interesting young man. I now understand why Lao Yi speaks so highly of you." "Thank you for the compliment, second uncle," Song Yun replied modestly. "I'm just trying to do my job as best as I can." Song Yun wasn't foolish. These powerful people disliked arrogance or entitlement. If he acted too eager for reward or recognition, it could leave a negative impression that would be hard to shake. Plus, he already had his reward from the system, a blueprint for a cutting-edge power core for aircraft carriers. His heart raced just thinking about it. He knew he couldn't keep something this valuable for himself. He'd need to find the right moment to give it away, but he would have to think carefully about how to do it, as it involved too many sensitive issues. If he wasn't careful, people might start suspecting him. The last thing Song Yun wanted was to end up in a research lab being studied. "Shall we head home now, old man?" Song Yun asked, noticing that it was just the two of them left in the room. "Let's wait for his test results first. You're probably tired. Go sit and rest for a bit," Mr. Ouyang said with a warm smile. Outside the room, second uncle was watching the security monitor and asked his secretary, Xiao Li, "Do you think saints really exist in this world?" "In my opinion, saints are just virtuous people. The title of saint is something ordinary people project onto them," the secretary replied, understanding what second uncle was thinking. After all, Song Yun had treated this situation so casually and even seemed eager to leave afterward. Normally, someone in his position would have been more in awe of second uncle's status, but Song Yun appeared unfazed. "This young man is quite something," second uncle remarked with a smile as he walked away. No one could tell what was really on his mind. About an hour later, second uncle returned with the secretary. "Thank you, Song Yun. The experts say my heart is now as good as that of a normal person, or even better, like that of a healthy young man. It's all thanks to you." Second uncle smiled kindly and added, "You've done me a huge favor. If you need anything within reason, just ask, and I'll do my best to help." "There is something, actually," Song Yun said. "Oh? What is it?" "My wife is due to give birth soon. I was wondering if you could help arrange for some top-notch obstetricians. You know the saying, when a woman gives birth, it's like crossing the gates of death." Upon hearing this, both second uncle and Mr. Ouyang, along with the secretary, were momentarily stunned. Was this kid serious? To most people, a favor from someone like second uncle was like a golden ticket, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and all he asked for was help finding good doctors for his wife? Ahaha. Second uncle suddenly burst out laughing. He walked over, patted Song Yun on the shoulder, and said, "A man who cares this much about his family can't be a bad guy. I like this request. Don't worry, I'll make sure some of the best obstetricians are there when your wife gives birth in Shanghai." "Thank you," Song Yun said, grateful, but not because he couldn't afford good doctors. If he wanted, he could hire the best in the field. But since second uncle had offered help, asking for something simple was the best way to maintain a positive relationship without making things feel transactional. "I'll be keeping an eye on you," second uncle said, his tone turning slightly serious. "Make sure you stay on the straight path, understood?" Hearing this, the secretary was shocked. He had heard that Lao Yi was already keeping an eye on Song Yun, and now second uncle was as well. This meant Song Yun's future would be smoother than anyone could imagine. "This kid really had incredible luck, understood, and if I ever stray from the right path, you're welcome to come and scold me," Song Yun replied sincerely. "Ha ha ha. Good. That's settled then," second uncle said, clearly in a good mood. "It's getting late. I'll have the driver take you home." As they were about to leave, second uncle turned to Mr. Ouyang and said, "I'm aware of that situation now." Mr. Ouyang simply nodded, and, without saying another word, left with Song Yun. "Old man, what's going on?" Song Yun asked quietly during the ride back. Mr. Ouyang glanced at Song Yun with a complicated expression, sighed, and said, "Kid, I can't tell if you're genuinely naive or incredibly wise. Every time, you manage to seize opportunities to connect with important figures. Hey, it's all thanks to your guidance, isn't it?" Song Yun responded with a playful grin. Mr. Ouyang thought about it and realized there was some truth to that. Song Yun not only completed every task brilliantly, but also built relationships with influential people, unlike others who would drift back into obscurity after a single encounter. "You little rascal." Mr. Ouyang shook his head. "I just hope that when you succeed, you don't forget the friendships you've made." And I hope you and Xiao Ji stay close as brothers for life. That's a given. Song Yun promised confidently. But you still haven't told me what's going on. You're really curious, aren't you? Mr. Ouyang smacked Song Yun lightly on the back of the head. It's nothing too serious. Xiao Ji has accumulated enough merit over the years, but advancing further will be difficult because of his young age. People might not take it well. This time I asked your second uncle to help, and it looks like they're going to do something about it. Oh. Song Yun quickly lost interest in the topic. After all, Ouyang Ji's accomplishments were solid. Even without second uncle's help, he'd eventually get promoted when the time came. There was no doubt about that. When they arrived at the Bai residence, Mr. Ouyang didn't get out of the car. He waved to Song Yun and said, "Stay here at the Bai family for the next few days. Don't go anywhere. The outside mess will be handled by me and your grandfather." Song Yun nodded, knowing full well that today's events would soon reach the ears of many powerful figures. If second uncle trusted Song Yun, a young man, to treat his heart, others would surely take note as well. Although Song Yun was young, his skills were undeniable. With Mr. Bai and second uncle as living proof, people were gaining more confidence in him. Back at the Bai residence, Song Yun walked in to find Mr. Bai chatting with He King. The moment Mr. Bai saw him, he eagerly grabbed Song Yun's arm and said, "Come with me, I need to talk to you." "Ah? Grandpa, can't I rest a bit? I just got back," Song Yun protested. Mr. Bai gave him a strange look and said, "Were you faking it yesterday when you looked so exhausted after saving me?" "Of course not. I was completely drained." "Then how do you look so refreshed today?" Mr. Bai asked, raising an eyebrow. "Forget it, I won't argue with you. Come on, this won't take long." With no other choice, Song Yun gave Yi King a helpless look and followed Mr. Bai to the study. Ring. Suddenly, the red landline phone on Mr. Bai's desk rang. He frowned slightly before answering. "Hello, what's this about?" "Well, we can't really decide on that matter. You'll need to ask Lao Yi since he's in charge. It's not that we're not giving face, but Song Yun really needs rest. If it weren't for the higher-ups specifically requesting him, he'd be resting for 4 or 5 months. "What? You don't believe me? Go ask Lao Yi. My poor grandson nearly collapsed when he got back. The doctors said he's so depleted that it'll take at least a year to fully recover. You wouldn't want my grandson to die from overwork, would you?" Mr. Bai didn't hesitate at all as he deftly deflected the issue, hanging up the phone without any guilt. Once he hung up, he closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, clearly tired. "People are already trying to get to me, huh?" Song Yun asked, stepping behind Mr. Bai to massage his temples. "That was just the first call. Over the next few days I bet we'll get dozens more," Mr. Bai snorted. "You just finished clearing someone's heart, and the word's already out. The speed of information these days is something else." "Well, enough about that. Sit down and help me play a game of Go." Mr. Bai interrupted, changing the subject. He opened the computer and clicked into the chat with Desert Lone Wolf typing, "You there?" "I am. Do you have time now?" came the reply. "Let's begin." Mr. Bai quickly typed back before handing the mouse to Song Yun. "Win this game for me." "Huh?" Song Yun looked at him in surprise. "So he called me over just to play Go?" Shaking his head, Song Yun made his opening move at the Tengyun. Meanwhile, at the Chinese Go Association, Li Qingyun excitedly pointed at his computer screen and shouted, "Teacher, he's using the same strategy again. What works against you might not work against me," the association's president said, making his opening move in a corner, starting to claim territory without hesitation. But after placing several stones, the president's expression started to change. His gaze fixed on the screen, and it was as if he was calculating countless possibilities in his mind. Finally he sighed softly. "I've lost." "Huh? But the game's just begun," Li Qingjun asked, puzzled. "And you've positioned yourself to capture that entire area. You're still thinking too short-term," the president said, clicking the resignation button. "I'll review the game with you later. Right now there's something more important." "What?" Li Qingjun looked at him, wide-eyed and full of confusion. "You haven't heard the news yet. Top Go players from Japan and South Korea are planning to visit us in the next couple of days. They claim it's a friendly visit, but in reality they want to challenge us. They've never been comfortable with Go originating from China, and they've been trying to defeat us for years. In the past a master managed to fend them off, but this time, it doesn't look good." The president spoke gravely. "If we lose, they'll claim that their country's Go is the true, authentic version. For us, that would be a disgrace." "How dare they?" Li Qingyun shouted angrily. "That's completely underhanded. That's why we need someone to beat them, the president said with determination. This time, they've come prepared. They've even brought out retired Go masters from their countries. I might be able to handle one or two of them, but we'll need others to face the rest. So, you're thinking of asking this player to help? Yes. It doesn't matter if he's professionally trained or self-taught. As long as he can win, he'll be the hero who saves Chinese Go. But we don't even know who this person is, Li Qingyun said, feeling disheartened. And will they even be willing to help? Let's ask first and see, the president said, quickly typing a message to Mr. Bai. Congratulations on your victory. However, to receive your entrance animation reward, you'll need to come to the Chinese Go Association for verification. When would be a convenient time for you to visit? Wait, they want me to go there to collect it? Mr. Bai exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide open. This isn't some kind of scam, is it? What if I go there and they ask me for money? I doubt it, Song Yun replied calmly. The address they provided is the Chinese Go Association, an official organization. It'd be pretty low for them to pull a cheap trick like that. And it's just an entrance animation. In this day and age, is there anything in a game that can't be bought? Worst case, I'll buy it for you. Actually, this entrance animation isn't for sale. Only those with professional qualifications get it for free from the platform, Mr. Bai explained, scratching his head. How about we take a trip together, he suggested. Grandpa, I'm really tired, Song Yun complained, feigning exhaustion. Why don't I have someone drive you there? Nonsense. Mr. Bai scolded. Your mother has returned to the Bai family, and she's been laying down the law, warning everyone not to help me too much when it comes to Go. If I tell her I'm going to the Go Association, she might lock me in the study. TSK. It's one thing to be afraid of your wife, but your daughter too? Of course. Bai Qyu is my flesh and blood. What's wrong with giving in a little? Mr. Bai huffed. And don't act like Bai Qyu isn't your own mother. Alright, I'll let it slide today, but tomorrow morning, you're coming with me? And don't breathe a word of this to anyone. If you do, I'll have Old Wei give you a good spanking. Alright, I'm scared of you. Song Yun yawned, waving his hand as he left. I'll go catch up on some sleep. Watching him leave, Mr. Bai chuckled to himself. That kid really reminds me of myself when I was younger. No doubt about it, he's a Bai through and through. As Song Yun walked into his room, he collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. Honey, you must be tired, Yi Qingqing said softly, gently stroking his head and then her pregnant belly. Suddenly she chuckled. What's so funny? Song Yun asked, curious. Yi Qingqing pointed at her belly and whispered, you need to hurry up and come out, little one, so you can help your dad with some of the pressure. Song Yun slept soundly, and when he finally woke up, it was late afternoon. Glancing beside him, he saw Yi Qingqing sitting by the bed, carefully embroidering something. What are you working on? He asked, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. I'm embroidering a 5 poisons baby vest for our little one, Yi Qingqing said, smiling. My mom said we could just buy one online, but I wanted this to be special. It's the first gift I'm making for our baby, so I want to do it myself. Be careful, or you might poke my hand with that needle, Song Yun teased, though he backed off playfully. Freshly awake and full of energy, Song Yun took a closer look at the vest. Honey, what's this? Song Yun asked, pointing at a strange creature that looked like a pig. It's a toad. Look at its 4 legs, they're so lifelike. Yi Qingqing replied proudly. And this one? He asked, pointing at something that looked like a wiggly worm. Can't you tell? It's a centipede, she said, a little exasperated. Song Yun couldn't help but sigh. My poor child, he thought, if people laugh at you for wearing this, don't blame me. It's your mother's handiwork, and while it may not be perfect, it's filled with love. Just then, Song Yun's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and picked up. What's up? He asked. Brother Yun. I've arranged dinner with Xiao Wan tonight. Would you and Qingqing like to join us? Ouyang Ji asked excitedly. It's your date with her. We'd just be third wheels, Song Yun grumbled. Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Wait, Ouyang Ji's voice dropped, and he sounded hesitant. I'm a little nervous. I was hoping you guys could join us to ease the tension. Please, Brother Yun, help a friend out. I promise, just this once, and next time I won't bother you two again. Fine, Song Yun said, rolling his eyes. Where are we meeting? How about Fengzi Garden? Ouyang Ji suggested with a grin. It's been around for hundreds of years, and their Shandong cuisine is out of this world. Alright, you go ahead. We'll get ready and meet you there. After hanging up, Song Yun noticed Yi Qingqing looking at him curiously. It was Ouyang Ji. He's having dinner with Xiao Wan and got nervous, so he asked us to join them to make it less awkward, Song Yun explained with a sigh. I feel like I'm playing matchmaker here, always getting dragged into these things. Well, the capable ones have to do the heavy lifting. Yi King teased, laughing. Since Siu is spending the evening with my mom at the spa, I'll come with you. All right? Let's head out then, Song Yun said. They found the housekeeper and arranged for a car from the Bai family's garage. Soon, they were driving toward Fengzi Garden, following the GPS. However, it was rush hour, and what should have been a 30-minute drive stretched into an hour and a half. By the time they arrived at Fengzi Garden, it was already close to 7 p.m. After parking the car, they made their way to the private room where Ouyang and Xiao Wan were already seated. But instead of lively conversation, the two were awkwardly making small talk. Despite chatting freely online, in person, they seemed like complete strangers. Song Yun was tempted to hand them both a phone so they could resume their online banter. Sis-in-law. Xiao Wan jumped up and hugged Yi King excitedly. We haven't ordered yet. Please, help us choose something. I'm not picky, Yi King smiled. It's funny though, a lot of pregnant women can't stand certain foods, but I've had no such issues. In fact, I want to take a bite out of everything I see. You must be in great health, Xiao Wan said admiringly. When my mom was pregnant with me, she craved train station lunchboxes. My dad brought her food from a vendor nearby, and she threw it out, saying it didn't taste right. In the end, he had to go all the way to the train station and beg the staff to sell him one. Do all pregnant women really have such picky appetites? Ouyang asked curiously. So sis, how are you feeling these days? Me? Yi King smiled and said, if your brother Yun didn't stop me, I'd be eating spicy hot pot every day. The four of them chatted happily as they ordered their meal. When the food arrived, the room filled with the rich aroma of the ingredients. Brother Yun, the head chef here comes from a long line of imperial chefs. Try the food and tell me what you think, Ouyang said eagerly, watching Song Yun. Song Yun picked up a piece of Jujuan Dashang braised pork intestines and took a bite. This flavor was impressive. The texture was perfectly chewy, and the savory richness of the intestines was intensely satisfying. It was far better than anything you'd find elsewhere. Not bad. This place lives up to the reputation of Shandong cuisine, Song Yun commented. As they continued eating, Xiao Wan suddenly fumbled with her phone, her face becoming anxious. What's wrong? Why can't you just sit and eat properly? Ouyang teased. It's not that. Big brother, your foundation is in trouble. Xiao Wan hurriedly handed her phone to Song Yun. One glance, and Song Yun felt a headache coming on. Those people. They're treating my goodwill like a joke. Song Yun had previously established a charity foundation that supported rural schools, helped impoverished children, and provided aid to the elderly. It was his way of giving back to society. The foundation was fully funded by his own group, with no public donations involved. It was never meant to be a profit-making venture. But now, this news had exploded online. The headline screamed Phoenix Foundation allegedly misappropriates donated funds. Below, there were stories about journalists interviewing elderly people in remote villages, who said they received 500 yuan per month, which they considered generous. However, the report revealed that the foundation had allegedly raised over 20 million yuan in donations. People were outraged. They compared the number of beneficiaries listed by the foundation each month and calculated that the foundation was generating over 40 million yuan in profits, an enormous sum. Soon, the public uncovered the name of the legal representative behind the foundation, Song Yun. The comments were vicious. Some mocked Song Yun, saying it was no wonder he became a billionaire at such a young age. He made his fortune by exploiting charity. Others called for government investigations into all of Song Yun's companies, accusing them of being a den of corruption. Song Yun's face darkened as he scrolled through the comments. He immediately dialed the foundation manager's number. Hello? Who is this? The manager sounded busy, with background noise flooding the call. It's me, Song Yun, he said coldly. Mr. Song. Please hold on. Let me find a quiet place. The manager, Lu, hurriedly moved to a quieter area. A few moments later he spoke again. Mr. Song, how can I assist you today? Assist me? Song Yun's voice grew sharper. If I don't step in now, people will be cursing my ancestors. Didn't I make it clear that all funds for the foundation were to come from our company? Who gave you permission to start public donations? And not only that, but you turned it into a profit-making venture. What? Do you feel like you're doing something impressive? Does it feel great to make money off this? Lu was stunned by the verbal lashing. Swallowing hard, he replied cautiously, Mr. Song, This is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Song Yun cut him off, his anger rising. This issue has already blown up online. You call that a misunderstanding? Why don't you go ask my ancestors if they're being cursed at this very moment? Mr. Song, I swear it's not what it seems. The foundation you established is well known, and we've always operated with full transparency. The organization mentioned in the reports is called Fanchu Q Huang, not Phoenix Foundation somehow. It's been misreported, and people think they're the same entity, Liu explained, clearly frustrated. We've already sent a legal notice demanding they correct the information. Song Yun's anger eased slightly. As long as it wasn't his foundation at fault, that was a relief. He took a deep breath, sipping some water to calm down. What's their response? Song Yun asked. They said it's under review, but there's no telling when it will be approved, Liu replied hesitantly. What? Song Yun frowned, irritated. By the time they finish their so-called review, my reputation will be in shambles. Tell them I expect a public apology and a correction tomorrow. No delays. Understood. I'll speak with their team immediately, Liu agreed. Though he added cautiously, but Mr. Song, you should prepare yourself. These people are chasing headlines and might drag this out for days, hoping to keep the story in the spotlight. By then, the damage could be irreversible. So, what do you suggest? Song Yun asked. I recommend we go on the offensive. Make all of our financial data transparent and show the public the truth. Let them see how our funds are allocated, Liu proposed confidently. Fine. You have full authority on this matter. I just want results, Song Yun said before hanging up. What happened? Yi King asked, concerned. It's a mess. There's been a mix-up between two foundations, Fanchu Huang and Phoenix, and now we're the ones taking the blame. Song Yun said angrily. We're being scapegoated for something we had nothing to do with. Rying. Song Yun's phone rang again, this time from an unknown number. Hello, this is Song Yun. Hello, Mr. Song. This is Wang Sheng, the head of Fanchu Huang. Would you have a moment to talk? So you guys set this all up, right? You make the money, and I take the fall? You really think I'm that easy to push around? Song Yun snapped. Mr. Song, please calm down. We had no idea that Phoenix Foundation was associated with you. This whole situation has been a terrible misunderstanding, Wang Sheng hurriedly explained. He was sweating bullets. When the scandal broke, and he realized the Phoenix Foundation belonged to Song Yun, he nearly fainted. Panicking, Wang Sheng had scrambled to find Song Yun's contact information, hoping to smooth things over before it got worse. Mr. Song, I know this has put you in a difficult spot, but public attention will shift soon enough. People's memories are short, and they'll move on in a few days. As compensation, how about this: you take 70% of the proceeds, and we keep 30%. How does that sound? Wang Sheng offered, trying to sweeten the deal. What? Say that again, I didn't catch that. Song Yun couldn't believe his ears. The man on the other end of the line was actually trying to negotiate with him. He didn't realize that the damage to Song Yun's reputation was worth far more than a few million yuan. If the situation got worse, the value of all of Song Yun's companies could plummet, with potential losses in the billions. If you're not satisfied, we can go for an 80-20 split, minus 80% for you, 20% for me, Wang Sheng suggested, thinking that Song Yun was simply trying to use the situation to his advantage. Although it hurt him to offer so much, Wang Sheng believed that this payout was a small price to avoid bigger trouble. Who do you think I am? Do you really think I care about your money? Even if you gave me everything, it wouldn't make a difference. Song Yun's voice was cold. Let me tell you, this issue is far from over. I'm already planning to sue the reporter who published the article, and I've informed the authorities. You'd better hope this has nothing to do with you. Otherwise. Song Yun let the threat hang in the air as he hung up the phone. There was no point in continuing the conversation. People like Wang Sheng only cared about profits. If he was so capable, why wasn't he working on Wall Street? Honey, calm down. He's not worth your anger, Yi King said softly, rubbing Song Yun's back to soothe him. Just leave it to your team. If necessary, we'll make all the foundation's financials completely transparent. Let's see how they can accuse us then. People like that should be thrown into a boiling oil pot, Song Yun muttered, taking a sip of water. Brother Yun, I've been looking into this, Ouyang Ji said, holding up his phone. It seems like a lot of people online aren't buying the story. They're waiting for concrete proof. I also checked the details on the Fanchu Huang Foundation. They have multiple donation channels both online and offline, and their expenses aren't transparent at all. It looks like this bomb is about to go off, and now they're trying to shift the blame onto you. If they think they can mess with me, They've got another thing coming, Song Yun said, his voice filled with determination. The dinner wrapped up quickly, and Song Yun drove Yi Qingqing back to the Bai family home. As soon as they arrived, Song Yun received a call from manager Liu. Mr. Song, we've already notified the police, and we've compiled all financial records from the foundation's inception to the present. We plan to publish them online tonight. Good. Make sure the police thoroughly investigate the Fenqiu Huang Foundation. If they're really behind this, we'll make sure they're held accountable, Song Yun instructed. Understood. After finishing the call, Song Yun sat down next to Yi Qingqing, who was drying her hair. Is everything sorted out now? She asked. Yeah, we'll see how things turn out tomorrow, Song Yun replied as he took the towel from her and gently dried the roots of her hair, massaging her scalp with his fingers as he did. Honey. You're so good at everything, Yi Qingqing said playfully, tilting her head back in delight. How about you figure out how to give birth too? Then I wouldn't have to go through the trouble. Hey ha ha ha. What are you thinking? Song Yun laughed. It's late. Let's get some sleep. The next morning, the first thing Song Yun did was check the trending news on his phone. As expected, after the Phoenix Foundation released a detailed clarification showing completely transparent financial records, netizens finally realized they had falsely accused him. It was revealed that the Phoenix Foundation was entirely self-funded by Song Yun's companies and had even turned down public donations in the past. In today's world, this was a rarity. Most people were used to seeing charity donation requests pop up on their apps, tugging at their heartstrings. They would donate, but often felt unsure about where their money actually went. This incident ignited a heated discussion online, with many apps quickly removing their donation features, fearful of being targeted next. As for the reporter who initially published the misleading story, the Phoenix Foundation had already filed a lawsuit against him. An investigation revealed that he had accepted bribes from the Fenqiu Huang Foundation to deliberately mislead the public. According to insiders, the reporter would likely face serious legal consequences, and his career was essentially over. The Fenqiu Huang Foundation, the true culprit behind the chaos, was quickly suspended, with government officials beginning an investigation. Full details were expected to be disclosed in the coming days. They tried to mess with me? Not a chance, Song Yun muttered, smiling coldly as he looked at his phone. Instead of damaging his reputation, the scandal had actually boosted his standing. The transparency of his foundation earned him widespread praise, and when the stock market opened that morning, the shares of all his companies skyrocketed, leaving industry insiders stunned. Satisfied, Song Yun turned off his phone and gently stroked Yi Qingqing's soft cheek. Due to her pregnancy, she had gained a bit of weight, and her once sharp, angular face had softened into a more rounded, maternal look. It only made her more beautiful in Song Yun's eyes. It's still so early, Yi Qingqing mumbled, grabbing his hand sleepily. Can't I sleep just a little longer? You little lazybones, the sun's already up. Song Yun teased with a laugh. But I can't stay in bed with you today. I have to go out with Grandpa. Alright, go on, just make sure to close the door. I'm going to catch a few more minutes of sleep, Yi Qingqing murmured, half asleep. Song Yun smiled and shook his head before getting up to get ready. Half an hour later, he arrived at the study, where Mr. Bai was already waiting. The two of them snuck out of the house like thieves, quietly driving off without anyone noticing. Phew, that was nerve-wracking. If I have to sneak out like this a few more times, I'm afraid my heart might give out, Mr. Bai exclaimed, patting his chest in relief. Hurry up, let's get this over with so we can get back. For Mr. Bai, who had developed a newfound obsession with Go in his later years, the game had become more important than eating or sleeping. After a drive of over an hour, they finally arrived at the Chinese Go Association. Mr. Bai eagerly approached the reception desk. I'm here to register and collect my entrance animation. Entrance animation? The receptionist blinked, confused. Is this old man all right? Sir, we don't offer that service here, she said, forcing a polite smile. Maybe if you drive half an hour to the next village, you can ask them there? What's this about some village or another? I don't understand that. Yesterday I won a game, and the other person told me to come to the Chinese Go Association to register and collect my entrance animation, Mr. Bai grumbled, clearly annoyed. Do I really have to spell everything out for you? The service here is terrible. Just then, Song Yun walked in after parking the car. The receptionist, distracted by his good looks, didn't even hear Mr. Bai calling her name a couple of times. What's going on? Song Yun asked curiously. This girl has no idea what she's talking about. It's such a waste of time, Mr. Bai said, looking like a frustrated child who didn't get his toy, crossing his arms impatiently. Let me handle this, Song Yun said, smiling as he turned to the receptionist. "Excuse me, do you not offer a service for registering to collect an entrance animation from an online Go website?" The receptionist blushed, embarrassed to look directly at Song Yun. "This is the Chinese Go Association, not an online Go website. We really don't offer anything like that here." "Grandpa, it looks like we've been tricked," Song Yun said with a sigh. "I think the other guy just couldn't accept losing and wanted to embarrass you. How can people be so petty these days?" Mr. Bai fumed. "When we get back, I'm definitely tracking that scoundrel down." Despite his anger, there was nothing the association could do, so they reluctantly left the building. As they walked out, they passed by a middle-aged man who glanced curiously at the two of them. When he reached the front desk, he asked the receptionist, "Xiao Jia, who were those two?" "Good morning, President Liu," the receptionist greeted him. "They were here to claim some kind of entrance animation, but I told them we don't offer that." "What?" President Liu, normally calm and composed, threw down his briefcase and sprinted outside. Wait. Gasping for breath, President Liu called out to Song Yun and Mr. Bai. "Grandpa, do you know that guy?" Song Yun asked, glancing back at the man. "Nope," Mr. Bai replied. Song Yun immediately braced himself, ready to defend if necessary. If the man had bad intentions, he wouldn't stand a chance. Huff. President Liu bent over, hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. Are you here to collect the entrance animation?" "Yeah. But it looks like we were played for fools," Mr. Bai snapped. No, President Liu waved his hands, still catching his breath. "I'm the one who played against you yesterday." "You?" "Yes, I'm Desert Lone Wolf," President Liu said, standing up straight and adjusting his hair. "I'm Liu, president of the Chinese Go Association. It's an honor to meet both of you." "So, you went through all this trouble just to deceive us? What are you trying to pull?" Mr. Bai's gaze was sharp, clearly displeased. He hadn't slept well because of this, and if President Liu tried to cause more trouble, Mr. Bai wouldn't hesitate to call higher authorities. "The entrance animation wasn't a trick. I'll get it sorted for you right now." President Liu quickly pulled out his phone and called the head of the online Go platform. After explaining the situation, he received immediate approval. "Mr. Bai, I can tell you're a true Go enthusiast. How about we head to my office for a chat?" President Liu invited, his expression sincere. Seeing the earnestness in his eyes, Mr. Bai felt that perhaps this wasn't a scam after all. The three of them headed to President Liu's office, where Liu brought out his prized tea leaves to serve them. "So, what is it you really want from us?" Mr. Bai asked after taking a sip of tea. "The game we played yesterday was absolutely incredible," President Liu said enthusiastically. "In my opinion, your skills are at the level of a professional master. Very few people could rival you." Mr. Bai didn't let the flattery get to his head, knowing that the important part was still to come. President Liu rubbed his hands together nervously when he realized Mr. Bai and Song Yun weren't responding. "Well, we were hoping you could play in a few matches for us. What do you think?" "Sorry, I'm not interested," Mr. Bai declined politely. There was no way he could accept, knowing that yesterday's match hadn't been played by him. If he faced real professionals, his lack of skill would be exposed in just a few moves. And if word of this got back to his old friends, they'd never stop teasing him. "Wait. I'm willing to offer 5,000 yuan per match as compensation," President Liu pleaded, clearly desperate. Since the higher-ups wouldn't provide funding for this, he'd have to cover the costs himself, meaning several matches could end up costing him tens of thousands. "Sorry, not interested," Mr. Bai waved him off. "Thanks for the tea, but if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now." "Wait." President Liu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with desperation. "If you don't help, Chinese Go will face utter humiliation." "What?" Mr. Bai's interest was piqued. The idea that the ancient game of Go, which had been around for thousands of years, could be at risk because of his refusal seemed far-fetched. There had to be more to the story. "In 2 days, top Go players from Japan and South Korea are coming to challenge us. Their goal is to defeat all of China's Go masters in front of a large audience. If that happens, we'll be completely humiliated," President Liu explained, collapsing into his chair, as if all the energy had been drained from him. "Generations of Go tradition passed down by our ancestors. It could all end with me. That can't be right. There might not be as many Go players in China, but there should still be more than in those two countries. How could we lose?" Mr. Bai asked, puzzled. President Liu let out a bitter laugh. "The level of respect those countries have for Go is much higher than ours. They've produced many top-tier masters, while most of our greats have either passed away or can no longer compete due to age or health. Our elite players are practically non-existent now. They're taking advantage of this gap to come here and sweep the floor with our Go players. Once they win, they'll declare their independence from Chinese Go traditions and no longer acknowledge us as the originators of the game. Mr. Bai's brows furrowed. This felt like a silent war, and as someone who had lived through times where national pride was paramount, he couldn't take such an insult lightly. I should tell you that the person who played against you yesterday wasn't me, Mr. Bai admitted. What? Oh no, this is bad. Song Yun, why don't you have a proper talk with President Liu? Mr. Bai said, passing the responsibility over. President Liu, those last 2 games yesterday were actually played by Song Yun, Mr. Bai said calmly. I'm sure you've already seen his skill firsthand. What? President Liu stared at Song Yun in shock for a good 10 seconds before slamming the table in amazement. Incredible. Truly incredible. I've been involved in the world of Go for over 40 years, and I've met many so-called geniuses. But compared to Song Yun, they're nothing. In fact, calling him a genius feels like an insult to his abilities. President Liu was clearly excited as he continued, Song Yun, have you ever considered becoming a professional Go player? Under your leadership in just 3 years I believe Chinese Go could reach new heights. Sorry, I'm only interested in Go as a hobby. I never thought of pursuing it professionally, Song Yun politely declined. President Liu slapped his thigh in disappointment. What a shame. The Chinese Go scene is losing a bright star today. Song Yun smiled and changed the subject. Let's talk about the competition. I don't mind helping, but surely I can't be expected to face every player by myself. Don't worry, I've already worked out the schedule. Each match between countries will consist of 3 games, with a best-of-3 format. As long as you and I each win 1 game, that'll be enough, President Liu explained with a grin. Not only that, I've arranged it so that Japan and South Korea will face off against each other first, creating internal conflict between them. It sounds well planned, but why are they so fixated on challenging us? Song Yun asked, still curious. President Liu laughed heartily. Because we've been too strong. There was once a Go master in China just as talented as you, perhaps even more. By the age of 30 he had defeated all the top Go players in the country without a single loss. After solidifying his position as the top Go player in China, he began challenging the best players from Japan and South Korea. The competition lasted for 5 days, and not one of their masters could win even a single game against him. Some of their players were so frustrated by the losses that they fell ill and even died shortly after. Song Yun was astonished. His own skills came from a system, but he hadn't realized that such extraordinary talents existed in real life as well. And what about this master now? Song Yun asked. He passed away earlier this year. If he were still alive, those other countries wouldn't dare be so brazen. President Liu sighed. It seems the humiliation he dealt them back then was so deep that they're desperate for revenge. But fate has blessed us with you, President Liu said, his tone serious. Right now we're in a period where our top Go talent is in short supply. If we take a major hit during this time, it could be devastating. That's why I'm so grateful to you, Song Yun. With your help, we can give our younger players the time they need to grow strong. As a citizen of China, it's my duty to help, Song Yun said modestly. The 3 of them continued talking for a few more hours. When lunchtime approached, President Liu offered to treat them to a meal, but Mr. Bai politely declined, saying they'd been out for too long and couldn't afford to upset Bai Qi staying away any longer. When they returned to the Bai family home, Mr. Bai was so eager to test out his newly acquired entrance animation that he didn't even stop for lunch, disappearing into his study. Meanwhile, Song Yun and Yi Qingqing had lunch at home and made plans to go shopping in the afternoon with Yuan Xie. Ever since returning to the Bai household, Xie had been spending a lot of time with Bai Qiyu, learning the ropes and building connections. Every time Song Yun saw her, she looked exhausted. Song Yun had suggested a few times that Xie should take it easy, but she had always refused. She had learned that in this world, you could be many things strong, capable, or talented, but you couldn't be a mere pretty face. It was a lesson Xie had taken to heart. She had no intention of becoming a trophy wife, and though she believed Song Yun wouldn't abandon her, she wanted to be someone who could truly support him. Around 2 p.m. Song Yun, Yi Qingqing and Yuan Xie headed to a shopping mall in the city, accompanied by Ouyangji and Xiao Wan. From the way Ouyangji and Xiao Wan exchanged glances now and then, it seemed like there was progress in their relationship. Xiao Wan. Fancy running into you here. A young man wearing a mask and sunglasses suddenly approached them. Xiao Wan's face instantly darkened. Kai Jiaming, what are you doing here? Hey, I was having lunch nearby and decided to take a stroll. Kai Jiaming smiled, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Wan's cold demeanor. And who are these folks? This is my brother Song Yun, and this is my sister-in-law, Xiao Wan said, introducing them. Mr. Song. We met a few days ago in Yasan City. I'm Kai Jiaming from your company. It's an honor to meet you again. Kai Jiaming said, extending his hand eagerly toward Song Yun. Song Yun glanced at Xiao Wan. He didn't want to embarrass her in public, so he reluctantly shook Kai Jiaming's hand. Mr. Song, I have to tell you I really like Xiao Wan, Kai Jiaming declared suddenly. Everyone froze. What was he trying to do? Confess his love in public? Did this guy have no sense of timing? Couldn't he see that Xiao Wan had been cold toward him the entire time, and yet here he was, making a scene? That's between you two. It has nothing to do with me, Song Yun replied calmly. I just wanted to make my intentions clear. I'd do anything for Xiao Wan. I love her. Kai Jiaming said, his words growing more emotional. Seriously? Was this guy for real? How could someone be so thick-skinned? Xiao Wan was already regretting not just ignoring him completely. Hey, Song Yun chuckled but said nothing further. And who might you be? Wu Yangji's face darkened. His potential rival had shown up right in front of him. This was not something he could tolerate. This is my boyfriend. Xiao Wan interrupted before Wu Yangji could say anything. So you can forget about me. What? You have a boyfriend? Why didn't you ever tell me? Kai Jiaming was stunned, completely at a loss for words. Why would I need to tell you? Kai Jiaming, I hope you stop bothering me from now on. And don't think I don't know what you're really after. I have no interest in guys who can't stand on their own 2 feet. Xiao Wan retorted coldly. I'll never be with someone who just wants to leech off others. No. Xiao Wan, you've got it all wrong. I genuinely care. Brother, didn't you hear her say no? Wu Yangji interrupted, trying to keep a stern face while inwardly celebrating. If you keep pestering her, it's going to get ugly. He's my boyfriend. Even by dinner time, Wu Yangji's mind was still spinning with those words. As he sat at the table, grinning foolishly at Xiao Wan, Song Yun couldn't help but give him a kick under the table. Huh? Wu Yangji snapped out of his daze, looking around. Xiao Wan was quietly nibbling on her food, while Song Yun, Yi Qingqing and Yuan Xie were all staring at him with amused expressions. Ahem, let's eat, Wu Yangji mumbled, embarrassed. What's there to eat? I'm already full from all the dog food, Yi Qingqing teased, referring to the lovebirds. We're just sitting here, but man, that dog food is practically being shoved down our throats. Song Yun, you've never looked at me like that. Look at those eyes, sticky sweet like honey. No, I haven't, Wu Yangji muttered, his face turning red. Qingqing's right, Yuan Xie chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. I feel like a third wheel here. Maybe we should leave? Her comment made Xiao Wan pout as she playfully scuffled with the 2 sisters-in-law. All right, let's eat, Song Yun interrupted with a laugh. Xiao Wan, some words shouldn't just be said for fun. Now that you've admitted it, you should prepare for what's to come. I believe Aunt and Uncle will be thrilled with this match. Hey, don't you dare throw chopsticks at me, young lady. You're getting bold. Who's talking about marriage? Nothing's even been set in stone yet. I said yes, but some people haven't even spoken up. Xiao Wan pouted. Cough, now that you mention it, it does seem unfair. Song Yun said with mock seriousness. I won't allow my sister to be treated this way. We're leaving. He stood up, pretending to drag Xiao Wan out. Wu Yangji panicked and quickly shouted. No, don't go. I like Xiao Wan. I really like her. Hearing this, Song Yun leaned in close to Xiao Wan and whispered with a grin, satisfied now? He's just a blockhead, no need to get upset. Xiao Wan blushed so deeply that it seemed like her face might drip with color. She sat back down, this time right beside Wu Yangji. Oh my eyes. They can't take this. Yi Qingqing exclaimed in mock pain. Is this what love smells like? Sis-in-law, it's not like you and my brother never dated, Xiao Wan teased, stomping her foot playfully. Actually, Yi Qingqing said with a mischievous grin, we didn't. I had to save your brother from the clutches of his ex-girlfriend. You have no idea there were dozens of people watching. I pulled up in my sports car, drifted right in front of him, and asked, young man, how about we get married? Yi Qingqing burst out laughing, recalling the scene. You should have seen his ex's face, and her whole family too. They were speechless. The bystanders were practically wishing they were your brother. That's how it happened? Yup. We went straight from there to register for our marriage license. I took your brother, threw him in the car, and drove off. He even tried to get me to drop him off halfway, saying, please let me out. Before Yi Qingqing could spill any more details, Song Yun gently covered her mouth, All lies. It's all slander. Yi King playfully bit Song Yun's hand, then, blushing, swatted at him. What, I can't tell a funny story? I'm carrying your baby, you know, I deserve to talk. Alright, you're the boss. Song Yun said, giving in. As Yi King and Yuan Ci continued gossiping, the private room turned into a lively scene, reminiscent of a village square filled with gossiping aunties. Song Yun and Ouyang Ji exchanged a glance, both a bit helpless in the face of the women's chatter. After dinner, Song Yun asked Ouyang Ji to take Xiao Wan home, while he and the others headed back to the Bai household. Later, after washing up, Song Yun couldn't help but feel a pang of concern as he looked at Yi King's noticeably larger belly. Does it hurt? He asked softly, running his fingers over her skin, now marked with stretch marks. For a woman in her prime, this feels particularly cruel, Yi King said, a little worried. I just don't want these marks all over my stomach when we go to the beach in the summer. Song Yun, determined to ease her concerns, quickly searched the system store and found a cream that could remove all scars and stretch marks. Tada! Song Yun proudly produced the cream from his pocket. I've already got you covered. This is a special ointment developed by a research lab. It can completely remove stretch marks. Really? Yi King skeptically took the cream and examined it. Inside the transparent tube was a green, gel-like substance. She twisted the cap open, releasing a cool, minty scent that felt refreshing. She carefully squeezed out a small amount and applied it to a tiny scar on her arm. As soon as the cream touched her skin, she felt a cool sensation spread through her body, followed by a mild warmth. But instead of being uncomfortable, the heat was soothing. Just leave it on for 3 minutes, Song Yun instructed with a smile. They sat quietly, waiting for the 3 minutes to pass. Once the time was up, Yi King eagerly wiped the cream away, only to find that the scar had completely vanished. In its place was smooth, flawless skin. Wow! This is amazing! Yi King exclaimed, overjoyed. Can this stuff be mass-produced? You're dreaming, Song Yun chuckled, converting the system points into real-world currency. The raw materials for one tube alone cost over 7 million yuan, and that doesn't even include the research costs. 7 million yuan. Yi King was stunned. She had thought it might cost a few thousand, maybe tens of thousands, but 7 million? Darling, for you, I'd spend 70 million if I had to, Song Yun said as he hugged her. You gave me so much when you pulled up in that sports car and gave me that grand gesture. Ever since that day I've wondered what I did in a past life to deserve you. Well, you better cherish me then, or one day I'll just take off, Yi King teased with a smile. Don't worry, I will. The next morning, Song Yun finally had a peaceful sleep without any interruptions. Checking his phone, he saw that all the issues with the foundation had been resolved. The head of the Feng Qiu Huang Foundation, Wang Sheng, had fled with the money and was now wanted for a serious financial crime. Meanwhile, Song Yun's Phoenix Foundation had been publicly praised as a rare, trustworthy charity in today's society. As a result, all the companies under Song Yun's control saw their stocks surge. Finally, Song Yun yawned, stretching contentedly. It feels strange not having any drama for once. Hubby, I'm so bored, Yi King whined as she lay in bed, snuggling up against Song Yun. Her delicate toes playfully teased him, making Song Yun feel both amused and helpless. He gave her a light tap on the forehead and said with mock sternness, just because you're pregnant doesn't mean you can toy with me like this. Of course I can. I love seeing that look on your face when you can't resist me, Yi King replied smugly. Come on, think of somewhere we can go today, or I'll keep teasing you all day. Song Yun sighed, resigned. What do you usually do when I'm not home? I follow mom around or go practice Tai Chi with Old Wei. Why not go today? Because you're here. Hearing that, Song Yun gave in completely. He rubbed his temples, realizing he was in for a day of playful torture, and with his pregnant wife there wasn't much he could do about it. Truly, a test of his patience. Alright, let's go. Shopping it is. Song Yun finally relented, understanding now why it's dangerous to leave women with nothing to do. Boredom, it seems, can easily be passed on to their partners. In the past he would have stood his ground, but now, with Yi King's condition, he didn't dare to push his luck. The two of them changed into fresh clothes, said a quick goodbye to Yuan Ci, and headed out. It was just 10 a.m. when they reached their car, but neither of them had a clue where to go, so they ended up sitting in the driveway, staring at each other. Where do you want to go? Song Yun asked. Anywhere is fine, Yi King replied. Song Yun pulled out his phone and checked for nearby malls. After about 30 minutes, they arrived at a large shopping center. With Yi King holding onto Song Yun's arm, they strolled inside. Hubby, I want that. Yi King pointed excitedly. Milk tea? Isn't that unhealthy? Song Yun frowned. Just 1 cup. I'll only take a sip. Seeing the pleading look in her eyes, Song Yun couldn't resist and agreed. But in the end, when Yi King got her hands on the milk tea, Song Yun didn't even get a taste. I thought you said you'd only take a sip? He asked, shaking his head with a smile. My lips never left the straw, so technically, it was just 1 sip. Yi King replied cheekily. When women start bending the rules, men can only retreat. Hand in hand, they wandered around the mall. These days, besides picking up skincare products, Yi King was more focused on baby items. Before they knew it, they found themselves in front of the largest baby store in the mall. As they entered, a middle-aged saleswoman greeted them with a smile. Is there anything specific you two are looking for? We're just browsing, Yi King said, as she led Song Yun over to the baby clothes section. Seeing all the brightly colored outfits, her maternal instincts kicked in, and with a wave of her hand, she bought nearly half the store. The saleswoman stood there, stunned by Yi King's generous spending. She realized she had just encountered a big spender. The clothes alone totaled over 100,000 yuan. Most families wouldn't buy so many clothes at once, considering how quickly babies outgrow them. Only the truly wealthy would be this carefree about it. The saleswoman's smile grew even warmer. She noted down the delivery address, assuring them that the items would be delivered to their home. What's this machine for? Yi King asked, curious about a chair with a mechanical setup nearby. Ah, that's a machine we use to let fathers experience the pain of childbirth, the saleswoman explained with a chuckle. Would you like your husband to give it a try? Yi King waved her hand dismissively. He's never made me suffer, so why would I make him go through that? You're right, Ma am. That's what a true relationship looks like. Some women like to make their partners experience this, but it often ends in arguments, especially when they crank up the pain levels, the saleswoman added, flattering her. Just then, a commotion broke out near the entrance of the store. Chen Daguang. You said giving birth couldn't hurt that much, right? Well, today you're going to try it yourself, otherwise forget about having a second child. You good for nothing. I'm at home taking care of the kids, watching over the elderly, and minding the one in my belly, while you're out drinking all night. Are you even human? If you don't try it today, we're getting a divorce. The loud argument quickly drew the attention of everyone in the store, including the staff and other shoppers. A woman in her 30s, without makeup, dragged her husband into the store. Chen Daguang, clearly feeling embarrassed by the attention, yanked his hand free and shouted angrily, Fine. I'll do it. What's the big deal about giving birth anyway? All my late-night drinking is for the sake of this family. If I, Chen Daguang, so much as cry out in pain, I'll take your last name. The couple approached the counter, and the woman slammed down her membership card. I'm a diamond member here. Set my husband up for the childbirth simulation. Are both of you sure about this? The saleswoman asked hesitantly. It can be quite painful, and judging by his complexion, it looks like he's had a lot to drink. If he passes out from the pain, it won't be good for anyone. Just do it already. Stop with the excuses. Chen Daguang snapped. I want to see what all the fuss is about. Could it possibly be worse than dealing with clients all night? Fine. Let's see how tough you really are, Chen Daguang. You'll regret this, his wife retorted. The store now had about 30 people inside, many of them couples. Intrigued, they gathered around to watch the drama unfold. Brother, be careful. I tried it once and couldn't get past level 4, one man warned, still haunted by the memory. It felt like someone was twisting a knife inside me. But Chen Daguang waved him off. Thanks, brother, but I doubt it's that bad. I've been through worse dealing with clients. The store staff quickly prepared the machine. Without hesitation, Chen Daguang plopped down in the chair, allowing the sensors to be attached to his abdomen. Seriously? These tiny patches are supposed to hurt? He scoffed.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.